Good morning, Chatty House.
What's up, gang? Oh. This commercial that's on has been on the radio since I started interning.
Hmm.
And that was in 2011. Shout out to the Yahoos in the chat right now. And shout out to Ramsey for the belt. James explained to me the happenings yesterday, and I'm just so proud of you guys. It's incredible stuff.
What happened to my...
What up, dog? What's up, Katrina?
Oh.
Is that David? Oh, boy. We're up against it, guys. 10 seconds. Here we go. We're up against it today, Coach. We're a little up against it.
Kyle's a gamer, everybody.
I'm going to do my best. Just like the Kings did their best last night.
That's right. That's all we can ask for, Kyle.
121-111 win over the Memphis Grizzlies. The Kings now a game up in the loss column for the number 6 seed, that final playoff spot. And you know, as I was watching last night's events go down at Golden One Center, first of all, just off the bat, my shock of that game going to overtime and the Kings trailing late in the fourth quarter and trailing to start overtime, I don't have any anymore. I'm no longer like, man, this is so bad. It's just baked in to the analysis of the Sacramento Kings, right?
Yeah.
It's just what it is. Enjoy the ride. They could be boring. The other thing that stood out to me was I think they lose that game a month ago. Maybe even 2 weeks ago.
That's very possible. I'd also, Kyle, I don't want to put like so much emphasis on one player, but that is a game where if Keon Ellis doesn't become like, I don't even know, like prime Pat Bev, maybe even better than that. If he doesn't become that player in the fourth quarter and overtime, Desmond Bane hits a couple of shots and you lose.
Yep.
That's it. Like Desmond Bane would have taken over somehow, some way, because that's what's happened every other time this has gone on. Terry Rozier, you just name that person that like got fired up and started hitting haymakers, and you're like, oh, that was dumb. How did that happen?
Yep.
Well, that didn't happen because Keon Ellis just goes, oh, no. I've got you. And it was between him and Malik Monk. It was one of the most impressive two-man takeovers that I've seen, one on one end of the court and the other on the other end.
Yeah, and it was consistent the whole night. Anytime they needed to stop it, here's Keon. Whether he's slowing down Desmond Bane or he's flying down the lane for a block or whatever it was. And this is just Malik Monk said this in his post-game interview on NBC Sports, that this is just kind of what he expects. Like, this is Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
This isn't some crazy overperforming. This isn't, oh wow, hey, but out of nowhere, this is kind of what they've come to expect from him. And frankly, same. Nothing happened last night that made me go, oh wow, I think differently about Keon Ellis now.
Well, no, I think really we all think very specifically No, I want him to start. That's how you think differently. I want him to
well.
start from here on out, and he may get that opportunity. Like we will touch base on this, but the Kevin Huerter situation,
Yeah, it's tough.
It's real tough, Kyle, and I have no idea what we're gonna find out about this. We did not find out any news last night, which I thought was a little strange because, to be honest, it happened a minute into the game.
Yeah.
He went straight to an MRI machine. You know he did. But it looked like it was shoulder injury, but there's a possibility of a wrist injury as well.
Mm-hmm.
He was grabbing his wrist, which was to solidify the shoulder.
Right.
But then they brought out a towel and covered the wrist, which made me think that maybe there was injuries to both. The first thing they were doing was inspecting the shoulder. I thought that whole entire sequence was odd.
Mm-hmm.
Like Desmond Bane took exception to like the way that Huerter was playing defense on him early in the game. He was trying to be physical, right? And then Huerter travels the possession before, and Bane walks by and just smashes the ball out of his hands, like hits him in the wrists, and like just like knocks the ball out of his hands and like, give us the ball. Then he comes down and the hard foul. I think it should have been looked at a little more closely. I don't know what was going on there, but it did not look like Desmond Bane was happy with Kevin Huerter leading up to that play. And the first like 80 seconds of the game, you're like, what's happening here? And then Huerter down in a heap underneath the basket was just not a good look at all.
Yeah, it's just such an odd, because I don't have the sound on. I'm doing other stuff, and I look up and I see Kevin Huerter in a like crumbled up on the floor.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, this is bad. And then I get a text from Chris Biederman. It's like, I think Huerter hurt his wrist. Like, oh man. So I'm expecting he fell or something, because I didn't see the play live.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting, and then they show a replay, and you're,
well, even the replay initially, I thought he was holding his wrist. He put his right hand down.
Yeah.
But it was his left hand it was his left side that was beat up.
Yeah. Very, very odd injury for sure. Hoping for the best possible news that he's healthy and good to go, but we haven't heard anything just yet, which, like you said, is definitely odd. Usually there's something. X-rays came back negative.
They ruled him out really quick, but then last night I was surprised that we didn't have anything by game, especially like, look, this game didn't just end. It kept going. I mean, we didn't get to the media room until well after 10. We didn't start getting players and coaches. It was almost 11. Like, it was a late night.
Which is late. That's a very, very late night.
Oh yeah, it's a late night.
No, I thought overall, and we'll dive into the Kevin Huerter injury and some of the kind of ripple effects of that.
Yeah.
But to me, I thought we talked a lot about yesterday the belief in the Kings. Do they need to beat the Knicks? And what if they look like this? And what if they look like that? Honestly, last night, do you want to go to overtime with the 8-man Memphis Grizzlies? No, obviously not. But you can't, I think, expecting something better or more than that at this point, expecting the Kings to go blow a team out. I'm not going to do that. So what I can do is juxtapose that up against the Pistons game, the Hornets game, one of the Blazers games from this year. They went to overtime with the Blazers once and won, and lost to the Blazers another time.
Wop Reef.
Yeah, you can. Oh boy, you can. You can juxtapose it up against those games and go, hey man, that felt like a game that they were going to lose. And they didn't.
There was that point where they got down like 4 points late, and you're like, uh-oh. But I really, what I kept looking at is my 6 quick thoughts and thinking, please don't make me rewrite all of this. No, this is not great. I don't want to rewrite all of this.
Yeah.
And to watch them kind of rally and to be physical. Like, look, I think there is this, like, when you look at a team that's beat up, right? But this is a world that the Grizzlies have lived in all season. And this is now their reality. They literally suited up 8 dudes. And like 8 guys played. That was it. That was only 8. Like Marcus Smart got 2 techs and thrown out of the game.
Hey, can we pause on that real quick?
That guy hasn't played in months.
Shout out to Marcus Smart, dude. At least he gives a damn.
Yeah.
I have no problem. If that had been rando 2-way guy, it's like, dude, what are you doing? But this is Marcus Smart. We talked about culture with the Grizzlies yesterday. and how badly they need to establish something there, because whatever they had is gone. That swagger that they played with is gone, partially because of the Ja Morant off-court stuff, partially because of the Ja Morant injury, Steven Adams leaving, Dylan Brooks leaving.
Yeah.
We've had all these issues over the last couple of years on and off the court. But dude, Marcus Smart, he wants to win still. They're a 23-win team, and he is so invested in how that game is going and with the officiating. He's going to go out to center court at a timeout and earn 2 technicals and get tossed.
Just absolutely bizarre.
At least he cares.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it speaks, like, we talk about their culture has been like a train wreck, but it almost feels like their off-court culture, because we do see, like, there is a clear identity to who the Memphis Grizzlies are.
Mm-hmm.
They are gritty. They battle you. Like, you have to play, if you're up 6 with 63 seconds left in a game, you are going to have to play every single one of those seconds.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to foul you. They're going to put you at the line. They're going to make you hit your free throws. They're going to get the ball up court and score quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they know how to be in like panic mode. And that's where I think it's good to face all of these different types of teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a substantial difference in talent between the Knicks and the Memphis Grizzlies, the 2 teams that you just faced.
Mm-hmm.
But realistically, like, how much is there? I mean, if you look at how many players are gone from the Knicks, and the fact that OG Anunoby was a shell of himself, and that
Mm-hmm.
Julius Randle's gone and Mitchell Robinson's got, so they really
That's
do
a good
become
point.
like a 1 or 2 man team
Mm-hmm.
that came in and they outgritted you, right? They were just more gritty, and they were just like, okay, we got you.
Right.
You get to the Grizzlies, and it's a very similar style. Like, they just beat you up. They hit big shots. They take a ton of threes. And I thought they held on.
It is crazy how much they work for an open 3.
Yeah.
That ball hops around a lot.
It's
somebody take it. Yeah, man. I'm mostly with you on that. The difference maker though is Jalen Brunson. I like Desmond Bane a lot, but come on.
Yeah.
Desmond Bane is not Jalen Brunson.
No, it's very true. Like, you just have a player who's at an elite level. But if you would switch if you would have switched Ja out for Desmond Bane, if Ja would have been able to play, I think you would have felt the same exact thing.
Yeah.
You know, just a team that can maybe win games with one player.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Yeah.
Desmond Bane, like I said, like him a lot. I don't think he's that primary creator that is going to go win a game for you by himself.
No.
As good as I think he is. We're going to have 2 Jiffy Lube Fast Break players of the game today. We have a Kings jersey to give away at the end of this month.
Yep.
We also have 2 $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificates to give away today.
Okay.
So we're going to be doing that. We're not giving away the jersey today. We give away that at the end of the month, but you can enter today along with entering to win that $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. So get to ESPN1320.com right now. Go to the Jiffy Lube Fast Break contest page. It's front and center. You can't miss it. You click on that, and you're going to enter the code word Kentucky. And that is for Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox, who were both excellent last night and helped guide the Kings to a victory. So they are your co-players of the game. Your keyword is going to be Kentucky. Shout out to Jiffy Lube.
There we go.
And then we will have a second keyword for you coming up a little bit later on. But that last night from Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox, specifically Malik Monk in overtime where he scored 12 points, that was really, really, he was sensational. He was very good.
He was sensational. And I think the biggest thing for me too is that the way that he was able to take over the game, and the way that both De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis cleared out and let him take over the game, it shows you who this team is becoming. They're becoming a team that is very unselfish, that has 3 elite players that can score at will. And sometimes it's one guy's night and it's not your night. And it's okay. And that's what I thought was absolutely brilliant about that. Ready to go to break?
Yeah.
We can touch base on some Giants stuff.
No, we can put a pin in the Giants stuff, and then we'll also put a pin in what we learned about the Kings last night. We will have 6 quick thoughts. Let's dive deeper into this Kings 121-111 win over the Grizzlies. We'll also talk a little bit of baseball today, and we got some Niners stuff as well. The Niners made a boo-boo, and they lost some draft capital because of it. We'll tell you all about it coming up We're rocking with you till noon on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, mute for a sec. All right. You can turn. We're back on. Hello, everybody. Yeah, Tyler Jennings, that alley-oop was absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And it was started by a wild, incredible block by Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis, his block on Desmond Bane shooting a 3 late in the game was like one of the most jarring things I've seen. Just like, oh no, I'm swatting you at 27 feet. I'm swatting you, and then I'm going to just take the ball. And then he like, you're like, oh yeah, you're feeling it. Hey, Russell, you're asking, we have nothing on Kevin Huerter's injury yet. We have nothing. So, yeah. Hopefully, as soon as we do, we'll pass it along. Well. Wow, now Donovan Mitchell has had a procedure for a nasal fracture and will be reevaluated in a week. Huh. He's already missed his 65 games. Yeah, as soon as we have something on the Kevin Huerter injury, I mean, look, I don't know what happened there. But it sure does sound like it was well, it looked like a substantial shoulder injury. Yeah, it's crazy too. Like people are talking about in the chat just how well Keon Ellis is playing right now. Like, how often do you see a player who scores 5 points means so much in a victory? Like, the way that he handled his business was crazy. Only Malik Monk had a better plus minus. And I want to give a shout out to Alex Len. So I think everyone was confused why maybe you weren't. Alex Len came in the game first, and that was because Kevin Huerter couldn't continue the game at the 1 minute mark. And the Grizzlies get the choice of who steps in and takes the free throws, and they chose Alex Len to shoot the free throws. He hits both free throws, which was stunning, and then he had to stay in the game. But then when he did play, man, he was impactful.
That was good.
Yeah, just like he had 2 blocks, but he had another like 5 or 6 plays where he completely detoured shots. Mm-hmm. Like people were like afraid of Alex Len, which was interesting to me. I like Alex. Alex is a good dude. And people need to remember that he's still going through like his people are still in Ukraine.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
You're dang right. He's James Ham. He's right there. And he's got 6 quick thoughts for you from last night's Kings win over the Memphis Grizzlies. A lot to dive into, but let's get James' reaction from postgame.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
6 Quick Thoughts could be sponsored by you.
That's right.
If you want to sponsor the segment, reach out. James, I would like you to do 6 Quick Thought number 1.
Domantas Sabonis cruised to his 50th consecutive double-double in this game, finishing the night with 25 points, 18 rebounds, and 5 assists. It's only the third time since the merger that someone has had 50 consecutive double-doubles. Kevin Love, who holds the record at 53, and Moses Malone, who had 51. Pre-merger, it's still Wilt at 277 consecutive double-doubles. I expect Domas to get there.
Yeah, why not?
But absolutely bizarre what he's doing. It's every single night he comes with a mentality, a workman-like mentality. 25 points, 18 rebounds, 5 assists. His assist numbers are down a little bit over the last week, but this was a crazy performance by an all NBA center.
I didn't think it was his best.
No, it wasn't his best.
Yeah, I wasn't super blown away. Like, obviously the numbers are great, and he had a couple of big rebounds. He did a really nice job working inside, drawing fouls, getting the line, hitting his freaking free throws, 13 of 15. That's what I'm freaking talking about. But no, I definitely didn't feel like down the stretch of that game in particular, it was definitely more Malik Monk. It was more De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox hit the third quarter? He hit the 3 consecutive threes to help kind of stretch the Kings' lead a little bit. 10 assists from De'Aaron too.
Yeah, but there's something that after the game, Domantas Sabonis won the Defensive Player of the Game from Mike Brown, which I think a lot of people were like, wait a sec, Keon Ellis was incredible. Sabonis held Jaren Jackson to 8 of 27 shooting.
Well,
and not only that, Kyle, he held him to 2 rebounds.
Well,
and the 2 rebounds, I know he's not a good rebounder, but there was nowhere for him to go. Like, if you watch John Conchar, like, I want him on my team.
Conchar's a beast.
He's so gritty and crazy and like does crazy things all the time. And he's got like super long arms. He went up and grabbed rebounds. He stole the ball from people. You're just like, wow, why is John Conchar so effective? And he's just a gamer. That's what like I gather from him. He's just another one of those guys that the Memphis Grizzlies find.
Yeah.
But
they got a lot of those dudes.
Yeah, but when he has 10 rebounds and your starting center has 2, that's a problem. And I'm going to give Sabonis some of the credit for that.
Sure. Go for it.
Well, I mean, look, he went 1 of 6 from 3. 1 of 6.
As he is wont to do.
Okay. So that's one thing, right? So we can kind of say, well, his 3-point shot looks so hideous. It's ridiculous. I don't even know what's happening.
Let's just pause 6 quick thought. Jaren Jackson Jr. stinks. Jaren Jackson Jr. is JaVale McGee with better PR, bro.
Oh,
that's what Jaren Jackson is.
I knew this was coming.
But he's not. He just, every time he starts dribbling on the perimeter, I'm like, good defensive possession. You won.
Yeah.
8 of 27 and 2 rebounds from your defensive player of the year center.
Yeah, he gave up 25 and 18 to the opposition.
I mean, dude.
He had a couple of blocks on Sabonis.
Yeah, boy, did he.
Yeah, but it's like,
what an impact.
It's like, okay.
I said Sabonis wasn't bad. I'm not trying to say that. It just, I did not think it was his best.
My point was
it wasn't his best 25 and 18 of the year.
No, but my point is that Jaren Jackson had 21 other shots. He had 21 other shots outside of the bad, push shot 3-pointer that he throws up there. Who told him he's a 3-point shooter?
I have no idea.
Like, there was some point where he was good at that, but whatever he's doing now, it's like a step in 3. It's like bizarre.
The worst thing that could have happened to Jaren Jackson, I know we got to go here, but in the 2019-20 season, on 6.5 threes a game, he shot 39%.
Yeah.
The 4 seasons since then, naturally, it's not going to load right now, but 28.3, 31.9, 35.5, 32.8.
You know what he is, Kyle? He's
JaVale McGee with better PR.
He's that guy on your softball team who gets lucky one time and hits a home run, and then from that moment on, you might as well not invite him out anymore because all he does is fly out to center field. That's what, it's just bad.
A lot of pop-ups is short.
Yeah, just get inside and go do some work. And he tried against Sabonis, and I thought Sabonis shut him down.
Yeah.
So
no, he is not a worthy adversary for Domantas Sabonis. Number 2.
Hit the boards. Keegan Murray came out aggressive on both sides of the court. It took him a while to get a shot to fall, but he made up for it by hitting the glass. 6 of 17 shooting wasn't great, but 15 points, 10 rebounds. He missed 2 free throws late, which were like stunning because he's a good free throw shooter, and like left the door open. He went 1 of 4 from the free throw line, 2 of 8 from 3. But like, look, we're watching him try to fight through something, and I hope that we see sort of that like work out here for him soon.
Yeah, good all around game from Keegan last night. Number 3.
De'Aaron Fox didn't have his normal bounce. He looked like, but he looked to get his teammates going. Fox scored 23 points, 10 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 steals. He did have 6 turnovers, 8 of 16 from the field. He looked like he wasn't ready to score. He was at 3 of 5 from the field in like the mid to late third quarter. And then he ended up hitting 3 threes in a row and kind of woke him up. Weird game for Fox. He looked exhausted at some point, and I don't know why that was.
I think I said this a while back, and I'll say it again here. The evolution of the superstar is, okay, you have to put the ball in the basket. But then beyond that, when that's not working for you, how do you impact the game? And you do that with 10 assists and 7 rebounds. He had 6 turnovers, suboptimal. But when you're playing not your best game and you're shooting 57% from 3 and 50% from the field, you're posting a double-double and 3 rebounds shy of a triple-double, like you will take that.
Yeah, I agree. Battle through. Malik Monk didn't have a great shooting night early on, but he persevered and came away with a tremendous 28 points, 6 assists, 6 rebound night. What he did in the overtime was
incredible.
Absolutely wild. But also, he had 3 dunks in this game that were flat out nasty.
He's so fun.
He had the alley-oop. He had the 2-handed flush on the baseline, which was right over Jaren Jackson. And then he had one other dunk that was just wild.
The one after the whistle might have been his best of the night.
And then he had the one after the whistle. Yeah.
It's crazy when he dunks it. Jameis Ramsey did this the other day, too, with the Raptors.
Okay.
Where I'm pronouncing that incorrectly.
Oh, Jamias?
Jamias, thank you. Jeez Louise.
Former King?
Yeah, King's legend, Jamias Ramsey. I know the chat makes fun of somebody for pronouncing his name wrong, and I couldn't conflate which one was correct and which one wasn't. But anyways, doesn't matter. When he had a dunk the other night where he threw the ball through the hoop, and it went like 100 miles an hour. It didn't touch anything on the way to the ground. It's crazy. That's what all of Malik's dunks do.
Yeah, it's almost like a volleyball spike.
Yes.
Yeah, the way that, and it's because his vertical is Malik Monk is 6'2".
It's silly, the bounce.
Yeah, what he can, like the height that he gets, it's like he's spiking a volleyball.
All right. Number 5?
Yeah, number 5. We'll take this real quick. Knocked off Huerter. The Kings looked shook in the first quarter. They did after Kevin Huerter went down. You could tell they were out of it. Like for a good 8 minutes, they were kind of stunned, and especially with the amount of pain Kevin was in. And I don't think anyone was they're like, what happened? They were confused. It felt like. Plus, they didn't run a bunch of replays of it, and so I think a lot of the teammates were just overly concerned. We don't know what just happened.
Yeah.
And this is a tight group. Like whether Kevin Huerter is hitting his 3-point shots or not, he's still one of the boys. And I think that they looked off in the first quarter, and then they had to recover from that in second, third, fourth.
Yeah, and I think the building too. You're all amped up. It's been player intros. You're less than 2 minutes into the game, and then all of a sudden, a starter who's been very good for this team recently is down in a heap, and nobody's really sure what happened. That's tough. So yeah, good on him. Good on him for fighting through that. Number 6,
the fill-in with Kevin Huerter out of action. Keon Ellis came up big. He started the second half, stuffed the stat sheet with 5 rebounds, 5.7 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 blocks, and a steal. They took one of his steals away and put it in the block category. His defense on Desmond Bane was off the charts. And there's something else that Mike Brown did here really quickly. He put Keon in very quick to fill in. And then he tried to get Keon into Kevin Huerter's rotation. So it looked a little weird, and people were like, hey, how come he's not in the game in the early second quarter? That's what he was doing. He was trying to get him back into Kevin Huerter's starter rotation.
Yeah, right. Let's, in fact, you know what? We need to hit the break. Let's talk about the Kevin Huerter injury, what it means for Keon Ellis, and what it means for the rest of the rotation as well. We'll do that next on ESPN 1320. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I have a fun thing.
You seem like you're bouncing back.
Yeah, so
Yo, we're back. Greg Tabers. Yeah, the Kings are totally feeling the Trey Lyles loss. You got to remember that Trey Lyles is our small ball guy too, so they can't go to a small ball 5. And when that happens, the ball hops. He's out. He was being reevaluated in 2 weeks, but he has an MCL sprain. My good friend Sean Cunningham caught video of it. You can find it in Sean's Twitter feed, but you can see the moment where he like went up and someone else like caught him with a leg right at his knee while he was in the air, and it kind of just like buckled him a little bit. So yeah, not good. Spencer, yeah, I think we're gonna pod tonight. I think, yes, that's the plan. All of us have conflicting schedules. It's been a nightmare.
Is that Huerter thing correct?
What?
Is that somebody guessing?
Where was the Huerter thing? I haven't heard anything yet on. Oh, Kyle, did you get that from somewhere?
Mm-mm.
No, Kyle Cantrell.
Say anything. I'm gonna check James Ham's Twitter feed and see if he has it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything in my inbox from the Kings yet. So if you're just guessing there with this, I don't know. The Kings, John Poles, the Kings don't have a roster spot. So no, that's the problem. Because if they did, I in all honesty, Scalabiciere has played so well. Zabo, we do happy hours. We just haven't had one in a little while because starting this job and this season has just been a train wreck, especially with the way that all of our schedules are totally messed up. So we're going to jump on happy hours and we'll hit them very strong this summer, but also I'll try to get one in before the season's over. Mason Jones minutes. Jalen, there's something that I heard in the locker room last night, which was from Mason himself, that he only had 9 games remaining for some reason on his 2-way that he can play with the parent club. And then he dressed last night, so he's down to 8. I'm not sure why that is, but I'm going to have to do more research on that. Okay. And again,
1 minute.
In order for the Kings to pull up Stanley Johnson, they would have to waive a player. So they'd have to waive like Kessler Edwards in order to pull up Stanley Johnson. And so that's this late in the season, it's tough. And 2-way players can't play in the playoffs. So Again, like Jalen Slauson, you still have Slauson. If you need to use some minutes there, you might give him a look instead of Stanley Johnson and all that stuff. And Stanley Johnson's not eligible for a two-way contract.
30 seconds. I love Stanley Johnson, Arizona.
Yeah, but as a pro, he's not been good.
Not a great player.
No. They've got other players down there, too.
This is gonna be. I'm really excited for this bit we're about to do.
Ooh.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Not to brag, but I did a little research.
Oh?
I'm going to name some of the players who have 5 blocks in a game this year.
5 players that have had 5 blocks in a Kings uniform.
In a game this year.
Oh, in a game this year.
Yeah, not Kings, just NBA players.
Okay. I thought we were going to go like Greg Ostertag.
No, I can do that next, though.
Randy Brewer.
That would also be a fun game to play. Let me get through this first.
Okay.
Then we can, while we're vamping, I can look up that specific thing. Okay, so Keon Ellis last night had the 105th game of the year with 5 or more blocks. It's not 105 players. Just so, for example, Victor Wembanyama
has like 14.
19.
Wow.
19 games with 5 or more blocks. And there's in among them 7, 8, 6, 10, 7, 6, 6, 7.
Oh, wow.
Just ridiculous.
Okay, so we have him. We have Chet. Chet is going to have and Brooke Lopez.
Chet. Brooke Lopez is in here, gosh, 9 times. You mentioned Chet.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get there. We go. That. Oh my God, that's so much better. Yeah, Chet's on here 7 times.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Triple J. He's got 3.
Okay.
Jokic on here once.
Oh.
Got a bunch of Daniel Gafford. We've got a couple Joel Embiid, some Anthony Davis. More on Anthony Davis later. Nick Claxton, Scotty Barnes. Precious Achua, obviously.
Wow.
Bam Adebayo has one. Jared Allen has one. Giannis Antetokounmpo has one. Asar Thompson has a couple.
Does Chris Boucher have one?
Chris Boucher does not.
Oh, wow.
Clint Capella. You're noticing a pattern. Walker Kessler.
Oh, Walker.
Kristaps Porzingis, Isaiah Stewart. Oh, both Thompson brothers.
Oh,
Amen and
the Thompson
Asar.
twins?
Yeah. Amen and Asar both have 5 block games this year. Miles Turner has some. Fred VanVleet has one.
What?
And then there's Keon Ellis just hanging out.
Hell yeah.
Hanging out amongst the trees. It's just Keon and Fred VanVleet, the starting backcourt of the all 5 blocks team.
Well, we've talked about this throughout the season. That Malik Monk still leads the Kings in blocks.
Does he really?
Oh, yeah.
Keon's coming for that spot, though.
He is. Actually, Malik talked trash and said he was going to beat De'Aaron Fox's record because De'Aaron Fox has the most blocks for a Kings player 6'3" or below.
Nailed it.
In a season with 45.
You're welcome.
Oh, no. Keegan Murray has overtaken Malik Monk.
Oh, snap. We've got drama.
He's got 42. And actually, Domas has 39.
Wow. Look at this.
And Malik Monk is at 37.
Oh, Malik got passed twice.
Malik, pick up your game, bro. Like, come on now.
He has 15 games to get 9 blocks.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, he's 5 blocks behind Keegan Murray.
Okay. Do you want to do the Kings version of this game? Players with 5 blocks. In honor of Keon Ellis, we will talk about him very likely moving into the starting lineup. But then the ripple effect down the rotation from Kevin Huerter's injury, assuming, again, we don't know anything about the injury.
Yep.
We don't know. He might be back tomorrow in Toronto. Couldn't tell you. So we will have that news for you as soon as it comes out. We'll have it for you and we'll discuss it. But we're going to operate as though he's going to be out a little bit of time.
Yep.
And we can adjust accordingly. But real quick, you wanted to give me some names. You said Greg Ostertag. He has 1 5 block game in his career.
Okay. With the Kings. And do you have all of the Kings play? How many times has it happened with the Kings?
So do you want just Sacramento?
Just Sacramento era.
Okay, hang on. That changes things. 84, 85?
85, 86.
85, 86. 85, 86. Okay, there we go. All right, we have waiting for it. There were like 150 something.
Really?
In the all
okay
Kings era. For some reason, there we go. Okay, we're locked and loaded. Here we go. We have 121 such games.
Okay.
In Kings history. As far as number of players, I couldn't tell you. There's a lot.
Okay, I'm gonna guess Otis Thorpe is probably one of the leaders.
Otis Thorpe is not on here.
No, he never had a 5-block game.
Never had a 5-block game.
Okay. I definitely think Keon Clark.
I thought you were going to say Keon Ellis. Is like, yeah, nailed it. That one's in there.
Yeah.
Keon Clark has 9 such games.
Okay.
I'm going to take guesses from the chatty house too.
I'm going to guess it. Domantas Sabonis.
Domantas Sabonis.
No. I'm sorry. DeMarcus Cousins.
DeMarcus Cousins does have one.
Okay.
Samuel Dalembert was a guess in the chat. Nailed it.
Yeah, Sammy Dalembert.
It's a great guess from our guy Trojan.
I'm going to guess it Ron Artest.
Ron Artest.
That sounds weird, but I'm going to guess.
No
really?
Players with an A last name.
Okay, what about Chris Webber?
Chris Webber is in there. Somebody in the chat guessed Dwayne Coswell. He is in there.
What about Dwayne Shinsis? The late, great Dwayne Shinsis.
I don't see him in here. Sorry.
Okay, what about Randy Brewer?
Randy Brewer. I feel like you were going for the deep
obscure.
Cuts. Yeah, no dice on Randy Brewer.
Really?
Yeah.
Olden Polonese?
Olden Polonese is in here. How many did he have? Two such games.
I'm gonna. This is weird. Wayman Tisdale had one. I remember. I think he had a 7-block game.
It is not listed.
That's erroneous. Yeah, they had a big game. Let me think. Who else? We said Scott Pollard, right?
Yeah.
Vlade Divac.
Of course.
Yeah, that's an easy one. Oh, Brad Miller, big boy.
Brad Miller, no.
Wow. Come on, Brad.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going to just name some of the weird ones to me.
Yep.
Damian Jones.
Of course.
Like, why not? Golden State Warriors legend. Alex Len has had one.
Oh, yeah. We forgot Alex.
Chimezie Metu.
Oh, yes.
Had a 5-block game.
Freeport.
Yeah.
Do you have any other weird? Just throw me some random. Oh, of course, it's on.
Terry Tyler.
Oh yeah, Terry Tyler.
Great Terry Tyler.
Yeah.
LaSalle Thompson did it.
Oh, Tank Thompson. Yep.
Brian Skinner.
Yes.
Isn't Brian Skinner the Paul Walker's character in Fast and Furious?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. So Brian Skinner, the funny thing about Brian Skinner, when someone gets fouled and they go for the and one and everyone stands around while they do a layup and you're sitting there like, why didn't you go up and block that?
Mm-hmm.
Brian Skinner blocked more attempted and ones than any player I've ever seen. He never gave up on a play. He was part of the Chris Webber trade with Philadelphia. It was him, Corliss, and Kenny Thomas that came over.
Wow.
And I think Matt Barnes went with Chris Webber and one other dude.
Sure.
Yeah. It was they broke Webber's contract up into 3. Skinner was fun. He played a lot of places.
This one's shocking to me, just given how his tenure in Sacramento went versus the expectation. Dwayne Dedman.
Oh,
Dwayne Dedman racked up a 5-block game.
Yeah.
Purvis Ellison.
He's sitting there calling you. Purvis didn't play in Sacramento very long.
Francisco Garcia and Rudy Gay.
Francisco.
Marvin
That's
Bagley.
fun to say.
Marvin Bagley had one.
Oh, Marvin Bagley has one.
Mm-hmm.
This is fun.
All right. That's it. We're done. And now Keon Ellis has added his name to that illustrious list of Sacramento Kings with 5-block games.
Oh, Michael Bradley. Thank you. That was the player that was part of the Webber deal. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's talk about Keon Ellis, who will now very likely, and again, so the reason we were doing that is because Keon Ellis had 5 blocks last night. He entered the game very early when Kevin Huerter went down in the first couple of minutes with what the team classified as a shoulder injury. They ruled him out pretty quickly, but there was no info after the game. No negative x-rays. No, he's got an MRI tomorrow. We're awaiting results. Nothing. So we're still waiting on something on Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
So when we're talking about this is not under or from the standpoint of, hey, he is definitely out X amount of time.
Nope.
It's just some amount of time. I think that Keon Ellis going to the starting lineup is the no-brainer. Like that's an easy call.
Mm-hmm.
It's what the rotation looks like after that, with Trey Lyles continuing to deal with a knee injury, Sasha Vezenkov dealing with an ankle injury, and now Kevin Huerter potentially dealing with a shoulder or wrist injury. What is...
It's Chris Huerter time.
Sure.
I mean, Chris Huerter has to step up. And like last night, I thought Chris Huerter, he played 18 minutes. He was really good.
Yeah, he was good.
Like he came out, he started hitting threes. When he doesn't try to do too much, I enjoy watching him play.
Yeah.
Like he is a knockdown catch and shoot 3-point shooter.
Yep.
But when he tries to do too much, you're like, no, too much. The real answer, Kyle, is Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes have to step up. There's no more lag here.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is a moment where we talked about this earlier, where if you look at the two games last week, the back-to-backs, the one where Keegan missed and Huerter and Barnes like lit up the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next night when Huerter was out and you had Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes combined for 42 points on like 11 of 20 from three. That's the problem can be solved. It's sitting right there in front of you.
Yep.
It was Keon adding a defensive player to your starting lineup. And the way that Mike has used Keon the last couple of games, he's not afraid to put him out there for 34 minutes. He's not afraid to put him out there as a closing lineup.
I know.
And so if he had that fear, if he had that like, oh no, I don't know what I should do here,
mm-hmm.
Keon is quickly eliminating that. And so for me, run the kid out there. Like let him play major minutes and let Malik Monk play 30-something minutes. This is you're gearing up for the playoffs. Like,
yeah.
There is no letting off the gas at this point. Like it's go. There, you have to win games. You got to go with your best five, and then you got to put a whole lot of Malik Monk out there and hope that you can get whatever you can get out of some of these other guys.
I think you made a great point yesterday when we were talking about this very thing with Keon Ellis going into the starting lineup. And you mentioned this is not a Kevin Huerter specific thing. Right now it is because he's hurt.
Yeah.
But it was one night he started, he being Keon, one night he started for Kevin Huerter, one night he started for Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm.
And the common denominator was Harrison Barnes going off in the one game.
Yep. Or
Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray going off the game that Kevin Huerter was out. And then Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes playing well the game that Keegan was out. Like, you're right, man. That's what this comes down to. You have to eat minutes with somebody. Like, it has to be Chris Duarte. Maybe you see some bigger lineups. Maybe they roll Alex Len out there a little bit more. Maybe Davion sees a couple more minutes, whatever it winds up being. You have to fill minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But I think from a production standpoint, you know what you're going to get from Keon. He has been nothing but, I think, positive for this team, specifically defensively. And now, hey, Keegan Murray, you're supposed to be the guy here. Go be that. This is the time for that. Harrison Barnes, you have been a very, very good player in this league for a long time. Go, not needing 20 a night, but just go be more aggressive. Hunt your shot a little more.
Yeah.
I think if they do that, they're going to be fine. But if you go out and you're getting 8 shots from Keegan Murray and you're getting 6 shots from Harrison Barnes and they're combining for 4 rebounds, and that's not going to get it done.
No,
it's not happening.
No, it's all hands on deck at this point, and you hope that maybe there is a Kessler Edwards sighting. Maybe there is someone else that just finds his way onto the court and plays well. I mean, again, maybe you can go against 1 or 2 teams. You can bring in Alex Len and play him and Sabonis side by side for 5 or 8 minutes.
Right.
In a game, 4 minutes in the first half, 4 minutes in the second half, and you can steal minutes. It's just, you're going to have to be creative.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the biggest thing. Losing Trey Lyles, it loses a lot of your creativity. But for all the people out there who are so frustrated with Kevin Huerter this season, you got to remember, shooting 36% from 3, but he's also 6'7" and plays the 2 and the 3.
Mm-hmm.
And small ball lineups with him look a lot better than a lot of the other small ball lineups. And
what? And this all comes back to, again, conversations we've had before. Nothing has underscored the Kings' lack of depth on the wings more than the Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody we're talking about right now, Alex Len, okay, that's a center. But Davion Mitchell, guard. Kessler Edwards, okay, legit wing, but really unproven, still really raw as an NBA player.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's Colby Jones and Mason Jones and Jalen Slauson.
And Jordan, well, he's a two-way, but
yeah, and Jordan Ford if you want to get creative.
Yeah.
And then JaVale, who's a center. Like the lack of players over like 6'5" is
well, when you lose a 6'7", a 6'9", and a 6'8" guy, like where do you go? And like, look, this might open the door for Sasha Vezenkov to step up and be, if he's able to get healthy, to step in and actually, become the shooter that they need. Like, that
would be remarkable
if he comes full circle.
Well, if he just came back at all, that would be a big deal.
I'm getting I think he is actually practicing. He's just not ready yet. We've not been told that he's been cleared to resume basketball related activities and stuff like that. So, but we also had they had one of the assistants was reffing a game the other day, and Sasha fouled somebody, and I'm like, wait, huh? So I think it's possible he's getting closer, but I just don't. I mean, he's got a long way to work himself back into shape. He's been out for weeks.
Yeah.
And, he hasn't been able to do cardio and everything else because it's an ankle injury.
That'd be crazy if he just came back from this ankle injury and went, oh, yeah, hey, I want to make
10 points a game down the stretch.
I want to make 2 threes a night. Couple of foot back.
Oh, he's fun.
I know it.
But, you need these other players back. You need Trey Lyles back very badly.
Hey, quickly, unrelated to any of this, we got some Giants and Niners stuff to get to. I want to talk about Malik Monk and his terrific year. We have another Jiffy Lube Fast Break player. The game coming up. We got a ton to do. You said something that caught my ear when you walked in, and it so caught my ear that I wrote it down, and I'd forgotten about it until right now. What do you call the things you're wearing on your legs right now?
Oh, I'm wearing shorts, but I called them short pants just because I was being funny.
Okay.
No.
That was gonna be a crisis. This is gonna be a problem if you called short pants.
No.
Oh, okay.
That was me being ridiculous.
Okay.
I decided it was short weather today.
Yeah.
I wore shorts to work.
Yeah.
I have some pasty white legs.
That's fine. I don't begrudge the wearing of shorts. I know there are people who are like, adults don't wear shorts. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Shorts are great. I'm really glad you don't call them short pants.
Oh no, I was just messing with you.
Hey, speaking of things that shouldn't be said, I saw a Twitter account yesterday.
Oh no.
At NFL Notify. 2 reporter related things as far as the NFL goes. So I hope you take an interest in this. It got retweeted by a person who creates 49ers content as well. I'm not going to name them because they're very kind to me. But at NFL Notify tweeted, breaking rumor.
Oh, no.
And then it was that the 49ers are working out a trade for Zach Wilson. They're going to send us up.
I just want to unplug and walk out the door.
Breaking rumor? That's what we're doing now? Hey, breaking rumor. Kessler Edwards is going to start.
What was the...
It's a rumor I just made up and broke.
So what was the breaking rumor? What was
that the 49ers are acquiring Zach Wilson for a 7th round pick.
Oh, no. Are they?
I sent that to people who know things, and they went, no.
Well, you said no. That's just a breaking rumor. That's not
right.
It's not an actual rumor.
Right. Yeah. Rumor. I don't.
Oh no,
dude. And then the other one was Mia O'Brien. She's a television journalist in Jacksonville. She was the one who tweeted that the 49ers had talked to the Jags about trading Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. And it was for the number 17 pick and Jones.
So this is new. So that was yesterday.
Okay.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
She initially tweets that, oh yeah, per source, the Jags and Niners talked about a Brandon Ayuk trade, there was mutual interest between the teams. And I get a message from our Jags Wire editor, and he's like, "Hey, she's full of it. Nobody believes anything she says ever."
Oh,
He's like, "Don't run with this." I was like, "Yeah, I wasn't planning on it, but you got it."
got it.
Local TV people typically, it's like, I'm going to wait for somebody more substantial to corroborate that.
Yeah.
Before I'll go run with it. That's how I am on my site. Or at NinersWire.com. So then yesterday, like you said, she then tweets, because somebody asked her about it again, and she said that the deal, this is her words, the deal was reportedly the number 17 pick and Zay Jones for Brandon Ayuk. Aren't you doing the reporting? Why would you be saying reportedly if you're doing the reporting? If you got a text from somebody with the Kings right now that said Kevin Huerter is going to play tomorrow, I don't know, I'm making stuff up. If you got a text and said Kevin Huerter is going to play tomorrow, you would not report that as reportedly Kevin Huerter is going to play tomorrow.
No, if someone else got that story, I would say reportedly.
If someone else, right? But there's no story that hadn't been reported anywhere else. She was putting that out.
Oh my goodness!
News breaking this time of year is just insane.
That is, I think it's funny. Like, people want to be part of it.
I know, and I get it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, as a reporter, there's nothing worse than, like, there's been 1 or 2 seasons like where you've got nothing.
Sure.
And it's just crickets, and you're like, man, I've reached out to everyone I got, and I have absolutely nothing. There's nothing worse than being left out in the cold. Or when you do have something, and then it dies because you can't get it confirmed. Those are rough too.
Yeah.
Right. So, but you just can't make up stuff. You can't make up stuff, and you can't report it as fact or breaking rumor
and again, this is stuff that, like, you learn this in school, dude. Like, if you went to school for this or you've done journalism at all, you know this. Maybe she's hearing that from someone with the Jags.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she talks to a locker room attendant or whatever. But for example, let's say I'm hanging out at the arena and King's locker room attendant A comes up to me and says, "Hey man, a big fan of you and James. Love the Insiders." Which somebody did, by the way. I forget. I think his name was Matt. I'm terrible with names. He was wearing this sick olive green Kings jacket. And as he was walking on the elevator the other day, he was like, "Hey, love the Insiders. Big fan." It's like, my dude. Anyways, so that happens sometimes. And this locker room attendant walks up and goes, "Hey, I love the Insiders. I heard Mason Jones say that he's starting tomorrow." I would not, as Kyle Madsen of ESPN 1320 Sacramento, who has literally in my Twitter bio, not a journalist, I would not then run out and go, "Mason Jones is starting per source." That doesn't work. That's not. Now, if Monty McNair or Mike Brown comes up and goes, "Hey, Kyle, we'd typically tell this to James, but we're telling you this time because James missed that practice."
That's right.
Mason Jones is starting. You can send that out. Great. Wow. Straight from the head coach. Incredible. Put that. So that's the other problem with all this.
Of course.
Is you have people with access, and that's great. And they take anything and report it because, like you said, they want to be part of it.
They want to be part of it. And like, it's a frustrating thing when you're not a part of it. And a lot of, like, people ask all the time, like, how do you build sources? How do you get sources? How do you get like, well, first of all, I'm not giving you any of my sources. That's number one. Number two, I don't personally believe that there are quote unquote sources. I believe that there are relationships that you've built, and people trust you, and they want you to succeed, and they want information from you, and they want a free flowing exchange of information. But there's also, like, a certain amount of, hey, like, look, you've got to build that relationship and that trust with somebody.
Yeah. Like, that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's not, you don't just walk in the building and go, "I have sources now."
Yes.
Hello, do you want to be my source?
Yes. Would you like to be my source? Like, it's like you're handing over, like, a little Valentine. Like, would you like to be my source? No, that's not the way it works at all.
No, not at all. We'll do a whole fun. We'll get this summer when there's not a lot going on. We will do a deep dive on just covering. We will bring in somebody else who covers whatever team or sport, and we will just do a little just Q&A about covering teams. I think that would be fun.
No, it is fun.
Maybe that's just fun for journalism dorks, but
I
think it sounds great. Anyways, we will do that at some point this summer. Mark it down. Put it in the idea bucket. Malik Monk having a huge year. What does that mean for his future? Also, some news with the 49ers yesterday. They made a boo-boo. And the Giants made an actual signing. Weird timing, but they made a signing. We'll talk about that. Tons coming up in the second hour on ESPN 1320.
Oh, what's going on, everybody?
I feel like I was down 10 before the show started. I feel like I was down 10 with the show when the show started, and I feel like I've built the lead to like 4, and now we're trading buckets.
Now you're trying to hold on.
Yeah.
That's amazing. We all share equipment in here, but I think one of my friends touches the one of my friends touches the webcam.
Whoever sits in that seat.
I don't know who else sits in this seat, but whoever that is, I think he touches. Stop touching. Yeah. It's funny. I've called out, like, in person, not like out on the interwebs. I've called out Jason Anderson for, like, dude, can you, like, I see your videos that you put out there, and I know you're trying. Can you please wipe your camera lens? It looks like Napoleon Dynamite, like going to the mall to go get like dream pics. Like everything is fuzzy and like I can see lines of your fingerprint, like your thumb sitting there. Like, come on, man, wipe your camera lens. Oh, even on your watch.
Unpaid endorsement.
Cheez-Its.
Whatever stoner came up with extra toasty Cheez-Its deserves a Medal of Freedom.
Clearly a stoner.
Big time, dude.
Clearly.
Some stoner was sitting there one night, dumping out boxes of Cheez-Its and sorting out the extra toasty ones. And then what if the whole box was made out of extra toasty Cheez-Its?
The whole ball of wax.
I love that person endlessly. I want nothing but the best things for them in life.
Yeah, thanks, Steve Castaneda. My footage was super clean last night from the post game and from the locker room. Yeah, I've been using the cinematic feature on my phone.
The move, dude.
It looks really, really cool.
Yep.
I got a new Rode mic for Christmas. It's a short Rode mic. I've used a longer Rode mic that works really, really well for like almost 10 years, and it's beat up. And so I got a smaller one for Christmas, and it doesn't have the reach that the other mic had. So I think it's good for like scrum settings, but it's not great for post game settings where they're at the podium. So I'm always trying to mess with my equipment. And I'm glad, like, I started using phones for coverage a long time ago. And now, like, all of my friends in the media, they've all like bought their own little kits that like to do this stuff. Yeah, Sean. Okay, so John, you ask about Sean. Sean, what he does, he sits in the back of the room, and he has a really, really good camera that can zoom all the way up to the front. But then he also plugs into the mult box. So he has a long XLR cable that goes up and plugs into the actual audio feed that comes through the speakers. And I can't do that with a phone.
Yeah, it's as though basically Mike Brown's mic is plugged into Sean's camera.
Yes.
Ostensibly, yeah.
Well, that in the handheld that they pass around the room.
Oh, I didn't
as
know
well.
that.
Yeah, it's all in one thing, so it goes through the mult box, and so that's how Sean gets good audio. I used to plug in my Zoom. I have a Zoom H6. I would plug it into the mult box so I had perfect audio, but then you always forget and you got to race back to your seat. Yeah. Anyway.
Sounds like a pain.
Yeah.
We have 15 seconds until the legal identification.
15 seconds. I might switch back to my other road. I don't know.
Here we go. Hour number 2. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. We are rocking with you until noon. Then we will give way to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock. Tons to talk about today. Really excited for their show. So I've really liked being able to hang out a little bit longer after our shows. Because I sit in there with Jesse, to listen to their show, get to chop it up with Jesse.
Yeah.
It's a great time.
Jesse showed up today. Just emergency backup.
Yeah, he pulled up. I was so if you've been listening or just tuning in, I'm going through it a little bit. Just 20 minutes before the show, just my let's see, how do I delicately say this? I started not to feel great, and I said, Jesse, we might be in emergency mode today. Can you pull up? And he's like, I got you.
Yeah, he almost had to turn into Keon Ellis here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I almost had to do a Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Or Paul Pierce, depending on who you ask. Oh, hey, real quick. I meant to do this at the top of the show. We'll talk about the 49ers and the Giants doing stuff here in a second. Shout out to my wife. It's our second anniversary today.
Oh.
2 years today. We did it.
We
made
did it.
Congratulations to me. I have not annoyed her out of the house just yet. That's big time. Anyways.
Awesome sauce.
Shout out to my wife. I love her very much.
We've got number 25 in July.
We'll catch up someday.
That's right.
I was calling this year 22.
There you go. Just add it too.
Breaking rumor.
There's a breaking rumor.
25 years coming up. The 49ers. Do you want to do 49ers or Giants first? Let's do Niners first.
Okay.
The 49ers yesterday, a couple interesting things. One, they signed Josh Dobbs, quarterback, to a 1-year, $2.25 million deal, fully guaranteed. It has up to $750,000 in playing time incentives. So their backups are now Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen. And I think it was kind of interesting because the first thought that came to my mind was because I thought when they signed Brandon Allen, who was their third quarterback all last year, I thought for sure they were going to go in with Brandon Allen because you talk to people who are around the building and the 49ers love them some BA. Not talking Brandon Ayuk. They love Brandon Ayuk too, but they love Brandon Allen. So I'm going, all right, Brandon Allen, QB2, rookie quarterback, QB3. Like, that's a little dicey. Because remember, Brock Purdy played 16 games, sat out the 17th for a rest. Brock Purdy played all the games last year. He was healthy. But this is a team, I think, that because of the scars of the seasons that were derailed by quarterback injury, we're always going to see some sort of investment in that backup spot. I don't think Josh Dobbs is going to be shoot in as the QB2. I know that a lot of people have said that because it's $2.25 million fully guaranteed. But if you remember, in 2022, Nate Sudfeld got $2 million fully guaranteed to be the 49ers backup. Then he was going to be third string when they brought back Jimmy Garoppolo, and then he got jettisoned for Brock Purdy. So the $2.25 million fully guaranteed doesn't move me.
That means nothing
as far as Josh Dobbs' future goes. But that said, I think he is the second best quarterback on the roster.
Yeah, I like Josh Dobbs. I like what he brings to the table. He's different. He has some, like some moxie, and he feels like he's a winner. Like he's one of those guys that it doesn't matter whether he's putting up big stats or not. He comes in and he gives you an opportunity.
Sure.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, he's still pretty inexperienced. He hasn't had a ton of success in the league.
Yeah.
But not every player is doing what he did with Minnesota last year, where he steps in, doesn't know any of his teammates' names, doesn't know the offense, and he's just got a coach in his headset like, hey, we're going to do A, B, and C here. Look at this player, then throw it to this player.
It was traded there like on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
And started on like a Sunday.
Didn't start, but came in very early.
Oh, yeah.
On the next, and then won the next week.
Yeah.
And it was this whole thing. He eventually came back down to earth a little bit because I don't think this is not to, I'm not under some delusion that Josh Dobbs is awesome QB1 watch out league, but he's got good mobility. He's got a good arm, a little bit erratic at times with his accuracy. Like he trusts his arm a little bit too much sometimes, but I was fascinated by this. And I think it just kind of underscores that the 49ers are not done with thinking they need multiple quarterbacks who can win them a game.
Yeah, I like that. No,
Me too.
I do. I think if you do need to take some risks with the backup quarterback, but you need to have somebody who at least, gives you a shot.
Yeah.
And it's not just like going to be a total game manager and you have no way to really find success if your main quarterback goes down. I love that the Chatty House, many people in the Chatty House have decided to add Yahoo to their names.
I like you guys so much.
You guys, you make us laugh. Michigan Yahoo Wolverines, Yahoo Shane. Like this is very Spencer the Yahoo, Tamamatsu. Yeah, good stuff.
Oh yeah, Zoe said it's his second anniversary today too.
Delivery Yahoo.
Oh yeah,
Yahoo Poles.
That's so funny, man.
Polls, I know.
I like you guys so much.
Yeah,
by the way, if anybody was wondering, grande toffee nut iced coffee, no classic splash of oat milk.
Oh yeah,
this is my coffee order.
Okay.
If anybody was wondering. Anyways, we back. The other thing that happened yesterday, the 49ers had an accounting error.
Oh.
In 2022, the league does audits. They realized that the 49ers, the math wasn't mathin'. When I first saw this, it was one of those things that you see when you cover a team where you're like, this is going to be a nightmare. This is 4 days worth of different things coming down, people getting fired, just weirdness. No, it turns out that the league, so basically the 49ers player compensation numbers did not add up to what they turned into the league.
Okay.
The NFL determined that this wasn't done maliciously. The 49ers would have been under the cap even without the error. So the punishment is they moved from the 131st pick to the 135th pick.
Ooh, sick
in the draft.
burn.
So right. So they're one of their 4th round picks moved back to the end of the 4th round. And they lose a 5th round pick in next year's draft. They lose their own 5th.
Okay.
So kind of a weird thing, but not something that is, I think, going to be a huge story where the 49ers are trying to circumvent the cap by fudging numbers or something like that.
No, you just
which is
move
what
on.
I was very concerned about at first.
Yeah, this has become like a huge deal in European soccer where the fair play rules have come in and teams have fudged their accounting for years, and they're getting hit with not only like $15 million fines, but also they're pulling away like 10 points off or more off the board from their standings.
Yeah.
And so dropping
That's
teams that
wild.
you could get relegated because you fudged the number. Yeah. So
and getting relegated, it costs millions of dollars.
Oh, tens of millions of dollars.
Just so much money.
Yeah. And like half your players are like, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore because we're not in the main league.
Yeah.
I need to leave now. And then it hits you even in a different way. And like getting back to the standard EPL was not good.
I think relegation is the move in American sports, by the way. You want to curb tanking?
Oh,
you want to
yeah.
do that? Let's relegate some folks.
Especially soccer needs to do it, like, because Like the Sac Republic would have earned their way into the MLS.
Yeah.
Like 5 times.
Like a long time ago.
Yeah. They would have been a team that like, oh, look, you're an MLS team now.
Mm-hmm.
But because soccer can be, it hasn't fully taken hold in the U.S., you worry that, if you took a team from, San Antonio and relegated them, then nobody would care and show up anymore. And you'd be like, oh, now that league, that team
disbanded.
Just died. Yeah, so that's a problem. I think
relegation means you don't exist anymore.
Exactly. Wait until 2026 when the World Cup is here. Yeah. And I think we'll see soccer take off. But I also feel like, hey, in the NBA, their relegation, Major League Baseball, I mean, the A's would have been relegated a long time ago.
Boy.
Yeah. Like, I think it would force owners to pay.
Hey, by the way, you want a little free money this year if you're into the gambling thing?
Okay.
I haven't checked BetQL, which is an Odyssey company. Mm-hmm. Check out the BetQL app. But I would hammer the over on A's wins.
Oh.
I think the number's like 56.
Oh.
56 and a half. I don't think they're going to be that bad. They're going to stink. I don't think they're going to be that bad.
I don't know.
62? They win 62 games? 60 games?
There's not going to be.
And you're hitting the over?
There. No one is going to show up.
You give me 60 and 102 and I'm hitting the over? I'm taking it. Anyways. Also, tomorrow, we're going to do a little more NFL. 11:15 tomorrow. So this time tomorrow. Faraz Siddiqui, our fantasy football expert, he is going to join us just to talk about all the offseason movement, what it means for fantasy. That's coming up tomorrow at 11:15. All right, let's dive back into the Kings. We've got another Jiffy Lube gift certificate to give away. We will do that next. We will talk about Malik Monk. We've got some scoreboard watching, tons to get into right here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
Clear. Yahoo Faraz. The return of Faraz. I can't wait to have Faraz Siddiqui on. You guys are the best. You're cracking us up. Dr. David Yahoo. That Yahoo Castaneda. You guys are this is spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Oh, Zabo, you won a Jiffy Lube gift card.
Oh, yeah.
Gift certificate. Excuse us. Oh, Norm. What's
Classic
this Yahoo?
Norm.
Come on, Norm.
You guys are funny.
You're more Cliffy than Norm, I gotta be honest. Norm would have known.
I'm not forgetting that I'm top of the segment. I'm doing the fast break player of the game.
All right, I will hold you to it. If you don't, I just will bust in. It's like, Kyle, it's time. It's time. Thoughts on Davion's recent struggles? I don't know that Davion is really struggling as much as he just hasn't been getting.
Dude, here can I keep it a stack? He had a really nice couple of weeks, and he's regressing to the mean. Every three he put up was going in. That was not sustainable. And now his threes aren't going in, and so his games look worse. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would also, yeah. I mean, first of all, he's riding 6 straight games without double figure scoring. And over this stretch, I would like to see his shooting number. Hey, look, I'm going to point out the other thing too. This kind of weird, and people don't want to talk about.
Sorry, Jeff.
First of all, Davion, -2, +5, +12, +3, -7 in the loss to the Knicks, in a 9-point loss, and a +11 yesterday. Yeah, over his last 6 games, he's averaging 4.3 points, 1.3 assists, 22.2% from 3, but only on 3 attempts per game. When you watch somebody else like go in there and just play and do what you do, but somehow do it better when you're supposed to be the defensive minded guy, and he's a two-way guy that earned his way. He's an undrafted guy, not a number 9 pick in the draft. I think there is a little bit of just like deflation. And I would assume like that's tough. Everyone in Sacramento is talking about one player right now. Well, maybe 2. Maybe Malik Monk and Keon Ellis. And that's just tough. So I think there's a little bit of that. Norm, your name is literally Norm. I appreciate that you love the Cheers reference. Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Security Yahoo.
I can't deal with this.
Oh, man.
Well, see, Ramsey, this is the problem. The NBA treats its superstars like superstars. And so if you breathe on Jake LaRavia, you're going to get a foul call.
I mean, it's Jake LaRavia and Austin Reeves. Like, that's 1A and 1B in the league right now.
Yahoo Polls has got a
that's a rumor.
He's got a breaking rumor.
That's a breaking rumor there. Yahoo Polls.
Hey, if you don't typically, if for whatever reason, which would be nuts, but if for whatever reason you don't typically stick around for D'Lo and Casey, I would do so today.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, can I? Oh. Yes.
Oh, look at that. 4-time NBA All-Star DeMarcus Cousins has signed a 1.5-month deal to return to play in Taiwan. That is from Mark Stein. Boogie.
I wanted to play.
It's amazing.
IT's playing tonight, right, for the Suns?
Well, whether he plays or not, I don't know. They play the first game?
They play and he's on the team.
Yeah.
Good for him.
It's amazing. I hope they sign him.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm not going to forget. You can't make me.
Do it now.
I have a second Jiffy Lube gift certificate to give away. And a second entry to win a Sacramento Kings jersey that will be given away at the end of this month. We have 2 more jerseys to give away, one at the end of this month, one at the end of the regular season in mid-April. So, if you missed it earlier, our first Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game, or the keyword, was Kentucky. Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, that Kentucky connection was very real last night. First keyword was Kentucky. The second keyword is 50. 50. The big 50. In honor of Domantas Sabonis reaching 50 consecutive double-doubles. A pretty incredible feat. So 50. You can spell it out. You can type in 50. I'm not sure which one will work, but just do that. And then remember, you can also enter Kentucky at ESPN1320.com. The contest page is front and center. You can't miss it. You click on that. You enter those keywords, Kentucky, enter keyword 50, and you will be entered twice to win a Jiffy Lube gift certificate and be entered to win a Kings jersey as well. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Jiffy Lube, by the way. They are so appreciative.
Yeah, they are amazing.
Appreciated.
Yeah, appreciated. Yeah. There it is.
They sponsor the show. They got my car serviced. I was a little afraid that when I went in there, because I had never been to a Jiffy Lube. I thought they were like brakes. Brakes, change your oil, get you out of there. But no, man, it was full service. Oh. Everything my car needed. Wow. They were like, here's what we did, here's what we fixed, here's how your oil used to look, here's how it looks now.
They fix your tape deck?
No dice on the tape deck.
CD player.
What, man?
I
fixed the zipper, by the way, on my CD binder.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was big time for me. That was a big time pull for me. If you missed it, I drive a 2012 Honda Civic that still has a CD player, and my phone now outdates my car technology. So when I plug in my USB-C cord into my car, because I have a USB to USB-C cord, when I plug that into my car's like, don't got it.
Have you tried just the adapter? Just like the USB-C to like USB.
Oh,
adapter?
like it clips onto the USB.
It just plugs into the end. Like
Yeah. I have not tried that, but that's a good idea.
Okay.
Although part of me likes the nostalgia of whipping out the CD binder.
Okay. You're into it.
Got it in the passenger seat while I'm flipping through blind. It's like a shuffle because I'm not going to look over and pay attention to what CD I'm getting.
Yeah, you'll drive into the river or something.
Right. So
I just,
and you know me, I'm on 160 all day.
That's wild.
So I just reach over. It's like shuffle. I'm like, oh, Jamie Johnson, let's go. Oh, Blackpink, let's go.
All right.
What else? I got a lot of Eminem in there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, your boy just really angsty teenager.
Oh.
really connected with the of it all.
Okay. I love it.
I have a let's scoreboard watch. I want to talk about Malik Monk. Let's scoreboard watch.
Okay.
The Sacramento Kings now 1 up in the loss column on both the Mavericks and the Suns. We talked about, okay, you got to start gaining a little separation. This is how it starts. You just find a way to win.
One game at a time.
Memphis Grizzlies. Neither the Suns nor the Mavs in action last night, but the Timberwolves did beat the Jazz 114-104. Minnesota still a half game back at first place. Good for them. That Anthony Edwards dunk on John Collins.
Filthy, Kyle.
Was so nasty.
Filthy.
And it's why I don't want to be fun police guy. Have fun, enjoy the sport, enjoy the game. It's awesome.
Okay.
But when a player is standing next to the basket and somebody dunks, and it's like, oh, he put him on a poster. No, he didn't. He didn't. That player was in the vicinity. They were not trying. That last night, Anthony Edwards on John Collins.
Yeah. That's
a poster, bro.
Yeah, it was very much Vince Carter over, what's his name? Weiss.
Frederick Weiss, I believe is his name.
Yeah, it was very much, it was like nasty. And John Collins went out of the game with a concussion. Anthony Edwards had to go out of the game because he threw the ball so hard through the rim with his right hand that it came through the rim and hit the back of his left hand and injured him, and he had to leave the game. That's how hard he dunked. It was so nasty, and poor John Collins is out there, just getting absolutely crushed. But good for John Collins for going up. He's
Dude,
like, all right, I'm game.
That's what Victor Wembanyama talked about that when Trace Jackson Davis got him last week. It's like, yeah, I'm going to get got, and I'm going to get some guys, and that's how it's going to go.
That's the rules.
Yep.
Yeah.
But when you get got, it's going to be on SportsCenter.
Yep.
And that Anthony Edwards dunk last night was so sick. And but also miss me with if you throw it through the hoop, does it count as a dunk? Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
It does. From that proximity, yes.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you compare his dunk to like Malik Monk had some spectacular dunks last night. That dunk, because it went through someone, was just that much better. I mean, just not that. I mean, Malik had some excellent dunks, but that dunk is like it's a dunk of the year right now.
Yeah, 1,000%.
In the NBA.
Yeah, 1,000%. Again, all due respect, Malik Monk is maybe the best in-game dunker in the league right now.
Yeah.
But as far as just dunking on somebody, just bodying somebody, we may not see a better one than that all season. The Warriors lost to the Knicks last night, 119-112. Two things on this. One, Lakers-Warriors is going to be the saddest 9-10 matchup of all time. It's going to get billed as this like, it's like, nah, dude, this is Mermaid Man v Barnacle Boy, bro. This is not it.
That is a spectacular reference.
Thanks.
Yes.
I saw this on 95.7 The Game's Twitter. Matt Steinmetz, who's the midday host down there at our sister station in San Francisco, said this, and I think he hit the nail on the head, and this is where the Warriors are at. He's like, the Warriors lost to the Knicks last night because they're old. They have no players in their prime. It's like, man, that's kind of what it is. Is running out of gas down the stretch. That's what happens.
Eesh.
We'll see if they can pull it together, but I'm not super optimistic. Last thing, you're going to be shocked to hear this.
Okay.
The Lakers beat the Hawks 136-105. Anthony Davis, 22 points, 15 boards, 6 assists. What a player.
Did he do all that with
What
an
a
eye
player.
patch on?
No.
I want to
TBD.
see him play with an eye patch. Just like
Just to really send a message.
Yeah.
LeBron would do it.
yeah. He would. I think he would do it.
Either that or he'd tell everybody he was seeing 3 rims.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
3 rims, so I shot at the middle one.
Oh, yeah, that would be quality. He would also practice that in the mirror beforehand.
1,000%.
Yeah.
He'd make sure it was like a branded eye patch too.
Yeah. I think
That's what happened around the league last night.
if AD wore an eye patch, it might look like if you mix in his eyebrow, his one eyebrow,
Right.
it might look like the Oklahoma Panhandle, like just like go across the stop. Like, are you wearing a musical note on your face?
Just
like
Boomer Sooner every time Anthony Davis hits the court. Yeah, Anthony Davis dominates a game that he doesn't play against Domantas Sabonis. Shocking. Truly shocking to your boy. All right, that's what happened around the league. Let's talk about Malik Monk. Had a huge night last night. What does that mean for his future in Sacramento? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320. Oh.
Oh. Some good stuff going on over here.
Can I change your name? Oh, yeah, I can.
I survived the first round of the playoffs in fantasy basketball. I'm in the second round. See how this thing goes.
Beer Leopards is such a fire name for a basketball team.
The Beer Leopards?
Yeah.
Is that who DeMarcus Cousins signed with? DeMarcus
Beer
Cousins?
Leopards.
Oh, the Beer Leopards.
One of my prized possessions is my Jack Cooley jersey from when he played in Greece.
Wait,
the Greek team he played for?
Yeah.
I have a Jack Cooley jersey of that team.
Did he send it to you?
Mhm.
Is it a game used?
No.
Oh.
Well, I wanted to buy one online, and I was like, hey, dog, I can't read Greek.
I forgot.
Help me.
Well, yeah. Plus, you don't want to put your bank number into anything in the Greek banking system. No, not secure. I always forget that you have a weird Jack Cooley relationship.
It's not weird. Jack's just the homie, dog.
I know.
Why
don't we have him on the show?
We can.
Just because.
It needs to be when he is stateside, because the time in Japan during our show is like 1 a.m.
Oh, okay. Him and his wife came on.
Yeah, it's 3:30 in the morning right now.
Oh, okay. Him and his wife came on the King's Beat podcast.
Oh yeah.
Like together, like sitting on their couch.
That tracks. He's a wife guy. Big wife guy.
Oh, he's spectacular.
Yeah, we'll get him on the show. I don't want to promise that because he might be like, no. But I'm very confident.
I mean, you went to his wedding.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
He bought you a Greek jersey.
We might dork out about Harry Potter for a bit. If
that's fine.
Okay.
I can hang with Harry Potter.
Great.
Yeah.
Good dude. Good human. Had a fun wedding too.
I can imagine him having a fun wedding.
They when we walked down from where, because the what's the thing called before the reception, the cocktail hour? It was like upstairs at the venue where the reception was. And then as we walked down the stairs, these fancy ass stairs, Be Our Guest from Beauty and the Beast was playing. Really good.
Oh, yeah.
Really good. 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 Really good.
Hmm.
Man, the chat. Look, I love the chatty house every single day. Except for when that one punk ass dude is in it. What's that guy's name? John Bull. But
John Bull.
But today it's just been.
Yeah.
This is
the Yahoo connection.
I had to stop. Reading the chat during the show because it became very apparent that they're not listening to us. They're just having a good time by themselves, and then I want to go have a good time instead. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Johnny G Yahoo in the chat. There's a show going on? No, there's actually not. We are here just to watch the chatty house roll. And if you're not in the chatty house right now, I highly recommend you get over there. ESPN or youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Just incredible stuff happening. And if you're not in on the bit, ask.
It's good stuff.
Find out what's going on, and then get in there. Get yourself a cup of coffee and pop in. All right. D-Lo and KC coming up in about 25 minutes. Appreciate everybody watching along on YouTube and Twitch, listening on the free Odyssey app, and of course listening on the radio at ESPN 1320 AM, or maybe you're listening traditionally at ESPN1320.com.
Yeah.
We're just pulled up on the website.
All right.
That's how I'd listen when I was home, unemployed.
In Greenland?
In Greenland?
Unemployed in Greenland? You don't know this? The Princess Bride?
Oh, I've seen The Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Just not enough to get the reference. Sorry, man.
He tells you he's going to send him back where he came from, unemployed in Greenland.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I might as well live in Greenland. The Giants signed Blake Snell, reigning NL Cy Young winner, to a 2-year, $62 million contract. They have a second year. He has an opt-out in that second year. Good signing by the Giants. Get the reigning NL Cy Young winner for $31 million a year. It's a short-term deal. So if it goes off the rails, okay, they have to pay him next year because he wouldn't opt out, but it's limiting that potential risk.
Yep.
And now they have Blake Snell atop their rotation with Logan Webb. And that's a really, really good one, too. Robbie Ray is going to come back at some point.
Did you see the way that they built that, though? It's something like he makes $12 million this year, but in January has a $14 million signing bonus next year. So in order for him to get all of his monies, he has to basically play the 2 years, or he's playing for a really, really low dollar.
Yeah. Well, if he wins the Cy Young again, he can go get paid. Probably long term.
I don't get this 1 year and out thing that we keep seeing again and again and again. I'm just confused by it.
I don't know enough about the workings of baseball contracts, but it feels like there's no in between. You either get 1 or 2 years or 14 years. And I don't know.
Yeah.
So good on the Giants, though. They're gonna have a really good rotation. They're gonna get a lot of guys out.
Yep.
They look more and more like a 3 true outcomes team every single day. And I know that Farhan Zaidi is fired up for that. All right. Malik Monk. He was I think he's had better games than he had last night, but I don't think he's ever had a stretch more impactful than he had in the fourth quarter and overtime yesterday.
Yeah, what he was able to do in the fourth quarter, and specifically the overtime session, what he scored 12 of the he doubled
The Kings scored 16 in OT, which is a lot.
Yeah.
Just by itself. He had 12 of them.
Okay, so he doubled what the opposition scored.
Yes.
In overtime.
Yes. Memphis scored 15 points in the entire second quarter. And Malik Monk had 12 in 4 minutes and 47 seconds of overtime, or whatever he played. He played all 5 minutes. He played all 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, he played all 5.
In 5 minutes of... Who played... Oh, Sabonis played 4:37. Yeah, he was fourth quarter, 3 for 5, a couple of rebounds, 6 points, and then comes back with 12 in OT in 5 minutes of overtime.
Yeah, he was...
Man.
Well, and what I love, Kyle, is that Fox brought the ball up, Sabonis set the screens, and they fed Monk. And they allowed each other to, like, take turns, and they allowed... Monk scored, don't get me wrong, but his two teammates that were standing, that are the all-stars of the team, they said, yeah, you go do this. We're not going to get in the way. We're not going to do me ball. We're going to allow you because you have the matchup and you're the one who's rolling, and let's go.
Yeah.
And I thought it was brilliant.
No, it's great. And I like that they are empowered to do that in those spots. And it's not, okay, get into the offense. See if we're going to run a dribble handoff for Harrison Barnes. Let's see what happens here. Like, no, man. Malik's cooking. Go do it.
Yeah, go do your thing,
Aaron's
man.
cooking. Go do it.
Yeah.
And last night, just specifically about those two, we can talk about the inconsistency with the Kings. We can talk about what they need on the wings, what they need for the future. What does this look like next year? That conversation can all happen. This year, it's going to come down to those two players. It's going to come down to De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. Like, that's it. That is, Domas is great, and Keegan is a good player, and Harrison Barnes contributed, and Trey Lyles and this and that. I understand that, but in a playoff game, I don't know if there's a duo in the NBA that I trust more to come up with winning plays than De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk.
Yeah, they're really, really incredible because they're players who are playing in a system, but they're system breakers. And so what they're able to provide is they can play within the system.
Yes.
But then they can also freelance outside the system and do incredibly exciting things. So I think that there are other playmakers in the league, like Luka and Kyrie. Like, you got two crazy playmakers, right? But for me, like, from the guard position, they just attack, and they attack at so many different angles and with so much speed and quickness and athleticism. They are a joy to watch on a nightly basis, and especially the camaraderie between them. And I think I'll keep saying this. I agree with you. Like, the Kings are going to go as far as Fox and Monk take them, right? But I also want to make sure that everyone understands when we're saying that we're not being disrespectful to Sabonis. I think the fact that the Kings are a playoff caliber team is because Sabonis brings a level of professionalism and a level of consistency that allows the team to be a playoff team.
Yes.
What they do in the playoffs will be dictated by two guys that can take the team to different heights. And I mean, you got to find a way to keep him. You have to. I don't know, like, whatever it's going to take, you got to find a way to keep him. And, that's where the Kings are going to have to go into this offseason, and they're going to have to get a little crazy but they've got to figure out a way.
I'm really fascinated to see what his market looks like. Because there's no way I don't think teams are looking at him going, oh, hey, maybe we could pay him to be our sixth man. What he's done distributing this year, what he's done for the Kings culture this year in crunch time, every big spot, like what he's done, dunking the basketball, like he would be an immediate fan favorite. And I think there are going to be a lot of teams this offseason looking and going, hey, that guy could level up our starting lineup immediately.
It's possible, but I also think, like, we heard Monk talk about it after the game last night, just how much Mike has put faith in him, how Monty and Wes put faith in him, and how it's created a place for him to excel as a basketball player. Like, that does matter. Like, and the fact that De'Aaron Fox is here, it does matter. But you also know that he's not going to get paid like Fox. There's no way for the Kings to do that.
Right.
And the most that they can pay him this year is like $17.4 million, and then an additional, like you can do like a 2-year deal where the next year he would make, I don't know, 18.8 or something. It would be something like, and then you could have an opt out, and then you could sign him to a long-term deal. And whether he's willing to wait is a question, because what you can't do is, like, if you pay him using the early bird exception, bird exception is a minimum of 2 years, and 2 years without an opt out. So the other thing he could do is he could just take a pay raise from the Kings, stay on under like a standard pay raise that the Kings can give him, but it would be a much lower level contract. And then he could, once he has his 3rd year with the Kings, they could give him a deal that uses the full Larry Bird clause, which allows him to sign him to any contract for his years of service,
right?
Without regards to the salary cap. They can circumvent the cap to do it,
right?
And so that's where, like, you're stuck if you're the Kings, and part of this is on Monk and his people, and part of it's on the Kings for only doing a 3-year deal. I mean, a 2-year deal initially. If the Kings would have done a 3-year deal with the final year being an option as his mid-level exception, they could have gone back in this summer and renegotiated that 1 year and gone up. They can't do that. They can't do that now.
Okay.
So it's a bummer, just the way the contract. And like, if you're the Kings, you're being safe. Like, Malik Monk hadn't proven.
No,
he had a solid year with the Lakers and had started plenty of games, but he hadn't had a year. Like, he hadn't had a blow up year.
Malik Monk, to me, when he came to the Kings, was in the category of player, like, okay, nice player, but I mean, are you winning anything? If he's has a substantial role on your team, I was that's where he was, and that's not to disparage him. That's just, when you talk about that contract he initially signed, that's the lens that you have to kind of view it through.
Yeah, I mean, he's Kyle. If he were to remain with the Kings, if he's going to sign a monster deal, like some sort of deal to stay here long term, I do believe he will end up being the best free agent signing in the history of the Sacramento Kings. To date, it's Vlade. Like, Vlade is still the best free agent signing the Kings have ever made. I think Malik Monk has an ability to surpass that if he stays, but I'm not giving you that for 2 years. Like, 2 years of service, and he's been really good. He was really good last year, averaged 13.5 points. This year he's just taken it to another level. He's almost to 16 points a game, and like, it's impressive. It's fun to see. He's a great spirit to have around your club.
Yeah.
He's a great guy to have in the locker room. He may have told me last night to F off like 4 times.
That tracks.
But it's just like, to me, he's just fun, and that
sounds so fun.
His personality. No, it is. It's just
I know.
He's just messing with everybody and having a good time, and he lightens the mood. And then he gives you great stuff. Like, when you interview him, he really does give you great stuff. I was asking him one day where he was going to go golfing, and he was like, "What, are you going to, like, scope it out?" And like, no, I used to golf all the time. Like, I'm just wondering where you're golfing. Yeah. Oh, and he's like, "Oh, okay." And so we started having a discussion about golf.
I'm going to scope it out. I'm going to come stalk you.
I'm going to stalk you on the golf course. Goal. I literally am in your locker room every single game, like, with you. You're here, I'm here. Yeah. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Hey, Damian Barling's here.
Damian Barling in the building.
Have you guys seen the Chatty House?
Have just unleashed hell on Sacramento radio. Damian Barling here for the handoff.
Some of our loyal ones are having fun. I like it.
They're having a great time.
I like it.
It just every time I look down, like, I wonder what people think about what we're talking about. Nope. Got nothing today.
I have a lot I can say on that. It's just probably not even worth it. Just know that we love y'all, man. We appreciate y'all, because I did catch up on what went on around the dial. Late last night.
Oh, I did not.
I didn't either.
It's
I can't wait till the show's over. How many minutes we got left?
It's all good. I love Drakes, man. I love Whitey. Those are good guys.
Yes.
They don't know that their guest joined them and just lied straight to his face, straight to their face. That's all good.
Oof.
I'll say this just clearly and emphatically. Amina's a bitch. She's always going to be a bitch, and that's just what he is. He's trash.
Oh,
he's absolute trash.
Wow.
Anything else?
No, but my mic is on, and I need to fix that, so that'll make it sound a little better. Sorry, Chatty House. We good. What's up, man?
Chilling,
bro. Baby. Let's
go.
That's
a good. I told James this. The Kings I've reached a point with the Kings this year where if that game happened in December or January, even I'll give you February, I'd be sitting here today going, what is the big deal? Why is everybody so happy about this? That was an 8-man Memphis team playing two dudes I've never heard of, and you went to overtime.
Yeah.
But you have been saying this since December, and James has been saying this, and this is what they are this year. They figured out a way to win a game. I think they lose that game 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I maybe they do. I think it's what we were talking about yesterday, James. Memphis is a physical basketball team, and I don't know what's going on with NBA officiating. There's rumors of meetings. I don't even think these are rumors. I think they're just flat out reports about the way that they are going to officiate the rest of the year, and they've got to curb the offense a little bit. Like these last two Kings games have been just insane. Like, and my stance last night is the same as it was following the Knicks game. If you're going to officiate it a certain way for both teams, then that's just the nature of the game.
Yep.
But man, the stuff that is happening on the floor out there is crazy. So the fact that, the Kings, I do think, struggle with physical basketball teams, and the fact that they're going through this with New York and Memphis. And truthfully, I'm really worried about tomorrow's game because I think they're going to go through it with Toronto.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that they're taking these punches, and last night, I think they responded well against New York. They didn't win, that's okay, but I think they responded well against New York. They responded even better against Memphis. They're going to have to respond again tomorrow. But I like that they're being challenged at this time of the year. I like that they're being pushed around a little bit and being forced to push back. And it wasn't, what I wanted. There were so many just bad mistakes by them yesterday. It was just kind of like something you chalk up like a bad day at the office, and they won. They turned to Malik in overtime, or maybe they didn't turn to Malik and Malik just said, we're not losing.
Malik turned to Malik.
Yeah, Malik turned to Malik and just was flawless in the final 5 minutes of that game. And I'm not going to look down on that, man. They need to win, and they did. Yep. And now you've got, I'm looking at the Mavericks schedule leading into the next, the tough part is I hate this game against Toronto coming up, but they have to find a way to win that because Dallas doesn't have a tough game coming up. Phoenix doesn't have a tough game coming up, and it's every game. It's like, we've got to match them against each other. You know what I mean? Until you get to those matchups with Dallas, until you get to that final matchup with Phoenix, you hope maybe Phoenix falls off a little bit by then, but I don't think any of these teams are falling off. They're just going to have to keep finding ways to win games.
Yep.
Yeah, what I would say about the physicality and the way the games are being officiated, in all honesty, I don't think that the Kings are getting jobbed. I think it's been equally bad both ways, but the physicality is outlandish.
It's incredible.
I was watching, Marcus Smart got tossed, right? I didn't disagree with what I thought. The Kings were matching physicality and were throwing the Grizzlies around, but
the way you phrase that is perfect. They were matching physicality.
Yes,
they weren't overly physical compared to what they were doing. The exact same thing the Grizzlies were.
Yeah, but then I also looked at the way that Kevin Huerter was injured, and it was the beginning of the game, but there was something going on in the first minute of the game between him and Desmond Bane, and then Kevin gets whacked.
Yeah,
and I don't know that would have happened 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago when the game was being officiated differently. I don't know that it feels like we're escalating.
No, it absolutely does.
And what we're going to have is we're going to have somebody, number one, get hurt, but number two, we're going to start having fights because that's where the game is heading right now. It's like, holy cow, you're going to allow that? I mean, go back and look at Huerter travels. He has the ball in one of the first possessions. And Bane came up and just smacked his arms and the ball out of his hands. Then they go on the other end, and Bane doesn't like the way the Huerter's defending him, and he chucks him. And you're like, okay, what's going on? Then we have the fast break, and he gets clubbed. And I don't. it feels like a natural escalation. If that would have happened in the third or fourth quarter, there would have been a huge fight in that game because that's where the tension of the game was. But because it happens in the beginning, it was like someone was trying to send a message. Oh, we're gonna push you around. Like, all right, you're gonna push him around, but how bad did you hurt the dude? We don't know yet, but how bad did you hurt him?
I can't tell you how confused I was because I was coming home from the KSFM show
Mm-hmm.
and I get James's, okay, game time in Sacramento. Like I'm getting out of the car and I'm grabbing my stuff and James again, Kevin Huerter's down. Wait, how is that possible? Like, how is that possible?
Trip and fall going on the court?
Yeah, did he step on Keegan's ankle again? I was so confused. Yeah. And so I go in, flip on the TV, and it's in that commercial break, and I rewind and I see that, and I'm like, I guess this was the conventional thought until the TV crew read the statement from Sacramento. I thought he might have broke his hand. The way he was holding
wrist supporting his shoulder.
Yeah. But I guess it's a similar, he's protecting his shoulder. He has his shoulder tucked in because he doesn't want to move it. But I was just so confused how we went from game time in Sacramento to Kevin Huerter's down in a span of me trying to get out of the car and get in and see the game.
A minute 51.
Crazy.
That's what he played. And
crazy.
Yeah, just absolutely crazy how that worked out. Yeah. Good for Alex Lim for stepping in and
good for all of them. Like they all, like Keon did a fantastic job. I thought Huerter did a really good job, and Mike certainly has his. Because I'm of the belief they need Kevin Huerter, and if he's not here, guys are gonna have to step up.
Kevin Huerter, no Trey Lyles.
That's tough.
That's a thin bench down the stretch here. But like you said, they've stepped up last night. They just got to keep doing it.
But if Sasha's close to returning, I think that helps.
Yeah, I do too.
All right, what do you guys got coming up?
A lot more Kings talk for sure. It's Trysta Tuesdays. Jason Jones will be with us in the final hour of the show, man. We're gonna have a good time today for sure.
All right, that's it. D'Lo and KC coming up next, rocking with you until 4. James and I will be back tomorrow. We've been the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. Boom. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Crazy people. Did you see
Oh, man. What's up, guys and girls? Gonna light the beam today. I can't lie. That meeting low-key pissed me off.
Wow.
We got fucking anniversary parties and birthday parties and all right, motherfucker.
When are we gonna start acting like YouTube exists too?
No,
Like that ass.
I'm gonna start. Boy, this shit is about to get dark.
Hey.
Hey,
we know.
Yeah, I
Those
saw that.
not-
Happy
We're in the
anniversary.
same damn place.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Hey, look, hey.
I see you,
and
bitches.
if
It's
it
fine.
don't count, give us the goddamn money.
Yeah.
If you don't care about it, quit.
Mhm.
We'll monetize it.
Nah, I'm gonna
Give us the money, goddamn
every
it. We ain't getting it nowhere else.
yeah.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yeah, word of warning, we on one today. Yeah, we on one today. We feeling some type of way on this Tuesday. But that ain't gonna change the fact the Sacramento Kings win, and you know we like the beam after victory.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See now.
Coming down the lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam.
Hey,
Denzel
hey,
George. That's our man, Young Zell, right there. One more time with the air horns. Shout out
Yeah,
to the
man.
Brody Young Zell, man. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, March 19th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Somebody let these people around here know that. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
I said,
Acknowledge me.
hey, all y'all out there in the cafeteria.
Acknowledge me.
Well, I get flustered when we don't get recognition, dude. I swear to God. We got birthday parties, anniversary. Y'all just out there selling nothing.
Nothing.
Meanwhile, we got an entire chatty house that changes their screen name because of a goofball on another radio station yesterday.
That's all right.
Man.
That's all right. Like,
Hey,
I was about to say some
Boy.
family business. I ain't gonna say it, but that's all right. All right.
They're going to
All right.
learn.
All
They're
right.
going to learn. Oh, they're going to learn. I swear to
I was
God.
about to talk some family business real quick, but I ain't gonna talk no family business right now.
I-
Only family business I'm talking about is my boys down there at Doco at the Golden One Center, doing what they do. I will tell you right now, I've been saying it for I don't know how long. Well, I do know how long, for about 2 weeks since the All-Star break, 3 weeks, whatever. I don't care how they win.
Yeah.
I just need W's.
Just get 'em.
And that's, hey, oh, happy day. That's how I felt last night.
Hell
I felt
yeah.
great.
Well, I did too. A little worried, but I felt.
Oh, no. When they went down 2 with like 33 seconds ago, I said, I can't believe this is about to
when
happen.
Domas just handed the ball back to the Grizzlies, I was like, oh, that's
They fouled him.
hey, I need to check his phone. He on DraftKings or whatever these apps are, man. What are you doing out
And
there?
then Keegan Elo, who
Oh.
doesn't miss free throws, misses 2. I said,
He missed 3 in a row. The old Drapes. Oh, he's 33 in a row. That's the second. Well, it was. That man missed the
And then-
second. He
and
missed
then
the
Drapes-
second and 2 and then missed the next
Then
2.
Drapes, my boy. Don't get it twisted, everybody. Don't get it twisted. That's my boy.
Well,
But
Drapes had a tough day yesterday. he
well,
was getting
yeah,
lied to all
it's-
over his radio
It's
show.
all over the place. Drapes, my boy. But then Drapes goes, oh, no. I'm not taking responsibility for that one.
Your fault.
The hell you are,
It's
Drapes.
your fault, Drapes. That is your fault. Man stepped on Katie's foot yesterday. Katie was trying to give the ball back to the Grizzlies. Katie was snitching, trying to call a foul on Domantas Sabonis on an out of bounds play. Like, who are you with right now? Like, what are you doing? She's almost like, hey, official. Hey, Domantas pulled his jersey. Yeah, get him. Yeah, we got to keep clean game here.
Hey, boy, I was flustered last night in that fourth quarter, man. Everything that was going
tense.
on. I yelled at my son. I yelled at my wife. I was flustered.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was flustered.
You would have thought they didn't let you get Chipotle again, yelling at them.
Ask me if I got Chipotle last night.
I already know the answer.
No.
You get Chipotle? Yeah, I didn't think so.
I was flustered.
So.
Everybody was flustered in that fourth quarter.
Nah.
But thank God for De'Aaron Fox. Thank God for Domantas Sabonis. And thank God for zero.
Yeah, there it is.
Malik Monk.
There it is.
Bringing him home last night.
That fourth quarter performance, that overtime performance was one of the most spectacular stretches of Kings basketball I think we've ever seen. Like, he just was like, yeah, we're not losing.
No.
We are absolutely not losing this game.
No.
And for 5 minutes, it was the Malik Monk show. It was phenomenal.
He was that dude.
Absolutely incredible. It was the only part of the game I went back and watched the second time is what Malik did in that fourth quarter.
Hey.
I'm sorry, I keep saying that, in overtime.
Look here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have fun. We have fun around here. I'm not no hater. And when things, come around that are great, I don't care who you are, man. I'm gonna shout you out. I can't say his name, but our guy, the HBK, our old guy HBK.
Mhm.
Did you see his video?
I didn't.
He has a video at the end of regulation.
I miss HBK.
I do too. He has a video at the end of regulation, and he just keeps the camera rolling of them going to the bench and talking, and Malik is holding court. Malik is holding court. And to know how he played in that overtime, to know how that ended up, and to see that video, come on, dog. Come on. Hey, get the billboards up. Damian will mow his lawn.
I will.
Whatever we need. He can't leave. I hate to talk about that today because it was such a win. But just if you get a chance, like I said, I ain't no hater. If you get a chance, go see that video. Go see Malik Monk. He's holding court going into that overtime. And then to know what he did in overtime, come on, man. Come on now. That's my man's in them right there.
Brendan, HBK is tremendous at catching these types of moments. I'm watching this video right now, and I see, Malik ain't even to the sideline yet before he talking. He's pulling everyone.
Better on the sideline. It gets better on the sideline.
Malik is pulling everyone to him like, hey. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff right here.
Come on.
That's good stuff right there.
That's my man right there.
That's good stuff right there.
That's my man right there.
Man, I love that. Absolutely love that. What a job by the Sacramento Kings with their starting two guard, Kevin Huerter, getting hurt in the first 2 minutes of the game. Less than 2 minutes of the game. We were barely back at the house before that injury took place. And obviously, we don't have the extent of the injury. I imagine we're going to find out.
Good.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on there.
The way he was,
there's a lot going on there.
That's probably a whole other conversation about the way that basketball was played last night, about the way these last couple of games have been played. Hopefully, Kevin Huerter's okay. It doesn't look like he was, though. Like, I don't imagine. Oh, it's all good. He'll be back tomorrow against Toronto. Man, that's really a stretch. But as soon as we have any information to pass along to you in regards to Kevin Huerter, we certainly will. Obviously, they play Toronto tomorrow. They play Washington on Thursday. We'll talk a lot about tomorrow's game as today progresses going in tomorrow, because I certainly have some concerns about it, especially based off what we've seen the last 2 days. You and I have been of the impression this team needs Kevin Huerter. To what degree? I don't know. I think losing him, if they lose him, I think it's a huge loss. Trey Lyles is out for a couple of more weeks. We hear Sasha may be ready to return. He could be back as soon as tomorrow based on some things we heard yesterday. But Keon Ellis stepped in and was absolutely stellar yesterday. Keon was tremendous. I thought Chris Huerter did a really, really good job when he got out there on the floor. Alex Len made the most of his minutes. But, I just see a little note in our rundown, and it wasn't. I didn't put it in there, boss.
Wow.
I didn't put that note in the rundown.
Hey man, let me take my shades off.
Oh yeah, now there's a magic word. There's a magic word here.
So you can look into my eyes. Look, when it comes to sports, when it comes to this show, when it comes to basketball, the word that Coffee Boy should never say again. When it comes to that, I don't always have to be first. I'm like what I tell some of these writers and reporters, you don't have to be first, just be right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and myself here, D-Lo and KC, we've given you enough to be verified and certified. We gave you Malik Monk. We gave you Shaden Sharp. We gave you Brock Purdy before anybody. You know what I mean? We gave you those. So we don't have to always be first.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I wasn't first with Keon Ellis. I wasn't first. I'm not going to sit up here and say I was. I needed to see more. I didn't see the light. Last night, I saw the light. I saw the light. I had an epiphany with Keon Ellis.
Oh, my.
I'm not we can have discussions about starters or whatever. I always thought he was good, but I didn't see him the way other people saw him for a long time. I'm not going to lie. Last night, when he was defending Desmond Bane, and he put Desmond Bane in hell, last night. 5 blocks on the night. One of the best plays of the season, jump started by him when he pinned that ball up against the backboard. When Desmond Bane thought he was going to the cup. He said, give me that. Late in the game, Desmond Bane, I'm going to just pull up 3. Keon says, no, the hell you will not. Give me that. Keon Ellis. Ellis Island is real, first of all. Our Ellis Island is real, first of all.
Yeah, facts.
Keon Ellis has an opportunity to be, I'm saying this with my chest. I'm saying this with my chest.
Okay.
He has the opportunity to be an all defensive player in this league. I believe that. And the Kings got him. The Kings got him. The Kings got a potential all defensive team caliber player on this squad. He was talking to James Ham after the game last night, and he said something that perked my ears up.
Yeah.
Asked him about, I think it was the Bane block. He's like, you showed a little emotion or whatever, And he goes, I don't know. I don't know what happened, man. I just love playing defense. What'd you say, Keon?
He did.
He said, I don't know, man. I just love playing defense. Let's go. Ellis Island is real. The Kings got one. I've seen it. I'm a believer. I'm delivered.
I have a thought on that. It's an unfortunate thought, and I kind of feel bad about it. I'm going to outline it in a sensitive way, or at least attempt to, because I have a ton of respect for those individuals on the basketball floor, and I have a ton of respect for Kevin Huerter. But I have some thoughts on what you just said. We'll talk about it. We're so happy that you're here with us. Chatty House, we're so grateful for y'all, man.
Shout out to all you yahoos out there.
We're going to have a great day today talking Sacramento Kings basketball. Trysta Krick will be with us at 2. Jason Jones will be with us coming up at about 3:15, 3:20 or so. And we're happy that you're here with us today on the Odyssey app, on TuneIn, on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2 on YouTube, Twitch, and of course on Twitter, and right here with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, goodness, a neck procedure.
Who's that?
Chase. Sideline him into training camp. He's undergoing a neck procedure.
Chase
Young.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, sorry.
Damn.
Yeah.
Make sure the ink is dry on that contract.
Well, he signed the deal.
Yeah.
I gotta imagine they knew.
Yo, I'm signing this deal. I'm happy to be a Saint.
By the way, Jesse got me a little pissed off talking about YouTube.
Well, I was a little pissed off talking about YouTube. You know me, I don't get mad.
What's up? The way they can make that right is just give us our money.
I mean, if we're only focusing on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram like the old ages, I guess.
If you don't care about it, just let us monetize it. Clearly, you don't care about it. Clearly, I don't know how many times we have to bring this up. Clearly, it's not on your radar. You don't know what you're doing with it, and you have no plans for it. So let us handle it. We'll take care of it. The 13th Yahoo.
This Yahoo thing's one of my favorite now.
Nah, that's incredible.
There was so much cap in that interview.
Oh my god!
Oh, dude, it was
so
bad.
much
It was so
cap.
bad.
Oh my god!
And look, we ain't
I
even
almost
talking
called
about the
Drapes
people.
while he was calling the game. Like, hey, you need to know.
That ain't even the people down south. It was that coffee.
Yeah.
It was that clown. There was so much cap in that interview. It was crazy. I have less respect for him and his basketball acumen and IQ than I already did, and it wasn't that high to begin with. But I sat there and I listened to him. This was the first time I listened to him in a long time. I was like, this goof doesn't know a goddamn thing about shit.
Oh,
This goof don't know nothing.
The thing is, too, you spent 30 minutes talking about everyone is your boy, I guess. Everyone is your guy. Everyone is your person. Always someone's guy, but never the guy.
what were they showing up there? Do you remember? Was it were they showing January? What were they showing up there for the social stuff? Do you remember?
I thought it was
it a quarter?
I thought it was a quarter, but somebody said the year, as in like 2023. But
2023.
I thought it was the quarter.
2023. So the engagements on which KSFM, which was through the roof, right?
Yes.
It was like 700,000.
Happened in like 4 months, if that's the case.
The ESPN's 1320 YouTube channel was 1.2 million. That's just in views. That's not impressions. That's just views.
Doesn't matter, though.
1.2
Doesn't matter because only focus on 3 things here.
Like I said, just give me the money. You know, we could have had that. We could have had that, and I would have been fine. Leave you guys alone.
Yeah, that's gonna be the last meeting that what we're doing isn't acknowledged. Y'all motherfuckers will acknowledge us. Bet.
Yeah, don't be proud of that.
Yes,
Matter
no.
of fact, don't say that out loud.
Yes. Get some interviews up.
Look at Will heard numbers and started salivating. Will's like, numbers?
Hey, is old boy, is he over there? Does he watch over there? Is he like still in the game? He's just over there. I don't know.
I don't even know what you was referring to.
Just the name though. Just come on, man.
Brian Pillman. The loose cannon out there.
Was it when Stone Cold came to the house?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's how he went out.
Oh, Stone Cold broke through the famous gun incident. The one time a gun made it to WWE television.
Yo, I was like, yo, Stu really broke into his house, yo. Did he shoot it? Is he gonna? Oh my gosh! Next week? Wait, what?
I thought the reaction to that was so ridiculous.
What was the reaction? I don't remember.
Oh, that like USA was upset. USA Network, they were upset. Like they had to issue an apology almost immediately. and it's like it's TV.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
Law
real.
and Order.
Like why? Like I just don't understand. Everyone is wrestling's fake. Yes, it's a television show.
Yeah.
What's the big deal with him pulling a gun? Oh, like if you're watching the Wire, or you're watching, I mean, it's USA at 9-10 o'clock. That's Law and Order SVU. That's whatever, whatever shows they air at that time. They're all grown up. What's the big deal? I thought the reaction.
The only
to that
thing I would
ridiculous.
say about that is those shows don't give the perception that it's real.
Sure. The
So I do
one
understand
the
that.
one thing and this can be debated forever, and we're not going to spend time on this, but wrestling still is marketed towards children. Whether Sable is going out there with handprints on her chest,
I
or
was a child.
Yep, I was an 18-year-old child. My impressionable eyes live down there at Fresno. I guarantee that event I went to in Fresno was the last time I ever bought nosebleed seats to a wrestling event. When Sable did that, I said, no more. I will splurge for lower level
Are
seats
you
moving
boys
forward.
ready for the grind?
Oh God. Oh, that was heel Sable.
Real quick, before we get back to the game, because I definitely want to hear what you got to say
Yeah.
about somebody. Somebody asked the question the other day. I think it was spawned by Power and Origins and all this other stuff. They said, what's the greatest spinoff of all time? And they brought up a great point. I didn't even think about it this way. Technically, SVU is a spinoff. Didn't even think about it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't there? So there's Law and Order. There's Law and Order SVU. Isn't there one more?
There's Criminal Intent.
Criminal Intent.
And I
That's
feel
the
like
one.
Criminal Intent was before SVU.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar because there was an original Law and Order, right? Yeah.
I didn't even think about it that way, but yeah, that might be the greatest spinoff of all time.
Could be. Yeah. So a show is so good that you like. There are shows that are related that like you forget about. Like, isn't Perfect Strangers is spun off of Family Matters? What is
Other
it?
way around. I think
Family Matters is spun off of
I
Perfect
think Carl
Strangers.
and them were on Perfect Strangers.
Okay.
And then they end up getting their own.
Got
show.
you. Yeah, there's some weird connections
Yeah,
between
yeah.
shows out there somewhere.
There's 7 Law and Order shows in total, by the way.
7?
7.
Sounds about right.
We
They
got-
didn't added some in recent
Yeah,
years.
you got Law and Order, then there's SVU, Criminal Intent,
Yeah.
Trial by Jury, LA,
What?
True
Yeah,
Crime,
LA.
and Organized Crime.
Organized crime is another.
I think
Organized
Organized
crime is a spinoff of a spinoff.
Yeah, I think Organized Crime has the girl Benson's original partner or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are these all are these on NBC? Or
Yeah, NBC.
wow.
So
I had no idea.
So organized crime is, like I
I
said,
had no idea.
a spinoff of SVU.
Okay.
They gave him his own show.
The Jeffersons was a spinoff of All in the Family. That's amazing. I
wouldn't
think I
know
knew
that.
that before. I think I knew
I
that.
did
What would
not
be a
know that.
spinoff of D-Lo and KC?
All of 1140's programming.
Damn. Damn.
The whole goddamn station. If it had been spun off poorly.
Hey, that would
You
be
knew
like-
what you were doing
Hey,
when you
would-
asked that question.
that
Don't
would
do
be
that.
Like, that would be like Homeboys in Outer Space.
Oh man. All right, get serious for a second.
Oh man. So this came about because I'm fully invested in believing in Keon Ellis and
Mhm.
what he can bring to this franchise.
Yeah.
He is his defensive effort last night. He's played. We've talked about it for 2 weeks now. He's played great in his opportunity to play as of late. That's nothing new. But last night, going up against Desmond Bane, who has been a Kings killer, who is a very physical shooting guard, and for him to put the clamps the way he did on Desmond Bane, blocking his shot a number of different times, putting him in hell, I was unbelievably impressed with what I saw from Keon last night. And it's just like, oh, this is who he is.
Mhm.
He really is him on the defensive end.
Couldn't agree more. And that's why I feel bad. And I say this respectfully. I really hope Kevin Huerter is good. I have my doubts based on what we saw. I hope maybe it looks worse than it really was. I don't think Kevin Huerter is going to play tomorrow. That's my opinion. Kevin Huerter doesn't play tomorrow, and we have no idea the extent of his injury. Regardless of the extent of his injury, I think we've seen the last of Kevin Huerter in the starting lineup. So I'm absolutely will not frame this as sometimes things just work themselves out, because I don't think Mike was going to make this change.
I don't either.
I think what we saw from Mike and Keon and Kevin in recent games is the direction he was going to go. He was going to get – this is ridiculous, and I understand this, and thank you to Deuce for pointing this out, because I had to go back and watch it because it's just not something I paid attention to. I went back to see the injury, but Deuce pointed out, like, in the first – the only 90 seconds he played, he was active. Like, he was out there trying to do stuff. And I think that was going to be the barometer. What does Kevin Huerter look like at the start of games? And if we're having some issues defensively, which is another thing that we need to talk about moving forward, then, then I'll make my switch with Keon Ellis. I don't think there was going to be a starting lineup change. Now, this is sort of similar, I think, to when Kevin Huerter was out a game earlier this year, and he went, at the time, it was to Trysta Krick. And when Kevin Huerter got healthy, he didn't go right back to Kevin Huerter. He let Trysta Krick start another game or two. I can't remember how much it was. And then Kevin got going, and it was like, okay, Kevin Huerter back in the starting lineup doing what he do. I don't know that the opportunity for Kevin Huerter this season, if he plays again, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Keon Ellis is the starting 2 guard for the Sacramento Kings moving forward, regardless of what news, and I hope it's good news, but regardless of what news we get regarding Kevin Huerter's injury, I assume at some point today.
I agree with everything you're saying. Like, I don't think this was going to happen if he didn't get hurt. As much as people have talked about it and I don't want to say clamored. I don't think anybody's praying for Kevin's downfall, but they wanted to see Keon.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought Mike was going to play it the same way he's played it. Kevin will start. We'll play it by minute.
Yeah.
And if I don't like what I'm seeing, I'm going to give Keon. It's going to be like Saturday's game, essentially, for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
But this,
I think what you said about Keon a minute ago, your epiphany, I honest to God feel like that's how Mike feels. Like we've talked about this now for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever it's been. Mike has been searching for someone to do exactly what Keon Ellis is doing.
Yeah.
He's got the guy. He didn't know that he was there. Keon got an opportunity. He made the absolute most of it. And I think Mike's eyes are open now. Everything that I was looking for is right here already in a Sacramento Kings uniform. It doesn't mean they don't have work to do this offseason to upgrade the roster. It doesn't mean that they don't have work to get better this offseason. It means an integral part of what Mike wanted so bad for this roster is already here.
Yeah, I agree 100%, man. And like I talked about yesterday, like we've all talked about with James, maybe some people can look at it and say, Kevin just isn't good enough or whatever. I choose not to look at what Kevin doesn't do, because I still think he brings a lot to this team. This switch, number one, is due to the injury, but also just having this debate for the last week. In my opinion, the way I choose to approach this is it's more about what Keon is doing, not what Kevin is not doing or doesn't provide or anything.
Sure.
Keon has just had a rocket on his back and went to the moon with the way he's been playing. And you just said it, he has directly addressed things that this team has needed and Mike Brown has been looking for. Keon has been phenomenal. And last night was, I don't want to say like it was the final straw for me, because I haven't been resistant to Keon playing or being a power rotation. But last night was just, I was so impressed with what he did against Desmond Bane. Because one of the issues that I had was I thought Keon was a little slim right? Like, and I didn't know if he was going to be necessarily ready for a physical brand of basketball against top flight point guards and shooting guards. And Desmond Bane, he's got, his issues. He's not prime D Wade, but he's a pretty damn good ball player. And he's given the Kings fits. He's a former All-Star. He's really good. And he was in hell last night. Keon put him in hell. When he blocked that shot, that I said, I didn't know you could do the going to the layup, pin it up against the glass to the Monk or Fox the Monk alley-oop. When Keon blocked that shot, I said, I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game. That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
That's how you're defending now? People going to the lane for layups and you pinning it against the glass? That's what you're doing? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then getting that 3 at the end, the block.
Yeah, it's
three at
big
the
time.
end.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unrelated to Keon, but we'll pass it along because it did just pop up. 2 missed calls last night, both favored the Memphis Grizzlies. The Jaren Jackson Jr. missed foul against De'Aaron Fox, who was clearly fed up in the press.
No, that wasn't the one that was overturned. There was another.
No,
one.
this was it was a
foul.
non-call. Yeah, it was a non-call, and the other one was one of the 47 times that Domas had his jersey grabbed. They missed that one a little later and acknowledged both of those in the last 2-minute report.
Not the best crew last night or performance
It was
by
not.
that crew.
It was not. It wasn't the best. It's really hard to not buy into the officials were told to officiate these games differently. Like, it's given what we've seen the last couple of days, it's really hard to not buy into that. Because the Kings have been in 2 fistfights in their last games against New York and Memphis. Now, go back to what we were talking about yesterday. Those are 2 very, very physical teams. That's the way they play. I could be wrong. I don't think I am. I think we're going to see it again tomorrow. I think we're going to see in a lot. How are the officials going to dictate that game? If it's leveled across the board, that's all I care about. If Domas is getting his jersey pulled, Domas better be able to tug on Scotty Barnes,
Which they called Domas for a jersey pull late in that game with Jaren Jackson.
Did Katie point it out?
She did.
Hey, officials! Domas did it. Hey! I was like, Katie, stop! What you doing? And I know I got a flag. I know it's a late call from the officials. I heard it. No, it's fine. I heard it. No, I heard it.
They went back and reviewed it.
No, that's fine. It's like the out of bounds 3. What was it? Was that the Knicks game or was that last night? I can't remember. I think it was last night.
Which out of bounds 3?
Someone shot a 3 at the end of a quarter.
I think it was the Knicks.
At the end of the first quarter.
Okay.
Second quarter. I think it was the end of the first quarter, and they reviewed and saw he was out of bounds when he shot it.
Come on, man.
It's the LeBron. It's what happened to LeBron the other night.
From LeBron going to the monitor.
LeBron's still the only player in history to be able to go to like the monitor. Now, normally, who was it? Was it Tony Brothers? Normally, they turn the monitor around and put it back down. Tony just left it there, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it wasn't me.
Wasn't that the same? That was the time when he said it wasn't me, right?
Yeah, he was like, it wasn't. It's not my call. Like, he's like, look at my foot. He's like, it's not my call. I don't make the call.
LeBron really do run this league, man. He really does.
I hope the best for Kevin Huerter as soon as we have some information along to pass along regarding Kevin Huerter. We certainly will. You mentioned the block layup. Keon had 5 blocks last night.
Come on, man.
Yeah, 5 blocks.
Come on. I just saw a stat from Stat Mamba.
Oh,
yeah,
very nice.
I don't follow these people, but I might have to. Keon Ellis is holding opponents to 34.2% field goal percentage since the All-Star break. That's the lowest mark by a guard in that span.
My goodness.
This could be a revelation. This could be if he is what I think he can be. And to your point, if I think that, and I'm seeing that now, I got to believe Mike and Jordy have seen it and probably feel the same way. If he can be this, they may have found one. You got to tip your hat to Monty McNair. It's undrafted free agent right here.
I know I play the same song over and over and over again, but I'd like to see if there is, unfortunate news regarding Kevin Huerter, or even if there's not, but there's a proclamation that Keon Ellis is going to be our starting 2-guard moving forward. I'm curious to see how that impacts the rest of the team, right? Because we've heard about De'Aaron, Domas. We've heard about how, in your line yesterday about a rising tide, right? We've heard about how
they saw boats.
Very good, thank you. How he impacts everyone else, right? How he impacts the guys that he's with, what he can do to help De'Aaron and all of that. I'm curious to see what that does for them overall defensively. I've never been of the impression this team is a horrible defensive team. I do not think that they are. They've showed plenty of signs. I think last night was a good one. I think Saturday night was a good one. Like I know New York likes to play a certain style. Sacramento, did a solid, as solid of a job as you can. They got eaten up by one guy. He's one of the most talented guys in the league right now. He's on a tear. Exactly. Yeah. Against who?
The Warriors.
A team that everybody screams is, they're so smart fundamentally and defensively. He got eaten up by Jalen Brunson last night. But I'm curious to see because they made a lot of mistakes last night. The Sacramento Kings do have things to fix. And it feels like their mistake meter, and this is I'll use the phrase because they used it. I don't like it, but they used it, so I'll respect that. This is the playing down. This is the playing up, playing down stuff, because they committed so many silly mistakes last night that Memphis, credit to them, made them pay for. And those second half turnovers, those fourth quarters were just brutal, absolutely brutal. How much? I think I have it in the notes here. 6 turnovers in the third, 6 turnovers in the fourth, 22 points off of those 12 turnovers, 27 points off of their, I think it was like 18 turnovers overall. How much does Keon correct that and settle that down because of what he can do on the defensive end? And the fact that maybe the Sacramento Kings can play with him out there, can play more offensive possessions running down the floor rather than taking the ball out of the rim and going up the floor that way. Taking the ball out of the hoop and going up the floor that way.
It's a legit question, man. It really feels like it's something that I don't want to say mask their mistakes, but essentially it does. If you offensively, because that's a lot of the times what we're talking about in this particular case. Offensively, you're not taking care of the ball, or bad shot selection, or getting stripped in the lane. How many times? I mean, Harrison didn't play a bad game. He had 3 possessions last night that any little inkling of hair that I had left, I was ready to pull out. It was like you drive to the lane, you get the ball stripped the first time. Shouldn't happen, but okay. Like the very next possession, you drive to the lane and you fumble on the ball, get stripped again. What is going on? Keon and what he's able to do on defense, and maybe not just him, but him playing his role, putting everybody else in a certain spot on the defensive end, allowing them to play their role, may make up for those type of moments when you're being sloppy with the basketball, you're not being strong enough, and all right, we got to go get that back on the defensive end. Now you may be capable, you may be able to go get that back on the defensive end with a guy like Keon Ellis. And once again, it's not just Keon himself. It's Keon guarding Desmond Bane so Keegan can take his more comfortable spot on Gigi or something like that, as opposed to, man, we got to put Keegan on Desmond Bane because he's our best defender, and now Gigi goes off. Or it's a little bit of a tough matchup for Keegan, but that's our best chance. Keon being out there may put everybody back in the position. And what De'Aaron doesn't have to guard Desmond Bane or anything like that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to follow because it's almost like if it goes the way we think it goes, there's sort of a backup quarterback feel to this, in that, when you're frustrated with the starting quarterback, you always feel like the backup quarterback is going to be better. And then they get in and like they're really the starting quarterback this time. Are they as good as they are in your imagination? The one thing that I'll take from last night's game is Keon basically started.
Yep.
Right? Like he didn't come in, with 7 minutes left, 8 minutes left, whatever. And, that's where Kevin got hurt seconds into the game, 90 seconds into the game, 80 seconds into the game, whatever it was. And essentially barring like 3-4 possessions, like Keon started. So he got full time with De'Aaron and Domas and Harrison and Keegan, and then got into a rotation that we might see moving forward with Chris Duarte and some of the other guys, and how Sasha gets worked back into this when he's ready will be interesting to follow as well. But I think that's the biggest positive in an unfortunate situation for Kevin Huerter is that Keon Ellis was essentially a starter, and you got to see a little bit of what a rotation with him as a starting 2 would look like. And those are things that we questioned, right? When we talked about when the talk got loud, when the conversations got stronger and people were asking, hey, could Keon potentially be a starter? Could Keon step in for Kevin Huerter? There were things like rotations. There's a lot to consider. There's more to consider than just swapping out 1 for 1. And last night we kind of got to see what it might look like. And should they have to move forward without Kevin Huerter, they'll have a pretty good feel headed into tomorrow night's game in Toronto of, not that it's rocket science, but there is a lot to consider. There's combinations like these guys have, these coaches have charted combinations of like who plays well together. Like where does, who's on the floor with Malik when he cooks, who's on the floor with De'Aaron, like what are our best, like they have all of those numbers that you have studied and found on the internet. They got them. They got all of those. And those are all things, plus the film to go with it. Right. And those are all things that they have to take into consideration when you make a switch like this.
Yeah, man.
It's just now they might be forced to make a switch rather than, hey, this might work.
Own leisure a little bit.
Yeah.
Man, I
got to correct those turnovers though, man.
Yeah, it was a little too sloppy, and I thought there were moments where they could pull away, and this could be a game where they get 15-point win or something like that. They didn't take care of the basketball, and that led to it. Also, want to give the Grizzlies a little credit. Taylor Jenkins has those guys playing hard. That doesn't always mean they're going to play in close games or anything else like that, but they're scrappy, they're physical, a little wild, but they compete. And I thought that was part of why the Kings weren't able to put them away. So tip your hat to them for that. But to your point, the turnovers, they got to be a little better with that, man. Got to be a little better with that moving forward.
And that's I expect that those games will happen. You turn the ball over 18 times, you give up 27 points on those turnovers, and you find a way to win. I'll take that. I'd rather them correct their turnover issue after a win.
Yes.
Right. Than after a loss.
Always.
We saw Keegan Murray get a little aggressive last night, man. I like it. He wasn't too aggressive when lighting the beam at the end of the game, but
that was classic.
That was an all-time. That's what that goes on Keegan Murray's highlight reel. Him lighting the beam last night. We'll talk about Keegan and what things might look like over the next little while if Kevin Huerter is in fact out, because it's more than just Keon Ellis stepping into the starting lineup. There's going to be more that we need to see from Sacramento, and we're going to continue to gush over the incredible performance that Malik Monk had last night. So that's all ahead here. We'll open up the phone lines for you as well. I'm sorry we took so long to do that. 916-909-1320. If If you want to get in on the conversation, let us know what you think about the game last night. We'll keep it moving here with Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino, and that's just on the floor. You won't miss a second of NCAA tournament action at 32 Brew Street, over 70 TV screens. You won't miss anything there. You won't miss playoffs. You won't miss tournament action. You won't miss football games. That's the spot to hang if you're a sports fan. We're back with more here on ESPN 1320. No damn survey. Go to ESPN. What y'all doing? Ask me if I want to take a survey. Wait, that's not real, is it? No, not that. That didn't happen, did it?
No.
Nah, he was goofing with Mike Tomlin on Twitter, wasn't he?
A lot of smoke there, though.
Yeah.
Not with primarily the Steelers and Ayuk, but Ayuk may be going somewhere.
Not yet, Jay. Not yet.
It's all posturing as of now.
Absolutely, Matt. Absolutely, my man.
And that ain't this. And this ain't that.
What tournament's in Rockland this weekend?
Probably a basketball tournament. No, sir. I will not be out there.
Oh, that's a good call right there. Manny, what the hell is that avatar?
Yo, Manny a funny dude, man.
Yeah, man. Oh, okay. I got you drew down.
The Yahoo Invitational.
I know we're up, but was yesterday our Mankind winning the title day?
It's a good call. It's a good call. Might have thought they had one there.
Like, it doesn't like primarily like, just fit just because numbers and all, but
I was very comfortable telling people to open that second screen because I don't think they'll ever go back.
yeah.
Also, to be fair to all that, I don't think it matters. They were going to do it anyway. I don't think they had any idea about the history of Amin and us.
Which is crazy.
They had no clue.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Ant dunk. I feel bad for John Collins. I can't. Did he get poked in the eye? Like, what happened? He clearly took a shot. They thought he was concussed. Poor brother. Kings don't have no odds to win the West, huh? Okay.
Wow.
The Mavericks got odds to win the West, but Sacramento doesn't. All right.
Well, wasn't it last year the Mavs had better title odds than the Kings, and the Kings were the 3 seed?
Yeah.
If you think you can think however you want about the Kings. If you think the Mavericks have any shot of winning an NBA title this year, you're just a flat out fool. You're an idiot. That team, I might even say that about getting out of the first round, let alone an NBA title.
Tell you something that JJ said yesterday that I thought was so ridiculous. They put out a clip. I guess he's hyping this pod with LeBron, and he said, "We have done everything to to take away from LeBron's distinguished career. Like, who the fuck is we? Who you talking about? You ain't talking about me. Who? I hate when people say we to cover up some of their generic ass takes. Ain't no we. It's the people you work for, bro. Talking about we. Sir, sit down.
Yeah, stop that, JJ.
We as a society have done everything we could. Man, get your stupid ass out of here. Come on, JJ.
Did you see courtside Bonte last night?
I did. And was that Mama Bonte?
Yeah. Courtside Bonte.
Hmm. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, we'd love to hear from you. Of course, you could jump in the Chatty House. I guess brought to you by Yahoo. I don't know.
Yahoo, come work with us.
Yeah.
Remember the milkshake Yahoo's?
Yoo-hoo?
Might be Yoo-hoo. Okay, that's right. It was you.
Almost had it.
I never drank them.
But that's the crazy. Like, I used to think it was chocolate milk. It in fact wasn't chocolate milk.
No.
No, it's like a chocolate soda or something. Well, I don't know if it was carbonated. I don't think I've ever had
I guess
one.
we got to look up Yoo-hoo.
Yeah, no,
I never had one either. I just remember the commercial.
Yoo-hoo drink.
I've never had a Yoo-hoo as well. It was in that movie Big Daddy with Adam Sandler, where they had the kid who he had to take care of.
Well, who was that kid again?
It was the Zach and Cody, the Dylan Sprouse, the Zach and Cody kids.
Well, who was it? He was his nephew or something in the movie?
Think I can't remember.
Yeah.
I think it was his kid or something like that. Or no, he was watching the kid for his boy who was out of town, overseas, I think. He was on a business trip.
Wait, are we breaking down the plot of Big Daddy? Is that what we're doing? No, that's good. That's fine.
Just trying to figure out what was going on there.
Yeah, while you're looking up Yoo-hoo stats or something.
No, I was trying to figure. So it's made by Dr. Pepper. I just used to think it was chocolate milk. It's not chocolate milk. It's like a chocolate soda, but I don't think it's carbonated.
I'm definitely not a fan of Dr. Pepper.
That's a bad take.
Sidney Dean says it's chocolate water. That's fine.
Yeah,
Dr. Pepper's top 5.
Top.
It's consistent.
No,
San Antonio Spurs.
There's nothing.
San Antonio Spurs is soda.
Sprite.
Pepsi's overrated.
Coke.
I disagree.
Orange Crush.
Oh well.
I'm an Orange Fanta guy, but I see
Boy,
the
if
vision
you
with
hit us
orange
with,
soda.
if you hit us with a grape soda, boy.
A strawberry soda.
No.
Dr. Pepper's. I still haven't gotten to Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
I didn't even talk Sierra Mist.
No,
you can't have
Kiki
Sierra
Punch.
Mist and Sprite on the same list. It's
I
the
got
same
Coke and
drink.
Pepsi on the same list.
They're different. They're distinctively
Sierra
different.
Mist and Sprite are different.
No,
Pepsi's no
lemon
good
lime
either.
sodas are like the same.
Pepsi's for barbecues.
No good.
No,
You said
don't
Pepsi's
do
no
that.
No, you buy Pepsi
No.
because you don't know what everyone else drinks. You get like Coke and Pepsi for your barbecue and stuff like that.
Oh, I'm calling cap now. No, I'm calling cap now.
Yeah, man. My dad's side of the family, they've since slowed down considerably. But when I was growing, excuse me, I was growing up, they used to keep Pepsi in all the refrigerators all the time. They were Pepsi addicts. They've slowed down. Good for them. All my aunts, but they used to drink nothing but Pepsi.
My grandparents used to have them. My mom never bought them, but my grandparents lived next door for a really long time. So I would just go over there and grab a soda. I swear it destroyed my teeth for like years.
Get you a pop.
Give me a pop. Yeah, I think that's what my grandma called it. My grandma called it a
Is your
pop.
grandma from California?
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah.
Usually from the South, they call it pop.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I really don't know much about my family, to be honest. I never expressed an interest. Like, it's really just like me. Like, I love my grandparents. Like, I was very, very close to my grandparents. But like my mom's parents, I didn't grow up with a dad or his parents or anything, which I think we outlined on a previous episode of the
with
show.
Olivia, shout out Maybach O and
No, I think it was Deuce and Mo.
Deuce
Yeah.
and Mo. I thought no, maybe it was just them. Yeah, it was just them.
Yeah, it was Deuce and Mo because I remember I thought Deuce's dad being in jail was a work. And then it just opened up kind of a weird conversation. And poor Morgan from her like little happy family was mortified. Oh my God, guys, I'm so sorry.
We had all just lived with it for.
No, we were good. Like everyone was good. Like it's fine.
Normal life.
It's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually curious now. Where are my grandparents from? And I'll never do one of those
33andMe.
Yeah, I'll never do that.
Why not?
I don't want to know. It could be a little messy.
Well,
I don't want to know.
Guarantee you, we all probably come from the same place.
No.
At the end of the day.
Well, from what my mom tells me, huh?
Mom's home.
Your mom is home. Yeah, we tell everybody where your mom was.
She went to Dubai in Egypt.
She was riding camels and standing in front of pyramids.
It
and
looked like an awesome trip.
She
was there for a little too long. Like, I missed her, but just like that trip was.
It was a long time.
Like 17 days.
She got back Sunday?
Yeah, it was
like a long
17
trip.
days. I was like,
well, that's tough because two of those, two at the front, two at the back was probably travel days.
Yeah, but she went all out on the travel.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, man.
Oh, she took your jet? Oh.
Not my jet.
Oh.
Look, if I had a jet, I don't even know if I'd have all that. She was laid out, and, watching this, Wi-Fi that.
You know what that is? It's generational money that the Caraways got right there.
You guys got to like hold seminars or something.
If that's the case, then why haven't I been able to fly like that?
That's generational.
I can't fly
money.
like that.
I don't know. You flew to Jamaica on short notice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They almost did.
Yeah,
they almost kept you.
Get out. We were going past people. I almost got robbed.
Well.
Did Kenny call in from his PJ for the McCaffrey trade?
No, he didn't. He didn't. I think he landed.
I called on the road to San Francisco to talk about
on the limo.
Night.
To talk about. Oh, that's right, because you left right after the Blazers game. That's right. And I'm still furious over the Terrence Davis technical.
Never forget.
Never, ever forget.
Reminds me. Now these are funny because the real never forgets are like real. I don't like to make light of them, but they like sometimes on the East Coast or something like that, they'll have an earthquake. Right? There's like a 2.2, and they'll have a white lawn chair tipped over. They'll like never forget.
Well, that was the Great D'Lo and KC earthquake that I'm pretty sure
that was real.
That I'm pretty sure we spoke into existence.
Literally sitting there in the chair, you just see the mic going left and right. Wait, this isn't supposed to be happening.
By far the most random moment in history where we were talking about earthquakes later in the day. And I never felt anything like that. Like I felt the ground underneath. Like sitting like in the seat here. And then the one that I have at home now, I wouldn't have felt it. But at the time, my feet were on the floor. And I was certain one of the dogs had hit me, which is why I'm like looking around. And then stuff just started moving. And I was so confused. As I am after most of Manny's phone calls. Let's get to Manny, 916-909-1320. Manny, what's up, baby?
Check this out. What's up with my two Yahoo brothers?
Okay. All right. That's funny. I think TC's on hold.
What up, Manny?
Hey, man. So what I loved about yesterday's game, right, and it kind of was with the game against the Knicks, too, is we matched them for their styles in both games. Like, we were game both ways. Like, we didn't come out on the good end against the Knicks, but we did last night. And with these games now, like y'all said before, like, all these games are crucial. Like, it can't be no more. Oh, that was a good game we played, even though we lost. Like we can't. These are games that are much now. But I got a question, y'all, about Huerter. Let's say, did they say how long he's out yet?
We don't have anything yet.
So let's say it's worse than we expect. Like, do you think this is the last we see of him in a Kings uniform?
Man, that's tough, Manny. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Let's wait to see. Let's say it's a fair question. I know a lot of people are asking it, and it's a completely fair question. Let's wait till we find out what's going on before we start talking about stuff like that. I'll say this. I hope it's not. But he should have a different role on this team. But we'll deal with that at a different time. When I finally got a chance to hear the sea of lies that was being spread on the other on this interview that took place yesterday.
And let's be I do want to be fair. Sea of Lies, not by the host.
Oh, not at all.
Not by the
no,
host
no,
at
no,
all.
not at all.
They were fine. They had nothing to do with
Not
this
at
whole
all.
situation.
No, not at all.
It was Captain America.
Just by the little hoe who they were talking to. As I'm scrolling through the feed, the first voice I hear is this one. Our man TC. TC, what's going on, baby?
Hey, y'all, hey, D-Lo, you wild. What's up with my two brothers?
It's all love. That's all love.
TC.
I was like, hey,
You know it's love.
that's not a mean, that's TC.
Yeah, that's right. That's my two brothers, man. I'm like, y'all, bro.
What up, big dog?
What's up, man? Hey, so look, hey, I hope Kevin is good, but you know, Keon's a dog, man. Alex Lamb diving on the floor, Monk looking like he need to be in the next dunk contest. That dude dunking on everybody's head. But you know what? I like what I've seen from the team. I'm with you, Kenny. I like how he pulled everybody together. You could tell. Did you see how he was looking at the end of the game when he was shaking everybody's hand when he knew we pulled away? Monk is a dog. And, hey, I told you, D-Lo, hey, that boy's staying. He's staying. He ain't finna chase no bag because we going to give him a bag. But even if it's not a bag and somebody else is big, Monk is going to stay. I truly believe he going to stay, man. We got some dogs. We ready. We scary, Kenny. Y'all better get ready.
Hey, TC, you right. I really do feel if they can get in, I think they're going to get in. Like I've said that unequivocally for the last couple of weeks, but nothing is for certain. Nothing lasts forever. But until they close the curtain, it's him and I, Aquim and I. Yeah, you
Very
see
nice.
where I was going.
Very nice. Very nice. You should have done that yesterday when you had the shirt on
with the 3 stacks. But there's no guarantee about them, finishing 6. But they can get in the playoffs. I think they are extremely dangerous. I think they're very dangerous. They absolutely can win a first round series, and they have Malik, I think, even said it last night. He was like, you can't just lock in on, and we already knew this. We knew what it was, but now maybe everybody else is starting to figure it out. You can't just lock in on Fox and Sabonis late in games.
Do we feel any better about this team now that Mike Brown has this too? Like, I'm not saying like now the Kings are better since Kevin Hurt's out, but more so is this like, do we feel better about this team now that Keon Ellis is in now? Like he's like, that's not a spot. We'll see how the rest of the season goes on and all that. But right now he's playing well. He's doing exactly what they need from there. Do we feel better now that they sort of got that spot handled?
I hear you. I want to see more though. I want to see more. I feel how I feel. Obviously I spoke how I felt, but I want to see it a little bit more to be 100% comfortable with it.
So that's kind of the other part of this, right? Like Keon in this scenario, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on TuneIn, live on YouTube, Twitch and Twitter as well. It's not just Keon. We saw and again, if you're trying to find positives in when the injury occurred last night, I think it's closer to what we saw last night. And like, okay, there's probably going to be like a Trysta Krick factor involved because you're not switching Keon and Kevin. In the scenario we're talking about, you've actually lost Kevin. So you're down a player. You're down a player who, despite his struggles, does have the capability of scoring points for you. And so that's probably not something Keon's going to be able to make up on a regular basis. So at this point, we're talking 10 points, right? But 10 points is not what anyone wanted from Kevin Huerter this year.
Right.
What we'd like to see is something closer to 15, 16, 17, 18. And if you can spread that between perhaps Keon and Trysta Krick, or it's a natural way, while this has not been in question for months now, to make sure Malik is at 30-something minutes a game every night.
Thinking. Yeah, Malik is going to go from, in a perfect world, maybe he goes from 15 to 18. That's still only 3 points, but still.
Points per game. Yeah, I got you.
During this whole thing, he's going to play more. He's going to get more shots up. Maybe he's more of an 18-point per game.
Well, it's not what everyone – you can get 7 from Keon. You know what I mean? But there's another player who's probably going to play.
Yeah. Now,
and I think that's Trysta Krick.
I think so too. Who has played well?
Yeah.
Who's played well as of late.
Absolutely.
But it also goes maybe to what James talked about yesterday, as far as having a guy that having 4 scores in a defender as opposed to 5 scores. Now maybe this opens things up for Harrison to feel a little more comfortable and get shots up. For Keegan to get more shots up. He got 17 up last night. So maybe those guys, combined with Monk, combined with a little bit from Huerter, can all step up their game offensively to make up for what Kevin Huerter had in the lineup.
Malik is averaging 21.4 in March. 46% from the field, 35% from 3, 87% from the free throw line, just shy of 6 assists.
Wow. 21-5.
Yeah, it's the month of March.
How many minutes?
Sorry, I just closed it. Let me try again.
My guess is probably like 28.
Close, 30.6.
30.6.
Yeah, 30.6.
Malik Monk is like he's almost like the real life actual version of per 36. Like he's averaging 15 in the game for the season. We're like, well, his per 36 has him at like 23 points. No, that's pretty accurate. If he played 36, he'd probably average 22 a night or something like that. Don't look at those numbers, Orlando Magic.
Yeah, right. Please do not. Please do not. We saw Keegan aggressive last night, which I think a lot of Kings fans have been calling for, and I'm sure Mike Brown had been calling for as well. 15 points, took 17 shots. I'm sure that's why he begrudgingly lit the beam last night.
Yo, why was he so angry?
I don't know, but if you haven't seen, it's so on brand for Keegan, but if you haven't seen him light the beam last night, you've got to go see it. It's tremendous. It's absolutely tremendous.
He was not interested at lighting the beam or sticking around for anything. That was hilarious.
He literally begrudgingly hit the button and walked away. You think that was a work? You think he was just having fun? Like he didn't do the big 3, 2, 1. He didn't do any of that.
It was like they pulled him aside like, Keegan, we need you to come wash the dishes real quick.
Yeah, like he looked like yes, that's 100%. Like a really upset child.
He's so disgusted with light.
Goes back to the locker room. Yeah, they had me light that stupid beam again.
It's not even a real beam.
Oh man, shout out Keegan.
If I were to guess though, he didn't find the game's over now, and we can laugh. I'm gonna guess that Keegan didn't find them 3 missed free throws in a row as funny as we did this morning.
I did think about that, and he could have still been hot about that,
because those 2, obviously, you don't want to. I get he had a streak going. Those 2 though, oh my God,
yeah.
I was like, oh, that's what's happening.
Yeah, I said I can't believe this.
Yeah,
he also, I mean, it wasn't as dire, but he missed a 3 late in the game that maybe would have sealed it or whatever. So, Keegan, we don't look at him like this all the time because his demeanor, he's quiet and stuff like that. Probably a pretty ferocious competitor.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I remember wasn't there a story that his dad said Keegan, like he had to calm Keegan down a lot when he was a kid because he would get really mad.
Yes. Yeah. I can't remember if it was Keegan or Chris. I feel like it was Keegan.
Yeah, I think it was Keegan. He was like, Keegan used to have a temper problem or would get
really upset. Didn't Chris Murray tell a story one time about something about the state championship or right before?
They voted to not let him play.
Keegan was throwing a fit or something like that. Yeah.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
So yeah, he probably wasn't happy about.
He's like the Incredible Hulk. He has to work really hard to keep his temper in check.
I wasn't working on that last night.
Hey, shout out Keegan. That's the most relatable thing I've ever heard. Shout out to my man Keegan Murray. We're more alike than I realized, buddy. More alike than I realized.
But I loved his 17 points. 17
shots. Yeah.
I love that. And there was a couple plays I remember early in the first half where he missed a 3, got a long rebound, came back, attacked the basket for a dunk and all this other stuff. That's the type of aggression I want from him. I want, especially now with Kevin Huerter out, I want 17 shot attempts. Absolutely. 117 shot attempts. So at least we're going to need that, from him. So
it was
I'm with that.
It was 103-101 when he missed those free throws with 50 seconds left. Now, Keegan, Doc Rivers.
Well, I wish you tell the whole
The
story.
Kings got the offensive rebound.
They did.
And again, that's right. That's
Keon got the offensive rebound.
And Malik just said, I got it, and drove through 2 defenders and dunked it. And that's not going to make Keegan feel any better.
No.
But I just thought of that. Maybe he was a little upset.
Yeah.
Are we worried about the Kings' late game free throw shooting at all? I did pull up the numbers yesterday.
Yeah. So you wrote something, and I'll ask you to clarify before I mention. Is it in the fourth quarter or is it actual clutch time?
It's whatever the NBA has defined as clutch time, whatever that is.
So that's
5 minutes.
Yeah,
within 5 or something like that.
So Jesse did some Will Z work and has the Kings at 68% in those moments.
The Pelicans, they're the worst clutch free throw shooting team in the league too, if you want to throw that in there.
Really?
Yes.
Did you see where the Kings were? Do you
Kings
remember?
are second or third.
To worst?
Yeah, worst. They're 73% overall in the season, but once clutch time gets here for the Kings, they're shooting 68% from the line.
Is there a way? And I know there is a way, whether you could do it or Will Z or whatever, to give me that same number since the All-Star break. Essentially,
I think you can filter
since
that out.
I said it's not going to be a problem because
that is
a terrible number, but I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Despite Keegan's 2 misses last night, or 3 misses, 2 misses in a row late, the Kings again shot 80% plus from the free throw line, which they've been doing pretty consistently.
The reason why I thought that number would turn around or wouldn't be an issue is 2 things. Number one, I thought Fox and Sabonis would step up their free throw shooting numbers from that point on.
Seems like a good time to point out Domas was 13 of 15 from the line last night.
Wow. That number that's big time.
Yeah, it's big time because he actually got calls.
Yeah.
He actually shot 15 free throws last night.
That is big time.
With the NBA acknowledging they missed at least one, and that was only in the last couple of minutes that they called.
Yeah, that's major. But I thought they would just I believe they would shoot better. And in some of those games was Malik Monk missing some late free throws. I said that's abnormal.
I got the number post All-Star break. It's not great.
Oh,
it's much worse.
KC thought he was cooking.
Don't bring it up.
It's much worse.
How bad is it?
56%.
Oh my God!
Crazy.
Wait,
The NBA has it at 8 games since the All-Star break that they've been in the clutch. They're 4-4 record-wise, 56% free throw percentage in the clutch.
That is crazy.
that means the bulk of the free throws they miss in a game are in the clutch.
That's the thing, though.
Because they're 80%.
Yeah, we've kind of talked about that over the weeks. Is that like they're good like during the first and third quarters or whatever, but when it gets crunch time, like they do miss their free throws.
So, but see, the funny thing about that, and the numbers are the numbers, but that don't match up with the eye test. When was the last time they missed a bunch of free throws in the clutch?
Last night when they missed 2. I think it's such a.
But they made a good. They like off the top of my head, they were probably 8 of 10 in the clutch last night. Because Domas had some, Malik had some. We remember the 2 they missed, but they shot free throws well at the end of the game last night.
The fourth quarter, the Kings were 4 of 7. That's the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure I'm doing that. Yeah, that's the fourth quarter. That's 57%. In overtime, the Kings were 6 of 6, 4 for 4 from Malik, 2 for 2 from De'Aaron.
And then what's that? That's 10 of 13 in the fourth quarter in overtime.
I already forgot what the number was.
And then I'll note too, the NBA's clutch time defined as the last 5 minutes in the fourth or in overtime when the game is within 5 points.
So does that mean that the fourth quarter didn't count?
Well, no,
You know what I mean?
it still counts.
Because it went to overtime.
Not the whole fourth quarter, right? No,
yeah, it's not the whole fourth quarter. It's the final.
No, the final 5 minutes still counts.
Right. So yeah, I have no idea how many of these were shot in the last.
But just like I said, the numbers are the numbers. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't match up with what I've seen from them. And like I said, the numbers are the numbers. Like you can't, can't dispute that.
We gotta go to break. Trysta Krick's going to join us coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk more Kings basketball or a couple of dunks circulating around the internet last night. None of them from Malik. Cold game. Talk about it, and we should probably devote a little bit more time to talking about what Domantas Sabonis did last night.
I got some numbers and some historical perspective on Domas.
Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Did we just convert somebody over?
Hey,
I think we did.
Welcome. RP. That's what it is. Welcome, brother. I get what you're asking. That's just not. I just don't think that's a thing they could do. They're in all these tight games. You can't get in confrontations
that
just
time
for the
of the
sake
year
of
is
confrontations.
over.
Yeah, you can't do that right now. Cannot do that. But I get your point. I completely get your point. I think I'm gonna get up real quick.
You see Alton Dre's message?
Yeah,
I was about to pull that up right now.
I've been looking. I ain't gonna say nothing because I like dude, man. But
it's rough.
It is pedestrian to say the least.
Yeah, there was a picture of him just talking in the press conference, and dude is just, he knows he's struggling.
So the way he was at the beginning of the season, I was like, that's a bit much. Like
we wasn't doing that
think he
here.
was that good. Like I knew he was good. I was like, that's a bit much. Like that, if that's who he is, then I completely misjudged what he could be and all this other stuff. I didn't see that. And then when he started to come back down, I was like, all right, that's a little bit more normal. I don't think he's this pedestrian. Like I think he's better than what he's shown the last month and a half or so.
I think he's a 20-10 guy overall, probably in his career.
Close to it.
20-10, 18-10, something like that.
18, yeah. That's crazy. No, Aldrin, that is crazy. That's 17% from three for him. Look at Abby. And that's the thing about it, man. Like I said, don't want to come off like no hater or nothing like that, but they was talking wild. They was talking really, really wild early in the year about him and who won the trade still and all this other stuff. Generational that. It's like, come on, man, settle down, man.
And believe it or not, I know this is like a secret or something, but you can talk sports and talk in a way where you're not trashing someone or making them seem like the best player of all time either.
Right. Full Draymond just tricked off him.
Oh, did you see that clip saying that Kyrie is a better or more skilled player than KD or something like that?
I saw the caption. I haven't heard the clip yet.
I think it's on Kyle Madsen's Twitter, I think.
Yeah. Excuse me. I know Jack Sack 30. They was like, yo, he the face of the league. He gonna be the face of the league. It's like, bruh, come on, man. But like you guys brought it up, so we talking about it. But I think we intentionally have not really spoken on it because we like our dude, man. We They ain't trying to like.
It's not him. It's the way people talk about it.
Exactly,
It's the media. It's using him to bash on the Kings and all that.
Right. Exactly. We were having a little discussion about Tyrese's last month and a half, and it is not. The word I use is it's pedestrian, to say the least. They lost last night too, didn't they?
I think so.
Yeah.
The 6, 7, and 8 in the East is a whole lot like
The West.
the West.
Yeah, I've been watching that one.
Yeah, no one's writing anything pieces on that, huh? I don't know what it is about this team, this city, De'Aaron. Why they feel like they need to shit on these dudes, man.
It's easier. It's like being a bully. It's easy pickings, I guess.
I guess.
That's what that dumbass was talking about yesterday. And I was like, no.
Which dumbass? Oh, dumbass over there?
Yeah. I was like, no, stupid ass. What the perception of the city and the franchise should have nothing to do if you're doing your job or what actually is going on at the time.
It's lazy.
It's very lazy.
That's honestly what it comes down to.
And his stupid ass admitted to it. He was like, oh, well, you know, they hadn't been good for so long, so it's hard for them to get to. No, it's not, stupid.
Told y'all we fired up today. We mad at everybody except the Chatty House.
We love the Chatty House.
We mad at everybody in this
Love
building.
the Chatty House.
They got the nerve to have cupcakes and cake out there. Y'all don't get cupcakes until y'all.
When did that come after we?
I didn't hit the Google chat.
Yeah, I just thought of that. You go get a cupcake because you know they ain't
Well,
gonna be
I don't even know
there.
if they have cupcakes that I like, but I'll go see.
I think there's cake up there too. I don't even know where they from. Make sure you go grab you guys some cupcakes. No, go get them because you know that they ain't 30. You gonna wait 30 more minutes? You ain't gonna make it 30 more minutes. Okay,
bro. We got to start showing up early for the Chick-fil-A.
So I don't in a building where no one was here.
Facts.
Like no one was here. It's like 6 people ate all of the food that comes in here.
Fruit's always there though.
Oh yeah, they don't touch the fruit. Them little raggedy ass. We got annoying coworkers, dude. I wonder if they know how much we talk about them.
Hey, we be wanting to the show.
We be wanting to fight them. No, that's right. Yeah, they don't. Casey, you guys got multiple shows? I had no idea. Sir, what do you do here? Nothing, ma'am. Keep it moving. Keep it moving.
It's the worst too. Like when you come and like you saw they had Chick-fil-A and you see and like there's never any, so you don't get mad. But it's just more so there's like maybe one piece of bread off to the side or like a little tiny piece of chicken. Like you guys didn't even finish this. It's just scraps now.
When they rip a biscuit and leave like half of it in there. Like, what am I gonna do with that? Like, what am I supposed to do with that biscuit that you just ripped? They didn't have no cupcakes you want? Okay. Well,
nothing bun cakes is fire.
You ever had them before?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
That's the premier spot if you ask me.
Okay. You talk about the premier spot for cupcakes. We might have seen the premier dunk.
Oh boy.
There was actually 2 of them.
I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, the other one.
Yeah.
The other one's nasty. But this, I mean,
I think
it's the dunk of the year.
Bringing you something. Oh, thanks, Kimberly. You're the only one here that we tolerate. We're about fed up with everybody else.
Somebody please look at YouTube, please.
That's the dunk of the year, huh?
Might be the dunk of the lifetime.
Yeah, that was filthy.
So this is where like the dunk contest stuff loses me. Like we get back like when we're talking about like LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
Like to me, part of what makes LeBron's dunk so special is the people around him. Mm-hmm. Like he's moving at such an explosive rate. Never really cared to see him in a dunk contest. Like I'm trying to, like I want to see Malik. Like Malik looks like he's gonna go under the legs and around the back and blah. Mm-hmm. Ant-Man. I don't want to see Ant-Man in the dunk contest. I want to see Ant-Man do what he did last night. Yeah, it was a very Dwight Howard Superman dunk.
Yeah.
where he doesn't grab the rim. I feel bad for John Collins because I'm not quite clear what happened. It was tremendous.
I thought he caught a knee, but he didn't. I don't know what
whatever. So I think Ant-Man said he dislocated his finger.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was because he jabbed it in his eye, but I couldn't see the angle of it. I think he hit him and it scratched. I think it cut him, like it scratched him, and because he obviously hit him hard enough. Yeah. Like you see his reaction, like he looks down at his hand. I thought he was Booker T in the joint for a minute, but he's like, look, like he's talking to us. He's like, look, he left the game.
Yeah.
And John Collins left the game. They originally thought he was concussed, but I genuinely feel bad for John Collins in that situation.
I mean,
like, he took a shot.
He got hurt and
got dunked on. And he's
forever.
like, he's hurt, like he's holding his face. And it's like, no one's going to remember you just took a shot to the head.
No, they're just gonna
remember that.
It's gonna look even worse because you're just gonna be like, oh,
right, yeah, like it looks even worse.
The people who didn't tell the whole story,
and
I don't tell the whole story that you got hurt.
It took seconds for that clip to get out from 8 angles, fan cams, slow-mos from different angles. It's like the internet was working overtime after that dunk.
So you telling me Twitter's not dead? That's what you're telling me?
Shut up. I didn't say Twitter was dead.
No,
I said Twitter. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Bro.
Okay.
Yes. It's the Stone Ages over here. It really is. Why are we throwing up Facebook? Deadass, no. Why are we talking about Facebook still?
Someone who we
do love,
may have suggested in a staff meeting that Twitter was dead and no one knew how to use it. And I don't remember who it was. It might have been Stacy, who was like, except for sports, which is the primary source of. And I just kept thinking, like, I hate every person in this effing room right now. Every single one of you. I hate all of you.
Like
they're over here talking about Facebook.
Like it's 2008 or something. Who gives a damn about Facebook? We haven't even updated our account to Facebook. We don't even stream on Facebook. Who cares?
I don't even have access to Facebook.
Bro, your grandparents are on Facebook. They're not listening to the radio.
It just dawned on me Charlie's probably listening to this. It wasn't Charlie. Charlie didn't say that. It might have been our DJ during the 5 o'clock traffic jam who's in charge of the digital stuff. I was like, and at first I thought he was kidding.
Yeah.
And then I looked around and I was like, oh, he's serious because these other radio stations don't use Twitter.
They're like, yeah, it is.
It's like,
no,
it's not. It sucks, but it's not dead.
I hate to say it. What's wrong with you people?
Bro, keep up. Come catch up. That's it. Come catch up.
Do we have to hold a seminar around here?
It is kind of wild. Jesse is pissed off as we are. And it's the funny thing. We're all standing next to each other. I think it's Jesse, Kenny, and then I think Kim's in the middle, and then there's us, and we're just like, and me. And I'm like, what is happening? What is happening right now? Touting Facebook stats. Now go ahead. Chatty House changed their name.
John Paul, I'm yelling because we've been working for a long time, John Paul.
Long time, man.
It's crazy. We still don't have nobody's attention.
Brought in a whole nother revenue stream.
Y'all have hired people and fired them, and we still don't have your attention. On 2 different occasions, you've consulted us about who to fire. And we still don't have y'all attention. All right.
Sorry, man.
Y'all gonna learn. You know what D-Lo and KC are? We're the Sacramento Kings.
Pretty much.
And you know what our company is? That goddamn NBA media. That's what they are. They ain't paying attention. And every once in a while, they say something that makes you think they're stupid. This is what we're living through right now.
All I need is what did Cardi say? All I need is the money. I need the money. Because clearly you guys aren't going to get it. So just give me the money. That's what I need.
Are we the CM Punk of our own company?
No, because we're loved here. We're loved personally.
Yeah. And we love people personally.
You know who we are? We're the Click.
We are the Click.
We're Razor, we're Sean, and we're Diesel.
We are the Click.
Yep. we run this whole goddamn building. But the difference was Sean got paid.
That's what I'm saying. Like I said,
Kevin Nash got paid.
Just give me the money. Because clearly you're not going to get it. You're not going to understand what's going on. And that's fine. Just give me the money.
I'm storming into Aaron's office the second this is over to scare the hell out of him. He'll be scared to death if I walk in there and shut the door.
Oh, don't do a Ice Cube. Come in with the baseball.
No. It's been a while since we've been walking into offices.
We did.
Jesus Christ, Cube.
I did feel bad about that one time we walked into Aaron's office. All three of us walked into the tribal chief's office with no notice and shut the door. And he looked up from his desk like his entire world was about to come to an end.
But it worked. It worked.
It did work. It did work.
Oh,
it did work.
That reminds me here. Life at Odyssey. We did get to the bottom of lunch being thrown away gate, and there's actually a very reasonable explanation.
I didn't hear. So the story was the lunch, someone opened the refrigerator and the lunch fell out.
Yeah.
And
hit the ground and somebody.
And it was Charlie's.
Oh,
it was Charlie's lunch.
Oh, no.
It was Charlie's lunch. Part. Yeah. Because I asked Megan was the first person I saw when I got here. I said, hey, because I was going to just throw money at Danielle. I felt so bad. Yeah. I was like, did someone throw Danielle's lunch away? And she goes, no, it was Charlie's. But what happened was someone opened the door, and I didn't find out who opened the door.
Right.
But someone opened the door, and I guess it fell.
Yeah, the food was on the ground and stuff like that.
They threw it away, but they didn't know whose food it was to tell.
Well, they could have sent the email.
Hey, sorry, I just knocked someone's.
Hey, so-and-so, your pasta's on the ground. Come and get it, please.
Maybe, I don't know. Take $5 out of the donut stash. I'll get you some food. $5 don't get you nothing no more, though.
It doesn't.
It's like $8 for scratch that. It's like $10.50 for a meal at McDonald's.
You see, but 49 more cents gets you a biggie bag at Wendy's.
Wendy's fell off though. At least the Wendy's by my house.
Really?
Yeah, man, I don't like.
Did you ever see they were talking about surge pricing for Wendy's?
Oh my God, that was bananas.
I'm like paying $30.
You didn't see that?
Yes.
Oh, so they backed off of it immediately.
Like time of day?
No, yes. So there was a report that Wendy's was going to experiment with surge pricing the way like Uber does.
Yeah.
And then the way that when at certain times of day it was going to cost more to get your Frosty or whatever.
Yeah, can I get a $5 biggie bag, please?
And
yeah, that'll be $30.
Yeah, that fired people up, and they immediately were like, "Oh no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that." And all I could think of is, you hoes aren't doing it for now. You're gonna throw that back out there and not announce it and hope no one pays attention.
Yeah, and they have been doing a good job. Like I said, I don't want to say all Wendy's, just the one by my house. As far as like the way they handle their fries, it's not like disgusting, but it's not as good as it was.
These fast food places, honestly, with them raising their prices, they're just pushing me to cook more. Like that's all I do now. I barely even eat out unless it's like In-N-Out or something, because In-N-Out's the only thing that's really cheap.
In-N-Out don't never fail me. Ever, ever, ever. Wow. Shout out In-N-Out.
Shout out In-N-Out.
We were
there's probably a double
reference.
I was going to go to Domas, but
that man.
Did you have a thought on Ant-Man's dunk before we get to the double?
No, I thought it was the dunk of the year. One of the dunks, like Jesse said, probably in the last 5 years.
John Collins,
crazy.
Jalen Johnson, his dunk
was pretty good. I wasn't as impressed with that. It was a dope dunk, though.
So I have two things. It had Vince Carter vibes to it. Like he nearly cleared Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
Also, what Austin Reeves do wrong?
He got called for the foul.
Yeah. I thought like
he was in the restricted area.
He wasn't, because that's the first thing I look for. Like, and he didn't clearly. I don't know. I just watched it. I was like, he looked like he was in position out of the restricted area.
Let me see.
You called that man for a foul?
Because I saw it on Twitter. I didn't really examine it because I was too busy sending Instagram messages to Penny Hardaway and Glorilla.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because we beat Memphis last night. So, they got.
That's one of the better parts of your celebration post is the seemingly random people that you tag.
It was hilarious.
They're not random. There's a
They're
tie-in.
connected.
It's just funny that you're tagging Penny Hardaway. Like I think you tagged Magic Johnson last
Yeah, he
week.
tagged Shohei too.
That was terrific.
Shohei Ohtani opened his eyes. What the hell's this?
It's terrific.
So I'm looking at it now. It looked like he was moving a little bit.
Moving? Okay. I thought he got in position and
oh well. Yeah, maybe he was in position and didn't move too much.
well, shout out to the officials for, not ruining it by taking the dunk away. But it looked like
that's a charge.
That's what I thought. I didn't think Austin Reeves did anything wrong.
If you're gonna make a call, it's gonna be charged. It shouldn't have been a no call, but
you shouldn't call charges when you get dunked
Yo,
on.
Darvin Ham should have fought for him. Like, hey, I'm challenging this.
Ant-Man
You gotta
got
take your
charged.
hands out of your pocket.
Darvin Ham probably wasn't even watching. He probably wasn't even watching.
And one of
looking for Tyler.
right. And one of Ant-Man's signature dunks, he got called for a charge. It was on shout out Modesto, Gabe Vincent.
Oh yeah.
He got called for a charge.
I remember that. Mm-hmm.
Nobody cares.
No.
Still
gets played.
as a highlight.
Yeah, still gets played.
But no, dunk of the year. They had a question somewhere on Twitter. What was the dunk of the year before that? I still say it's Malik opening night. I might have to go through that thread to see some other ones, but
it was who opening night?
Malik at Utah on Chris Dunn.
Oh, that's the dunk of the year? That's pretty good. That was pretty good. Man, that was opening night?
That was opening night.
Wow.
There's not too many memorable dunks, I think, now that I think about it.
Wow.
They had that thread. I'm going to see if I can find that thread. Because Andy Bailey, who I think we had words for at some point.
He didn't want to come on the show.
He didn't.
Yeah, he went across.
He ran across the street. That's what they do.
Yeah,
when they don't want to.
Seriously, it is
friendly confidence. They don't want that smoke.
When you can't come hang out with WWE, you go down to.
And just so you guys know, these invitations have all been passed out too. By the way, they've all been asked to come on the show.
In a nice way.
You go down to the AWA.
Yeah, don't let them people lie to you and be like, "Oh, they came talking crazy and wanted to talk."
Literally,
simply just said, "Hey, bro,
come explain."
We're not really sure what that meant. Come on the show and just
that day.
That day.
That day we
like
did that.
15 minutes after he said that. Like, yo, come on, at us. We don't really just expand on it a little bit. Ain't nobody jumping you. Ain't nobody talking crazy to you. All this other stuff. Don't let these dudes lie to you.
So when they're on the radio saying, "Yeah, I'm not afraid. I'll come talk it out or whatever," just know that you turned down our invitation.
Yep.
For real.
So just know that.
For real. Some of the other ones were Jalen Green in Portland. That was nasty. I think it was on Anthony Simons. That was sick. Y'all see that one? That was like 2 weeks ago.
Who got Anthony Simons?
Jalen Green.
I did see that. I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was filthy. And I don't see any other ones, but I'm sure there are. It's hard to see on this desktop one. But I thought Malik was number one before last night. Now that's Ant-Man's award.
That's definitely Ant-Man. I thought I had a good segue. In and Out Burgers, double doubles, right into DeMontis Sabonis.
I do love a double double. Number one at In and Out.
Number one in the NBA too. Shout out Domas.
No tomatoes though.
That's bad take.
No. I don't want no tomatoes on my burger.
Why not?
I'll say onions, and I'll pick the onions off when I get them.
Well, you got to fry the onions.
Well, whatever. I just do it for a little bit of flavor in the burger, but I don't want to actually eat the onions. So I'll have them cook it with the burger, and it'll get in there, it'll marinate in there a little bit. And then by the time I'm ready to eat it, I'm taking onions out.
There's nothing worse than a bad tomato, though. I will say that. Like if it's not like perfect, like just
bad avocado. That's way worse than a bad tomato.
I don't know. I don't like either one of those.
Yeah, your distaste for
avocados,
avocados is super odd.
Yeah, my house is big
avocado goes with everything.
Literally
throw that
everything. That is easily your biggest
they
L.
like avocados, but they don't like Chipotle. Go figure.
That is funny. Your one man quest to get Chipotle. We got a late day tomorrow. I'm gonna bring you some Chipotle, bro. My man is suffering. My man just wants a damn burrito bowl or whatever.
The cool part about that is I got a gift card. I just can't even
Damn.
use it.
Gonna expire in 2 weeks.
No.
And he's just sweating right now.
No, I don't want free Chipotle. I want you to go spend money. God, they really have a distaste for that product. That is incredible.
Oh man. But Domas though.
He's a good avocado.
He's a good avocado.
He's a good bowl. He's a good Chipotle. Yeah.
I saw this stat from our main man that covers the NBA, Keith Smart. Domas Sabonis.
Try that again.
Our main man
Yep.
covers the NBA.
Keith Smith.
Keith Smith.
Not former Sacramento Kings
Not
coach
Keith
Keith Smart.
This week it started off rough. It started off rough. Keith Smith, who covers the NBA.
Yeah. Well, at least you didn't screw up live on KSFM like I did yesterday. So that's fine.
You were really mad. So
I saw
the comedy in that though, but I couldn't laugh because Dame was hot. But it was funny.
It was not funny. I was so angry.
I gotta hear this at the
Nobody even
break.
cared or noticed.
I'm sure no one noticed, but like we had a call that we made during the commercial break. Because so much could go wrong when you're trying to call somebody. So we made it during the commercial break. We had it all set up. It was a great call. She won tickets and airfare and all of this stuff to see Mariah Carey. And when I went to the call, I threw it to Mariah instead of Isabel. And I'm like, you effing idiot. I was so upset.
Man,
so
he's gonna be pissed about that one, but nobody's gonna know. Ramsey, for the record, is Duquesne. I know I missed that on Sunday. I called him like Duquesne or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's frustrating because I know the school. I know the name of the school, and I got it wrong.
Mess up on live airwaves, man. That's
tough.
Nothing you could do.
But Keith Smart.
Like the first time KC went from Domas to Domas.
Were we supposed to cut that?
We were. Oh God, we were.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
That was
Lost in the Abyss.
Yeah,
now.
that's somewhere in the Sports Extra archives.
But
Keith Smith.
Domantas Sabonis has had 50 straight double-doubles. Only 8 players in NBA history have had 50 straight, have hit the 50 straight mark. Elgin Baylor, Walt Bellamy, Wilt Chamberlain, Elvin Hayes, Kevin Love, Jerry Lucas, Moses Malone, and Bill Russell.
Wow.
That's it.
Spectacular.
They are all in Springfield.
Wow. Kevin Love will be.
He will be. And I'm not saying this is any shade or nothing like that.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm not. No Jokic on that list. He's doing something Jokic has never even done. And I'm surprised that Jokic isn't on that list, to be honest with you.
It goes to, like, Sarah and Jake asked us a question the other night. You know, I can't envision the streak ending. I think we said this last year because he had a streak last year.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know how he wouldn't. Like, he just does it. Like, he lives at the basket. Like, he fights to get his hands on the basketball. Like, he approaches double-double numbers virtually every first half.
Yeah. I think last night I want to say it was like 12-7 at the end of
the half. Man.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at this point the only way it ends is I can't remember who it is against, but they had a game where it was just more so with the Nuggets where the game was just over by the third quarter and they had to throw some bonus in there at the end to get it. But I think that's the only way it really does happen.
Yeah, that's the only one I recall where I think he was a rebound short or it was a blowout and Mike said, hey, go get it. And that's the only one I can think of.
Yeah.
It wasn't like Luka and Jason Kidd a couple weeks ago.
SGA's
was embarrassing.
Yeah, that was bad.
What was SGA chasing again? Like, it wasn't a triple-double.
30-point game.
It was like KD's record for
that's what it was.
Or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was.
So, yeah, and he was great last night. Him and Jaren Jackson were like two Rams. The Rams fight and stuff like that's.
Yeah.
That's how those two were. They were going at it. Jaren Jackson, I think he had 25 points on 27 shots.
Oh my goodness. All-star. Jaren Jackson.
Yeah, he was out of control, but Domas is He's amazing. They go on with that stat. Keith Smith goes on with that.
He was 8 of 27. That's incredible. Oh my God.
Getting them up to get that 25.
He sure was.
Keith Smith says Sabonis has 49 points and rebounds, double-doubles, and 1 points and assists, double-double during the streak. He's averaged 21, 14, and 9.
Wow.
With the run with 21
Wow. Wow. Only 5 assists last night for Domas. Partly because De'Aaron had 10. Malik had 6.
De'Aaron had a sneaky game. De'Aaron's, and we'll talk about when we come back, but De'Aaron's shot to tie the game.
Yo. Yeah, let's talk about it. Morse Kings coverage ahead. And Trysta Krick joins us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Drew down for Facebook. It's funny. I was trying to.
He's on Facebook right now?
No, it says, no, he changed his screen name to Drew down for Facebook.
We'll never be on Facebook.
I'm going to try to figure out how to do it. I might be able to do it.
It's actually good cake. I have my doubts, but it's pretty good.
This is going to take me live. No, click here to reconnect your destination. Well, you're not wrong.
I have to clean house again.
Gonna have to walk into Stacy's
Rebuild
office
again.
and tell her who to fire.
Rebuild again.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Kings from years ago. Yeah. Got to go through another rebuild.
Walking around here looking like Alvin Gentry.
We're not quitting. I will
Yeah,
say
we're
we
not
did not
quitting.
quit.
We're not quitting.
Our guy has an interesting shirt on. I don't hate it. It looks like sticky notes, but I mean, I'd wear it. It's fine.
Damn, I don't know.
I always forget that guy's name too.
I'll figure the Facebook thing out later. I don't even know how we lost it. I'm supposed to be able to go on Instagram too.
Hey. I don't like that shirt, Ryan.
Never works right though.
It's not
That's
bad.
a big ass collar.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I just don't like it. I always forget this. What's the name? Dawkins or I don't know.
I don't know, but I don't think I like either one of those.
I mean, I'd wear it. I'd wear it for sure. But at first, when he came on, I thought it was like a joke where he had a bunch of sticky notes on, but it's the shirt.
Gordon Gartrell.
Gartrell. I need one of those shirts. Somebody needs to make one. I wear it. You got to be able to get one of those shirts, right? Like a Gordon.
100%. Yeah.
Somewhere you got to be able to get one. I'll rock it for sure. Oh, you guys want me to go live on Instagram? All right, we'll go right now.
Mr. Silver.
Get those engagements up.
Well, no. You're going live on IMK Diddy. I need you live on ESPN 1320.
I'll do both. Let me get IMK Diddy first, and then we'll go back and get ESPN 1320.
I'll bring this up after Trysta, but you excited about the pitcher signing?
It's a good signing. It's a good signing. I mean, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Done and done. Let the people know I'm out here. They can, unlike when I did this at home, they can hear Damien faintly. Remember when I went live?
Yeah.
He couldn't hear me. Oh man.
Yearly discussion. Does the NCAA tournament start today or is it on Thursday?
It starts Thursday, Ramsey. Stop. It's the first four. I want to say it doesn't count, but it don't count.
You can catch it on ESPN 1320, by the way, following the
Check
show.
out the NCAA tournament here on it.
Where it counts.
Hey, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch.
Hey,
Shout out Anheuser-Busch.
come on now.
Yep.
We got other work we could do.
I don't know who did that. Yeah, I think we are. I don't remember who did that.
This Bud's for
Justine.
you.
It had to have been Justine.
This Bud's for you. Everybody at IMK Diddy. This next segment, well, until Trysta comes on, because you won't be able to hear Trysta, but it's going to be on at IMK Diddy. After Trysta, we're going to be on ESPN 1320 Instagram Live. Check us out.
I wonder if I see this could help us. If y'all aren't following at ESPN 1320 yet on Instagram. Oh, see, now I'm gonna turn the volume down.
Oh, because they heard you on my live.
Yeah, it is. So if
hey, ESPN 1320 join. What up, man? I'd have made it.
if you're not following yet, go follow. Like, open up your phone. We need apparently we need help on our socials. Twitter's dead from what we heard today. So if y'all can
hey, look, here's the crazy thing about it. Here's how you they don't print nothing.
Let's talk about it.
Twitter's dead, huh?
No,
What's the number saying right now? Twitter dead in these streets.
Twitter's not dead, just maybe step up the content.
Let me hover over this. Oh yeah, all right. I guess all right. Twitter dead. All right.
Yeah.
Twitter's not dead.
There's-
What you want with Twitter is post stuff your followers can engage with.
All right.
I'm trying to send at IMK Diddy a request, and it won't let me.
I think I got one. Hold on. Oh no, that wasn't you. That was Marco.
Somebody else sent you a request.
Yeah. Marco wants to join. Should have put Marco on this show. Nikki D, what
There
up,
you go.
though?
There you go. I just sent it to you. All right, requested. Well, I guess it's X, but
Man,
I appreciate
I
y'all.
don't call it X.
Make sure you're following us, man.
call it X, I
That's
call it
all we
Twitter.
need. That's we're gonna call it Twitter forever. And TK's gonna join us.
I
I
guess I
gotta
gotta
turn the
turn it
sound down. Yeah, gotta turn the sound down again. Hey, we in here, baby. Here we are. This is how we do. This is how we do live on. We'll get the right angle here somewhere, man. But we're gonna get engagement stuff. Y'all want social media engagement, huh? We got you. Y'all want social media engagement? We got you. We got you. We did it. Yeah, we got you.
I remember Gina, because we always think we could yell in here. Nobody.
Oh
hears
yeah.
us. Gina's like,
No.
I hear you guys all the time.
Yeah,
I just don't
no,
ever
we just-
turn.
We just be out here yelling. What was great is we were yelling, and Kim was looking dead at me as I was yelling at her.
now.
And now she's so confused as to like what's going on because she sees the lights on. She knows we're live on the radio, and she's gonna go back to YouTube, rewind it, and then threaten to kick our ass at about 4
Well,
o'clock.
that's usually how it goes.
It is.
Usually how it goes.
It is, man. You brought up right there at the end of that conversation, De'Aaron and that game tire. Boy, they made us sweat that one out.
Bro, I was stressed.
I can't believe De'Aaron hit that shot.
I was, and then he kind of fumbled the ball.
He completely fumbled the
Oh
ball.
my gosh, man! No, man, not like this. And then he rise and fire, splash, splash, and then I was like, oh man, they ain't calling a timeout. Desmond Bain. So all right, let's ask the question. We have this question routinely.
Mhm.
You think they was going to win last night, or when did you not think they were going to win?
When Domas handed the ball to the Grizzlies out of the basket.
Bruh.
It was right
I
about
said,
then where I was
yo.
like, all right. So, and I'm just thinking in my head, okay, it happened. We knew this could happen. All right, we just got to go in and do the show tomorrow, man. Whatever.
I almost had a throw my hat moment when that happened. I wasn't wearing a hat. That's probably why I didn't throw
Yeah,
it.
that's probably why.
But like I did in the Bulls game when they gave up the lead, I was in my room and I just walked to the bathroom and I said, I can't believe this. I can't believe. Went to the closet. It was like, I can't. What?
You just random trips around the house.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I
And they
said,
missed
gonna
the
mess
free
around the
throw.
rest of
I
the
think
day.
they missed the free
missed it.
throw,
That's when
which
Keegan
made it
got
a 2
fouled.
point. Yeah, made it a
And he
2
missed
point
the
game.
two free throws.
Yeah, Keegan got fouled, and that was probably the thing that saved us Keegan got fouled on the rebound,
Mhm.
misses the 2 free throws. Keon gets the ball, and I think that was the moment we focused on overtime. That was the moment where Malik is like, okay, enough's enough.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make
had
sure we
enough.
win. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure we win.
But that shot,
De'Aaron
to tie,
helped.
yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
shot
say
to
we
tie
won.
it by De'Aaron. I mean, that was big time.
Yeah,
That was big time right there. I didn't know what he was going to do. I didn't know if he was going to try and get to the basket. He went for a little pullback, fumbled the ball, and it hit about a 21 footer on net.
I can tell you exactly how far it was. It was 17.
That's
I'm looking.
a lie.
I'm looking at it right now.
I'm not saying you're lying with your ring. That they got the distance wrong.
Well, he
shot that beyond the circle almost.
No, he didn't. No, he shot it right adjacent, right by the free throw line. I'm looking at it. I promise. I'll show it to you. Here, I'll put it on IG so you can see it.
Shout out IG. We out here, baby.
We out here. Hold on. I think if I hit that button with a camera flip.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
So watch. He loses the ball and back up right there.
Okay, yeah. I thought it was a little further out. You're right.
It's not me. It's Synergy. Synergy said De'Aaron hits
Synergy's never wrong.
70. I was gonna say Kenny out here arguing with Synergy like no, it was further than that. Yeah. It was further than that. But yeah, hell of a shot by De'Aaron. I always like the call to not call a timeout. I'm always completely good with that. Though I don't know. You got to take the last shot. Didn't even come close. Kings go. And who was it? Desmond Bane. I could watch this for probably 30 more seconds and see. The Grizzlies had a monster dunk in overtime. I think it was Bane. And they didn't score for like the next 6 possessions.
Oh, to start overtime.
Yeah, it was.
I can't remember who it was. Was it?
No,
DG?
it was. I'm looking at it right now. So it's 105. Desmond Bane.
It was a putback.
Dribbling at the top of the key.
Maybe it wasn't the putback.
Yeah, no, that's not even the play right there.
It might have been GG. GG's a baller.
It might have been GG.
He's a problem when they get everybody back and everybody's healthy and all this other stuff.
Yeah, it was GG. It was a good call. That was GG.
He's part of their future.
They made it 107-105. That dunk made it 107-105,
and I scored for
that was it.
Almost the rest of overtime.
Yeah, that was it. That was it. They only got to what? They only scored 4 more points.
Yeah, the Kings, they got more points when they got 2 technicals from Marcus Smart. Marcus Smart get thrown out of a game he's not even active for.
Marcus Smart getting 2 technicals while in street clothes is spectacular. Absolutely spectacular.
Yeah. I thought they were going to lose around the same time when Sabonis gave up. But see, I thought it was going to be a problem. I'm not going to say I thought they were going to lose. I thought I don't have a phone clip. So
no, that's fire. No, I figured that's fire.
I thought it was going to be a problem though when I don't know the time, but they were up 8 and the ball gets swung to Harrison in the corner, wide open lane, and as Kyle Draper said, 5-foot floater, and he shot it 6 feet.
Yeah, oh, that was bad.
And I said,
yeah, that was tough.
So can I stall Harrison out just a little bit?
Sure.
Because that was an awful
tough.
Look.
It was tough.
Wide open lane. So Harrison's going to the basket. And I think this might have been what he was thinking. It looked like one of those things, we've seen it plenty of times before, where they're tussling under the basket, the other big men, and maybe your teammate is holding the guy so he can't come help. And I feel like Harrison was like, let me get this shot up before they call the offensive foul on Domas, keeping this guy from contesting the shot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why he shot the floater. And that was awful.
Yeah.
So
it floated.
It definitely floated. That was a good call by Kyle. A 5-foot floater that went 6 feet.
Yeah. So I think Drapes might have been being kind. Might have gone like 7.
That was embarrassing. So they missed that. They would have gone up 10.
Mm-hmm.
GG comes down immediately, scores a layup to get it to 6. Domas gets the ball back out, turns it over.
Yeah.
They go back and one with Jaren Jackson. And all of a sudden we're looking at a 3-point game. And I said, they're not going to get away from this team tonight. I don't know. I wasn't going to say at that point I thought they were going to lose, but I knew, okay, well, this isn't going to be comfortable.
I did get a little worried when was it Trysta Krick who dribbled the ball to center court? Like they had it
at the end?
Yeah. And he basically trapped himself with 2 defenders and the half court line. And I think Mike called timeout, which was how they got out of it. Because the officials started to call the over and back thing, but Mike had called timeout. It was like, oh, that was rough. That was rough. You listen to
IG, we're gonna leave because you won't be able to hear Trysta.
Hey, we did it. Hey, IG impressions.
Yeah. We'll be back on ESPN 1320 soon. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What up, AJ? What up, big dog? Love you, bro.
Goodness gracious. Let's welcome in TK, Trysta Krick here with D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. What's up, homie?
Hey, boys.
TK, what up, though?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good. Look like the sun is shining over there.
It is. It's cold, but it's still bright out. It's really bright out.
You need to get out here with us. It's like 70 degrees out here. We live in that life right now.
You guys you guys have button-ups though. Button-ups and hoodies don't exactly give me the impression.
Yesterday I wore a short sleeve and I think I was fine in the world, but I forgot in the studio.
Yeah, it's the temperatures are different in here, and there's really no in between. You either are really cold, and I prefer to be a little chilly while we do the shows, or you're sitting in the mouth of hell. There really isn't like this is a comfortable temperature. It's nice. It's good. That doesn't exist in this room. You're either really cold or it's sweltering. So we're not always dressed for the elements outside as much as we are for inside.
Yeah,
that's good to know. That's how it is for me on my show too. It'll be like 95 degrees outside in August, and I'll come in with a jacket on because the AC in the studio is like set at 65.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can't wear shorts, can't wear tees, can't wear tank tops.
No,
I want to parlay, show my collarbone a little bit, and it's like just not happening.
Bone, yeah, nothing sexier than a collarbone. Yeah, KC got adventurous. What we're rocking the
I said
rocking the t-shirt. Yes,
I got a little too excited for the sun to come out and had short sleeves on yesterday. I said, well, wait a minute, let me not do that today.
What do you think about the Western Conference playoff race? We didn't even talk. The Pelicans are like the Pelicans and the
Trying to tell everybody. I'm trying to say.
Well, that brings
2 weeks early, boys. You guys know it was on the heat check, and then just like I'm starting to think that it's like one of the early dominoes.
So look, Kyle Madsen, shout out to our guy on the Insiders. He said yesterday, I think, he said, as in looking in the Kings' perspective, he said, I got my eye on the Clippers. He said, I think they could catch them. They're 3 games back right now, I think, of the Clippers. And obviously the Kings have to get into the damn playoffs before they think about catching anybody. But he said it. He's like, yo, don't sleep on Kings catching the Clippers. I guess, the Kings are in second place right now in the Pacific.
Folks, you have no idea how big that would be for my wallet. I'm hanging on.
Did it again?
Yeah, I had Magic Kings parlay division winner 71-1.
Wow. Wow.
So I thought that bet was all the way dead, but now the Clippers are. I'm hoping. I'm just going to keep that bet slip my eye on it. Not going to say a lot about it. I'm not going to put that negative energy out into the world, which will surely mush it. But if the Kings were to win the division 2 years in a row, I would be feeling really, really good. I think there's about a G coming off of that.
Ooh. Dinner on Trysta.
Man.
Yep, dinner on me. Dinner on me. We got to get in the playoffs though. And we got to get a playoff matchup that's good for us as a crew. You know what I mean? Because I'm coming.
What would No.
Don't give me the whistle.
Yeah, I only blew the whistle because you started laughing like that.
No, because you looked.
I didn't do anything. I was waiting to see what you were gonna say. Jesse threw the flag like it's out of my control now. I think you influenced.
No, you pushed it. I saw you push it. That was you.
I was influenced by the player who's flopping on the ground over there.
The player.
I'm as bad as an NBA official over here.
So what will be best though? That's 6. I mean, it's not really a good one for you. I mean, it's all Midwest and California. It'd be like OKC, Kings, Minnesota.
Because you went to the whole series last year, right? Obviously, it was convenient.
4 games. Was it 4 games? It was just the first 4.
Yeah, you definitely weren't here for 7. So yeah.
No, I was not. Unfortunately.
So what would be the best? Maybe Denver? Would that be easy on you?
Denver would be better because I'd be already out there. It'd be a nice little. One of the LA teams would be cool too. Wouldn't mind that. That'd be just in state. Yeah. Clippers Kings would be kind of fun, actually.
That'd be a lot of fun. That'd be a lot of fun. I mean,
yeah, as long as the Clippers continue to free fall.
I don't know if I want to play the Clippers, but it'd be fun to have them. You know what? There'd be some Kings fans at Staples or Crypto.
Oh yeah, the wall ain't in effect yet.
No, they would come through there.
Yeah, they'd be out there.
Yeah,
they'd be out there. Yeah, you called the Pelicans a while ago. Actually, you and KC both did call the Pelicans a while ago, and it feels like, man, they're a game back for those who aren't paying attention. And I feel like everybody is. They're a game back from the Clippers right now in 4. It feels like that's the furthest anyone could move up. Everything is going to shake out like with Oklahoma City, Minnesota, and Denver. What'd you think of Ant-Man's dunk last night?
Oh.
Well, I mean, I watched it probably 5-6 times in a row. He didn't look like it was. I don't know how he dislocated his finger because it didn't look like he actually grabbed the rim.
No, he didn't. I think he jammed it into John Collins's head. I think that's what happened.
It was on the left hand on top of that.
That's why poor John Collins is on the ground holding his head, is because Anthony Edwards caught him on the way up.
Oh, just a body. I love Ant-Man. I was talking about this earlier with a friend of mine, and he's like, I would think he would normally love somebody like Ant-Man, but he's just feeling like he's too inconsistent. I think Ant-Man's a great leader, one of the best two-way players in the league, one of the, like, probably highly media trained, but you could not tell it at all. It'd be like if they tried to give me media training.
No, I don't even think he's media trained. I think he's just naturally charismatic, and he's probably not media trained. That's why.
Did you see the clip? Did you see the clip of him watching the video?
Well, was that? I can't remember. Was that live?
It couldn't have been live. It could not have been live.
I was like, whoa.
And you know, there's a certain demographic of people that really don't know how to act when someone says that word. But my first thought was, where is he on the air? Ant-Man, you can't say that.
I don't know. But see, and then Ant-Man didn't even give you like, oh, my bad.
No.
He was just like, yo,
so
that boy.
That's why I feel like he wasn't on the air, but the guy with the microphone was treating it like he was on the air.
Yo,
oh my God.
Trysta,
I hope he didn't say that.
Your thoughts, because I sound like a broken record. I always bring this up after he does something spectacular. I say there's always a lot of talk about who's next behind Steph and LeBron, face of the league, all this other stuff. I said it's Ant-Man's if he wants it.
I just said that today.
He's
it.
Yeah.
He's because if you look at all of the things that make like a player be the face of the league, that charisma, right? Mm-hmm. That unabashed authenticity, that level of fun that he has, anything could be going on with them. And he's in the heat of the moment, but he's smiling from ear to ear, the joy that Ant-Man plays with. I think that's highly infectious. He goes to France to work out with Rudy in the off season to try to like ingratiate him into the team. That's leadership. But his highlights obviously make him like that's the foundation of becoming the face of the league is your performance on the court, but it's everything off the court that Anthony Edwards does that I think that gives him the opportunity to be that dude that's next, especially considering that the other player that's probably going to be in contention for that is going to be Wemby. And I don't know. I'm not sure. You guys have to tell me what you think. Do you think Adam Silver wants to make the face of the NBA a Euro?
I mean, I don't think he. So here's the funny thing. I don't think he does. Somebody had a tweet, or they had a tweet, but I saw it on Instagram. And I don't. You guys tell me this. I'll reverse the question on you. Reverse Uno card. You know what I mean? Do you think Adam Silver is 100% comfortable with pushing Anthony Edwards right now?
No.
After Ja? No.
No.
So that I say that to say he might not have a choice as far as who he wants to push. He's probably a little more secure with Wemby, but like Iverson, so like all these other guys, the NBA streets will tell you who they want. They want Anthony Edwards.
It's not Adam. It was David Stern. But was Yao ever the face of the league?
No, I think they tried though, because he understood what it was.
I mean, and he was very important to the NBA's bottom line. Mm-hmm. But is that the effect Wemby could have? Like he has kind of the Yao Ming effect on
absolutely.
Certainly internationally, Wemby will be impactful. And I know what you're saying too, in terms of like why Adam Silver wouldn't be comfortable with Ant. And I think that's because he's a wild card. You saw it last night, what we're talking about on that broadcast. He even, like, after the game was, signing autographs for little kids. And you're like, I don't know what he's going to say to them. Who knows, And that's what makes him special, right?
Yeah,
we love him.
That's why we love him, because you don't know. He is authentic, and it's not like he's not going to give you this corporate answer all the time. Like he's just going to say to a certain degree. I don't mean to toot our own horn, but that's why they love this show, because we're not just a typical radio show. Trysta gets on, not just a typical, well, tell me what you think about da-da-da-da. No, sometimes we just going to talk, and that's what Ant-Man does in real life in the NBA. He just kind of talks sometimes.
And that works.
What do you guys think about that? I don't want to get too much into the media business again. We did that last week, and the soup, by the way, Chatty House came out tremendous. The gnocchi, we put gnocchi into it to make it a little more substantial.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the soup. Yeah, soup came out. The Chatty House was asking how it came out. Multiple layers of flavor there.
Like that.
Multiple layers of flavor. Anyway, back to the question that I had for you. Let's not get too deep into it, but what do you guys think about the LeBron James, JJ Redick podcast that has arrived?
I haven't listened to it. I haven't listened to it yet. Yeah, I've seen the clips. Mm-hmm. I thought it was really interesting that LeBron is doing this right now.
I thought the same thing. It was like
why? Yeah,
just wait a little bit.
Yeah, well,
I don't March to start a show, like a March release.
Right. Yeah, just wait a
little. It's
bit.
his latest strike against Darvingham. He's just like, I'm so sick of Darvingham. I'm gonna do a podcast with JJ Redick. And I was also confused by that. Like, why is he partnering with JJ Redick? Not that JJ's bad at this. Like, when he's not on ESPN, I don't think he is. Like, I think ESPN kind of messed up his brain a little bit. But I was still like, why?
Also, I think that I don't think anybody needs more like sideline out of bounds analytics. Like, I really don't. I don't need you guys to have a notebook that I can't see. And you guys are drawing out these plays that like only you two can see. I don't know what's going on over there, but you're talking about things that are just for you two. And then you're just like putting it out to the world and then just giving some takes about Steph and Allen Iverson along the way. I think it's just kind of like, why isn't it just more old man in the three? Why isn't it just like a regular guest on old man in the
This
three?
doesn't sound interesting at all. Like what you just said does not sound interesting.
And the other thing I thought about, like, if they want to do all that, they could do it like a detailed situation, like Kobe had the detailed on
Mhm.
ESPN. You could do that and really like get into the video component of it and breaking down, the telestrator and stuff. That's cool. But even then, I don't always want to watch that or listen to it. Like, I don't want to.
Yeah, those aren't entertaining.
Oh,
Like, that's homework.
yeah.
It's informative, but like I never thought the Kobe Payton stuff, I never thought that was entertaining. I was like, oh, this is interesting. Huh. Okay, I'll watch a episode. I'm not gonna binge watch Kobe breaking down film.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna binge watch LeBron or binge listen to LeBron James and JJ Redick talking about anything.
This isn't gonna be the shop, and I think the shop is good. I like the shop.
Yeah.
I like more of the shop
I do
than
too.
this. But I'm also not hating on it. Like it's fine. Like it can exist. You know what I'm saying? Like even if I'm not interested or I don't want to do it, like it doesn't mean it doesn't have to exist. You can go out there and do what you want. Like fine. I still got the shop if I want to listen to the shop or Old Man and I guess he's still doing Old Man and 3. I don't know. But that's still there if I want that. But if I want something extra or something different, I can go to that. So it can exist.
Episode number 2 will be all about Tyrese Halliburton, I'm sure.
Well, talking about no, I ain't gonna do that to my man. I ain't gonna do that to him.
You allowed to point out that he's not playing well.
Yeah, you see his presser recently?
I did.
He basically was saying, this is the worst basketball I've ever played in my life. I know I'm playing terrible, and I don't know why. I don't know what's going on right now.
That's okay. Like it's all right to have a bad stretch of basketball. Yeah. It's just when our guy out here had a bad stretch of basketball, y'all hoes couldn't wait to write about it. Y'all couldn't wait to talk about it.
You think people are just? You think it's just people are just mums the word on Tyrese? You think people are just
because they were so over the top 3 months ago.
They can't
run that.
They can't rationally cover him. Which is why they take shots at De'Aaron Fox. I'm convinced it's why they take shots at Domantas Sabonis, and it's why they shut the hell up when Tyrese isn't playing well.
What's the reason? What's the motive of it, though?
We don't know where the love originated from.
Right.
Tyrese was here. Y'all didn't say nothing about him. Other than, hey, I think the kid's good. That was the extent of the Tyrese Halliburton conversation. Oh, that kid in Sacramento might be good. That was it. Then he got traded. He was the greatest player that ever lived.
All these people will tell you there's not like some personal thing with Sacramento or nothing like that. It sure feels like it. It sure feels like whether it's, do you think the franchise is a joke? Maybe when, and this is, people are human beings, because from what I hear, I don't know, it doesn't happen to me because I'm here, but people will tell you if like a Kevin O'Connell, you know what I mean? He'll tell you,
Connor.
I say some.
No, we don't call him by his real name here.
Oh. All right, I'm with it.
You say O'Connell?
Kevin O'Con, man.
Kevin O'Connell will tell you that when he says something bad about the Kings, they be on his head, right? So maybe this is like one of those fan bases where subconsciously, because you said something bad about the Kings, you're always kind of on the defensive and you're always looking to like get your joke back, get your look back on the Kings. Maybe, and I'm not even accusing somebody, but
you guys did
maybe
come
that's
after my co-host pretty hard too. Yeah, he's still licking his wounds over it.
Yeah, that's because he was a pompous jackass. That's why we came after him the way he did. He didn't just hit us with the, oh man, I got this wrong. He did the, hello, Sacramento. I understand you guys are excited about being playoff. It's like, no, you condescending little clown. Get out.
We didn't like that either.
Yeah, get out of my face.
We didn't like that. You thought you were doing a good thing, talking about, hey, give it. No, actually, it pissed us off even more.
Yeah, get Trista's bags and sit your stupid ass down.
Let me ask you guys a question. A conspiracy theorist in me. Do you think purple is a serious color?
Never thought about that.
You think that you're being slandered because your colors are purple?
The Ravens are.
I mean, I was going to say the Ravens are.
That's the only one I could think of. Well, people, because they were loving the Jazz for a month and a half last year.
That's true.
But they also went to white, black, and yellow.
They did. I think there's
ignore Prince's association with purple.
How do we feel about the Vikings? Never really.
I don't
take
really
them
have
seriously.
feelings about the Vikings.
I don't either. No. But it's worth
We do
thinking
make
about.
jokes about Kirk Cousins.
What color are the Lakers?
Well, there you go.
That's true. But then there's the gold. The gold. Like royalty.
Boy, we are reaching right here. Oh my goodness. Now it's the color of the team that's just thrown everything off.
I don't
know
get
why
it.
they hate this city or this team. I don't know.
Or they
why.
don't like it's not, I don't even want to say
Sacramento.
hate. They just don't take it, they don't respect it and take it seriously. I don't know why. They don't cover the Kings like everybody else. I just don't know why.
It is a little late. It is a little lazy, I think. It's just easy because for so many years it's been the same, right? The narrative has been, the facts have been similar. So you can kind of like, out of all the teams, just kind of like punch the ticket for a long time into what the Kings would be. And obviously it's extremely different now. And people weren't getting the memo, like, hey, there's been a regime change. You know, we've got like an organization going in a direction differently now. Like you have to tune in. You actually have to like watch these games. But I find Sacramento, as you guys know, not just because I've come on with you, but I find Sacramento, the city, to be like extremely underrated city. Beautiful. Walk around, you're like, oh, there's orange trees everywhere. Smells good, mostly. And
if you make the trip on the right day, you actually have lights at your Airbnb. It's big time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, I mean, it's very centrally located in multiple areas that are very destination-esque. LA, we know Kenny goes to LA, I'm sure, all the time. Just a quick little
Not as
jaunt.
much as I like to. I like LA.
Okay, Lake Show. You're real close to San Francisco. You're close to Tahoe. You can get a little ski on. You can get your little snowboard on. Close to Portland. Close to Seattle. Close to the water.
I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it
I
is.
like all of those places. I'm not going to any of those places, and I still like it in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ski nor snowboard.
Well, look, us, and we're ignoring the fundamental flaw here. The players they have are good.
Oh.
What's wrong with saying, you know what, Sabonis is? This guy's got 50 straight double-doubles. Only 8 players in the league history have been able to do something like that. He's pretty good. I know he had a subpar series in the playoffs, but damn, he's pretty good.
And y'all have spent 3 years drooling over a player who does the exact same thing Domas does at a slightly higher level.
Also, why is everybody acting like Indiana should be a destination?
Yeah, I don't know who's acting like
wasn't
that.
a destination
I think
in
we learned.
February.
I was going to say, I think we learned at the All-Star game, it is not a destination. Indiana may have ended Midwest All-Star games for a long time.
There's a lot of talk and chatter like Tyrese Halliburton on this team has made the Pacers a free agent destination.
And part 2 of that is Pascal Siakam's impending contract has ended any potential free agent signing. What are you idiots talking about?
They
ain't got $1 to spend.
Yeah, they're done as far as moves being made. Like they made it when they got Pascal.
That was it.
That was
they
the
did
move.
it. Salute. They did it. They did it.
They need someone else, that's for sure.
They better find someone on a bargain, and I know who they can't have. They can't have Malik Monk because Malik, I don't know if you got a chance to see overtime last night. Malik just decided with about a minute left in the fourth quarter, the Kings weren't going to lose to the Memphis Grizzlies, and he took an offensive rebound to the basket to tie the game, and in overtime just cut loose. He has clearly established himself as this team's third best player.
Oh, so is he? What do you think he gets out on the open market? I know I posted this on Twitter. People got very mad because they want everybody to be very mum on Malik, but just between you, me, and the lamppost, you know.
What were they saying? What were they saying to you on that? I saw the tweet, but I didn't go through the comments. What were other, fan bases saying about Malik, like what he might get?
It was mostly Sacramento fans like, please don't bring this up right now.
I'll tell you, we be jumping people, man. It's true. The truth is our own, and we just be jumping people.
Like, what are you doing? D-Lo, Casey, let her know. We're not supposed to talk about Malik right now. Like, nobody should know about him.
First rule of Malik Monk free agency is to not discuss Malik Monk free agency. It's hard to imagine him not getting an offer in the vicinity of $20 million from someone.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if he got, 4 offers outside of Sacramento or 3 offers outside of Sacramento, I feel like they're all ranging between 19 and $21 million.
I think that's the right range.
As someone who's certainly not a Sacramento Kings cap expert, how much do we have to pay him?
Well, it's not the cap. That's the problem. It's the fact that he signed a 2-year contract when we signed him a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. And so there's a max that he can be offered because of that structure. And I think it's like 17 and a half is where it starts. And then you can have the increments raised after that. But I don't think Sacramento can start above 17 and a half.
Wow. Let De'Aaron.
And that's why Kings fans are terrifying. That's why Kings fans are terrified and want you to shut up. They want us to stop talking. They want us to act like that Malik is on a 10-year deal right now and he's not going anywhere.
Or that he's just not doing the things that he's doing on a night-to-night basis. Let's just
no general manager around the league is seeing this at all.
Maybe not.
Well, we know no media is seeing it.
He is leading the race, though, in terms of 6th man of the year. I think he's a pretty heavy favorite now. It was minus 130 when we started talking about it a few weeks ago. I don't know what it is now, but I'm sure it's like minus 200, minus 250, which means you have to pay $250 to get $100 back, which is, pretty heavy favorite for a guy kind of who was not in the discussion in the beginning of the year.
It's one of the he's in the area of where De'Aaron was last year with the clutch player of the year award. Like, if he's not winning it at this point, just get rid of the award.
Would you guys like to see the soup?
Absolutely.
Yes, of course. Oh, you have a bowl right in front of you.
What's it? Okay.
So those little say what those things are called again.
I'll like put you guys up on game. Gnocchi.
And they're like, it's like a potato pasta, right?
Yeah. It's like a little cloud of pasta. Yeah, it's perfect.
It's fire. It's incredible. Nah, it's incredible. Yeah, it's legit.
Yeah. You make it separately, throw it into the pre-made soup.
So
heat it up.
That's the same soup from last week?
I made a gang of it. I made like 8 cups, 10 cups. I wasn't eating it every day. We got a little hot streak too during the weekend. So I don't eat soup when it gets hotter than 65, 70 degrees out. Can't do that.
No, that's perfectly fair. Soup is a cold weather food.
Do you like Chipotle?
Chipotle, baby girl, Chipotle. I love Chipotle.
The Delonte West, she caught that oop right there.
The Kentucky connection right here.
Yes.
Rick and Caraway.
Put it on a shirt.
It's beautiful. Absolutely.
What you? We got a couple minutes. The tournament, man. What you seeing? Baby. I got UConn, Houston final. I got Houston winning it all. They scared me with what happened in the Big 12 championship game, but I think they're gonna win it all.
You should be scared. Houston's obviously banged up. We know what the blueprint is to beat them, right? The problem with Houston is that they just take so many tough shots. They have to take them. They're one of the worst 2-point field goal percentage teams, one of the worst in terms of three-point field goal percentage, one of the worst in terms of free throw percentage, and they're the number 2 team in the country. That's tough. Obviously, best defense in all of college basketball. That's going to lead the way. But the problem is, I think UConn's I think they're a monster. This region that they've given them I call it the prison yard region. It's like everybody's out with their shivs, ready to stab each other in the yard. Like it's rough and tumble. It's a lot of like really good teams. You're talking about the Big Ten title, the tournament title winner, a Big 12 tournament title winner, the SEC tournament title winner, 2 teams that went to the Final Four, 1 team that they played in the national title. You're talking about a Mountain West Conference winner. So, I mean, you've just got team after team that they have to go out and play. FAU's not the same team as they were last year, but I think UConn, if they can get past their region, which I think that they will, and it's going to be a tough slog, playing Auburn in the round of, I think, either 32 or 16 is a really hard matchup. Auburn plays great defense, and they can score. But UConn doesn't miss shots. I took them 11-1 to win it all probably a month and a half ago, maybe. They were 20-1 somewhat early in the season, and I couldn't believe they weren't getting as much love. Stephon Castle, he's a freshman. He's really good. He's nice. He's a good bucket getter. You still have this kid, Alex Caravan. You still have Donovan Clingan, who played alongside Sonogo in the post last year. He comes in. He's now the guy. They've got this kid, Sampson, that comes in when Clingan's not playing well. So they're deep. They hit shots. They can go on these crazy runs. They can play low-scoring games. They can play high-scoring games. I think they're the most versatile team, and that's the reason that they're 4-1 to win it all, and to repeat is obviously extremely hard. But most of that team, Tristan Newton as well is back. Like, most of that collective team is still back. I think they're even better than they were last year. And they beat teams. They smacked the snot out of teams last year. Beat every team by an average of 17 or more. Every team along the way. They're buzzsaw.
Aren't they a little rough defensively?
I think overall their defensive rating's pretty good. Let me see what it is. Yeah, they're 11th in the country on defense, and they're number 1 in the country offense.
That's a hell of a coach. Number 1 and number 11, you said?
Yeah.
Defense.
Yeah, number 1 in offense, number 11 in defense, number 4 in the country in holding like total effective field goal percentage on D, holding teams to 45% from the field. Really good in terms of like twos. They're not great at contesting three. That's really their thing. Great blocking team. Offensively, they're a nightmare. 126.6 offensive rating, best in the business.
Goodness gracious.
Man, we gotta shake it. But next week you can talk about how my Duke Blue Devils went on the women's side.
Oh, that's very good.
That's my
no,
team.
That's
right?
good. No,
I got.
good.
Don't do that. I got.
No,
love
that's
for the
good.
Duke Blue
Nice
Devils
little
on the women's side.
Nice little baby face turn right there.
I just like the other teams too.
No, it's good. Is anyone beating South Carolina? There's no point in going to break. I think we've already messed that up. So
past it. I think they're beatable. We saw Tennessee take them to the brink. I think all these teams are beatable. I think that there's less dominance than there was last year, and we got chaos last year. It's going to be fascinating to see how the matchups play out. I think that's key. I like what USC is doing down the stretch with Juju. Ohio State is playing really good basketball. Don't forget, Nebraska took Iowa to the brink as well. They were up 11 at halftime. There's a lot of good teams in women's hoops. I think it's just all about, how you see these brackets shaking out. But man, I think Don Staley's the best, hands down, in terms of those top 4 teams, and has them playing really well. So not nearly as deep as they were last year. Obviously, you lose the best player in all of basketball, the number 1 overall pick in Aaliyah Boston. I think it's going to be tough to replace her, right? So
they still haven't lost. All that means
I may or may not have a South Carolina LSU national championship game.
Iowa's tough too. If you're a betting person, 6-1 for Iowa isn't horrible. The problem with Iowa is they just don't have a lot of other gals outside of Caitlin. They've got some shooters that can stand in the corner and wait for her to get them the rock. But defensively, they're a little rough, and they don't have anyone inside. They had that chick, I forget her name. She was a big girl. She ended up graduating last year, and they didn't find anyone to replace her. So they get banged pretty hard down low.
Just gonna let that out there. Do you need to go to work? Do you need to eat your soup and go to work?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Eat your soup and go to work. We love you. Thank you.
Love you back.
No, that it looks fire. No, it looks good. It's way too warm for that out here, but that looks tremendous.
Maybe the winter. I'll cook for you guys. We can have a little soiree.
I'm with it.
Oh, after the Kings win the division, we're going to eat. We're going to get steak.
Yeah, you're
Yes,
picking up
let's do
the
it.
tab. This is absolutely happening.
I'm in it. You know, I'll put it on the little concur expense report, and we'll just see how it shakes out.
Absolutely, yeah. Let us try that. We'll get called into a 10-person meeting. Trysta does it. Oh, it's no problem. Love you back, TK.
I see y'all.
Trysta Krick, Heat Check Podcast, Bet MGM tonight. Well,
where we go?
That was a strong Charles Barkley vibes there from that last line about Iowa.
What did Charles?
When a guy is banging you, and he just keeps banging and banging and banging.
What do we want to do here?
Charles said it, and then he was like, come on, man.
No, he kept going. He kept going. He's banging and banging. And when a guy is banging you, and Shaq starts giggling, and then Kenny starts giggling, and then he hits you. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Oh, that's an all-timer. That's an all-timer.
Extra white chocolate ass. Is this the attitude era of dealing with KC?
Might be. I feel like we took on a different vibe, like from once the beginning of the All-Star break happened, like since, like, I don't know, we've been on a heater.
No, I think what also happens is we just bring our emotions onto the radio. We all three of us walked in here really pissed off.
That's fact. We were real life mad earlier.
Just a normal run-of-the-mill monthly meeting. They have no idea they sent the three of us in to do our jobs in like a heated state. They have no clue.
Look,
I just saw all three of our bosses walk by. They have no clue how pissed we are right now.
They'll really have no clue because we're saying all this on the show on YouTube.
Oh, no, we're going to walk out the studio.
They never know.
So how was the show today?
Yeah, no, you should go watch it. Watch all 4 hours in its entirety. Watch through the commercial breaks. You, and you. All watch it.
Do it on YouTube, too.
Yeah, do it on YouTube.
At the very least, hit the thumbs up. Jesus. Do that. They're fighting for our life.
Well, don't do that.
He's back in the news, too. Did you see that?
I didn't. How? Why?
He's like suing.
I did know that. Yeah, he is. It's literally a lawsuit levied against America. That's amazing. I want to try this. When Trump gets reelected, I want to sue America.
Got started at 75,000.
I just.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, man.
Wasn't that already thrown out and then they started all over again?
Oh, brother.
Like, that's the crazy thing about the judicial system is like you said you were suing them because they went against your religious beliefs, yet you have no proof that they actually went against your religious beliefs. So instead of throwing this lawsuit out because it's stupid and you're an idiot, refile it with a different complaint.
Just wasting everybody's time.
Hey, bro, can I copy your homework? I'll change the answers a bit.
Yeah, that's what, bruh.
I'll change the answers a bit.
Don't worry, I'll change the answers a bit.
What about when they don't change the answers? You guys turn in the homework with the same exact word.
Bar for bar. Start swirling
Usually
around.
how it ends up.
Start swirling around wine to celebrate victories. Rapping over Drake beats.
No.
I had the nerve to ask a spinoff of D-Lo and KC. What's a knockoff of D-Lo and KC? It's like when them wrestling video games came out, but they couldn't license WWE characters, so they just had like a big yellow guy that looked like Hulk Hogan.
Those guys was fired too.
And he was called like the Destroyer or something like that.
You
like
play those games.
He's got a Fu Manchu mustache and a bald head. That's not Hulk Hogan? No.
Oh, man. This show, boy, I tell you, when we miss a break, man, it turns up.
Well, Trysta like tiptoed past the break, and it was like, well, just forget it. Let's just keep talking. Like, there's no point. And there's a science to the clock, and when we go to commercial, who are we kidding?
Just stay here.
Who are we kidding?
Hey, this is funny. Did you see my boy, your boy, everybody's boy, Jim Harbaugh is moving, right? He got a new job, right? Moving from Michigan to Los Angeles, California. He had a garage sale at his house in Michigan.
Really?
Like, this is a shoot.
That's the most Harbaugh thing I've ever
all out
heard.
on the driveway. Just come first serve. This is $1.50. Go ahead.
Connor Stanley's Central Michigan outfits there for $30.
Yeah, was he?
Got your,
these espionage sunglasses.
Only been worn once.
Here,
I'm looking.
here's my disciplinary papers from the NCAA. You can have these for $2. They're signed by me, so it's fantastic.
He has a bunch of clothes. He has a snow globe.
Is he selling all of his Michigan khakis?
Maybe. He's got some Michigan. He has some Michigan gear in here.
Yeah.
He's got a bunch of snow globes, a sewing machine.
He has a sewing machine?
Yeah, look, I'll tag you on.
What is Jim Harbaugh doing with it, or Jim Harbaugh doing with a sewing machine?
His wife sews, and it looks like something that you could easily bring to Los Angeles. I don't know why this is at the garage sale, but they have just the neighbors just walking in the driveway, rummaging through their stuff.
Real quick, we got Kevin Huerter stuff.
This is we do?
Yeah, Jason Anderson tweeted that he dislocated his shoulder and he's out tomorrow.
That's what I thought it was.
Okay.
I'm glad it's not the wrist though. Hopefully.
Well, shout out JA, because I didn't get that nowhere. Oh, maybe it's in here, or maybe JA just got the scoop.
Yeah,
it looks like he did.
JA like that.
He definitely is. I mean, you don't cross Jason Anderson. He's in the power universe.
Right. Cancel Christmas on you.
Yeah, he will. He's been ruled out for tomorrow due to a left shoulder dislocation. All right. Well,
what's usually the timetable on a dislocated shoulder?
So it's very.
Are there grades to it?
So it depends on what the imaging says. So you can dislocate your shoulder, and this is awful, but it can dislocate and go back in. You can keep playing. You're going to be in pain, a certain level of playing.
Not going to have a good range.
You can finish it. No, you can finish a game. It's just going to hurt. And the thing is, once it pops out, it becomes more likely it's going to happen again. So if the imaging comes back and like nothing's torn, he could get by on this. Like he could legitimately be back. I'm not exact. He could, like, they have him ruled out tomorrow. He could be back on Thursday.
What do you think that's notable that they just ruled him out for tomorrow rather than we'll see in a week how he's feeling?
Yeah,
they
didn't give him the Trey Lyles.
Yeah. So the two things that stand out about what JA wrote was, yes, he's only ruled out tomorrow, but there's no mention of any imaging done. Sometimes that comes from Sacramento though. Like it'll come in a group
because he
email.
got an MRI yesterday, right? Like after last night.
I'd assume he went straight to the back and got it.
Yeah, I think James said it or whatever. So
literally
maybe that's different imaging, but they got it.
The MRI, I think, is what gives you the look, right? So the fact that there's no reference to imaging or torn or anything being torn leads me to believe like he could be back very, very soon, which is obviously great news. That it becomes a situation where he may have to have like an elaborate tape job done for like a certain level of comfort, or he could just go out there and play. But the concerning part is like it does become a little bit more, a little more dicey, or the wrong hit, the wrong swipe, and it's going to be easier for his shoulder to pop out.
This is a serious situation, but you saw I was trying to hold back the chuckle because I was trying to think of other times this has happened. And didn't D Wade get wheeled out on a wheelchair? So dislocated shoulder.
So yes and no. I remember that game very well because Kara was the sideline reporter for that game. It's one of like a handful of games
He was
she
in
did.
some real pain too. I don't be
So
mad,
no, what they did, his shoulder came out. They tried to put it back in place on the bench.
Oh.
And I think there's a clip that circulates a lot where he is screaming.
Yeah, that's what I remember him.
So
being in pain.
they go to the back, and I don't think they wheeled him out. Maybe they did, but he is like clutching it, and he's clutching it partly because it's out of place, but because they tried to put it back.
Oh.
And so she had to follow him back. I don't. This is long enough. I think you could say this without. She was outside the locker room, and she was like, it was awful because they put it back in, which is the thing that you have to do. Like they put it back in place, and she just said it was just awful because you could hear his reaction to that. Brutal. So what happened with her, because she eventually had shoulder surgery, but she had it after like the third time it had popped out because it started to like, it would pop out. Like I remember her shoulder popped out in front of me, like at my feet at the Mohegan Sun. And she's on the ground and she's like, it's out. And I remember telling her like you have to breathe, like relax. And then her trainer came over and she's like, let go, like just stop.
Yeah.
And like when it just slid right back in. She went to the back, came back and played the rest of the game. Or, the second half. That was the end of the first half. Went and played the second half.
Let's go to break.
It's ESPN 1320.
Woo.
So if that's what Kevin's looking at, like he might be back. Like he might really, really be back.
Yeah, but like it's just one of the things. I remember Barry Bonds had that situation. I think in '93, where it just kept popping in and out of place for the September or something.
Yeah, at some point you have to get it fixed, or just live with the fact that that's going to happen. Oh, very good, Yahoo Soren. Thank you. I still have Jay's. So Sasha's questionable tomorrow. That's good. Oh, I see. It's the injury report. That's where they got it from. I'm looking at Frankie's tweet. Frankie's tweet looks like an injury report. So that's where all of this information came from. So nothing is out there from the Sacramento Kings yet. All right. I really feel like 2:45. I gotta think they're leaving soon. This is Toronto. Oh, they probably already left. We gotta have something soon. I would think we have something more formal than he's just out tomorrow. Especially that they know how much everyone would be tuned into that. What's up, Warren? We see you, boy. Hope you're enjoying your vacation, man. Hope you're enjoying it out there. Yeah. All right, TCG, stop it. Having any idea what WWE planning for my boy ex-condom? I don't. So Dame and Balor are doing the tag match, right? Yeah, I don't know what Dom's doing. Dom might be the winner of the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. Like, not trying to be funny. That would be a shoot. That's a good call. Huh?
Traditionally, does that do anything to anybody's career?
No.
Probably kills it, if anything.
I mean, I can't remember. I mean, Cesaro won it. Who? He might have. Didn't Corbin might have won one? Hell, didn't Rob Gronkowski win one?
I think so.
No, Rob Gronkowski helped. No, he helped the that goofy guy that I couldn't stand. His boy.
The guy that played the guitar?
No. What was that dude's name? He was Gronk's boy. He was in the WWE. I think he won one of the battle royals. I thought he sucked. Like, I couldn't stand him. But he was kind of a buff dude. He was like a partier or something like that. Man, I cannot remember his name. Let's look up Andre the Giant Battle Royal winners.
They say in the chat, it's Mojo Raleigh.
Mojo Raleigh, that's who it is. Yep, that's who it is.
From Sacramento, ain't he?
Is
Didn't
he?
he wear like a Sacramento?
No, you're thinking of his I don't remember what his name was in WWE, but his name was Chris Hero. He wasn't from Sacramento, but he did have the singlet that looked like the old Kings logo.
I thought Mojo one time had like a Kings jersey on one time.
Mojo's from Alexandria, Virginia.
He's not from Sacramento. That's the only thing I remember from that guy.
Here are the winners of the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royals: Cesaro, Big Show, Baron Corbin, Mojo Raleigh, Matt Hardy, Braun Strowman, Jey Uso, Madcap Moss, and Bobby Lashley.
The Almighty.
Bobby Lashley won last year. I have no recollection of that whatsoever.
I almost don't even remember WrestleMania last year. It was LA, right? Or was that the year before?
No, that was last year. I'm trying to. This is sort of sad. These is just random ass names. R-Truth has been in 5 Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royals. This is. Poor Heath Slater.
Who?
Heath Slater was in 6 straight Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royals. Do you know who Victor is?
My tax guy.
Victor was in. Victor's the guy you blocked from the chatty house. He was in 5. Titus O'Neil was in 5. Shelton, R-Truth, Connor, Goldust, Fandango, Dolph Ziggler, Curtis Axel, and Bo Dallas were all in 5 Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royals.
Wow.
That is the ultimate, we've got nothing for you, pal.
At least you get to participate in WrestleMania, though.
Speaking of, I don't think there's any like participation matches this year. I think they're all pretty solid.
I'm not super familiar with the card.
I'm not either. I missed Raw again last night.
Well, yeah, because the damn game went to overtime. I wanted to take a peek and see at least, I wanted to at least see Cody's promo. But yeah, no, overtime it is, and my attention was on Sacramento. I was hoping I could. Let's see. We know we got the bloodline. We got Seth and Drew and Roman and Cody. We got Io and Bailey, Rhea and Becky, Gunther and Sammy. I like all of this. Then there's this 6-pack ladder match.
What's going on there?
That's the Judgment Day, the Awesome Truth, DIY, the New Day, and 2 teams to be determined. Then there's LA Knight versus AJ, Jay versus Jimmy. Excuse me. And then Logan, Randy, and Kevin Owens.
That's 6.
Why? Wait, how did that happen? Why did Kevin Owens get thrown into this? Well, they probably needed something for him to do.
He's good enough to be around.
Yeah, no. He's great. Kevin Owens.
What are you going to say, Kenny? Oh, God.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You said it perfectly. He's good enough to be around.
No, Kevin Owens is solid.
I don't think he's bad.
He
just
should
don't
be
enjoy
around.
him.
Kevin Owens.
I don't know.
You stop.
You need guys like Kevin Owens.
Workers.
Will you stop?
I didn't even know we had that on the board.
Yeah, I got you.
I like Kevin Owens as for what he is.
What is he?
Yeah, what is he?
Yeah.
Somebody that I tune out when he's in a
Wow. What did Kevin Owens do to you?
I'm just over the whole fight, Owens fight.
See, that's bad take, man. You could put the belt back on Owens if you wanted to.
Kevin Owens is pretty good. I didn't like.
You want to get me to take another break?
I didn't like the
about 5 more minutes.
I didn't like the Stone Cold thing, but he's pretty good.
Get me to take another break from wrestling. Put the belt back on him. No, that's no. Hey, if you said, hey,
he's better than LA Knight.
He's way better than LA
He's
Knight.
better,
He's not
much better.
Way better.
He's not as interesting. If you told me, hey,
stop it.
Stop it. Fight Owens fight. I'm always angry. I'm here to fight. I have to earn everything in life. All right, shut the hell up.
Okay.
But if you told me, hey, just somebody's got to get the belt, either Kevin Owens or CM Punk, put it on CM Punk.
Bro, wow. I just got a text from WCW. You better take care of your house with this KO hate. Oh, man. Hey.
Shout out WCW.
Yeah, you are barking up the wrong tree, man. You might not see him for another 2 months, and you're gonna have a full-fledged fight on your hands.
What's the most memorable thing KO's ever been a part of?
That time he won the title on Raw was pretty cool.
Yeah, he beat John Cena like his first match.
Yeah, he did that.
Like they put him over pretty strong. His heel turn, like I don't know if it was his first. I think it was his first night in NXT on Sami Zayn was pretty awesome.
I'm the wrong person to ask.
Goldberg kicked his ass in a minute, I think.
Dude, that was so upsetting. And I remember when the light bulb went off for me leading into that match, because it was like, oh, I think they're building something with Brock and Goldberg. And it's like, well, wait, Goldberg's got Kevin. Oh no. And I think they used Jericho. Oh, the list of the
friendship
list of Kevin Owens. Yeah. Oh man, that was bro. Like said, that's your worst wrestling take.
I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm the wrong person to ask.
Boo.
Maybe I just was turned away
when
he started stealing the stunner.
Yeah, that's not my favorite, but that's not my favorite.
Like he was really doing like, this is my move.
Well, no, he didn't do that. They acknowledged that you can't call it the Stone Cold Stunner and say, oh, it's Kevin Owens' move. Like they acknowledge what it is.
Once the Usos started using the super kick about 10 times a match, there was no integrity left in the game.
I remember I was listening to something and they were like, yo, the way they bastardized these finishers, like, remember you used to get hit with a super kick? That was it.
Super kick was like, oh my gosh, that guy's not getting up.
They fight for another 12.
You going after Kevin Owens and you going after the Young Bucks is going to create another. No.
You guys are trash. Young Bucks are trash. Those guys are just around because they own that company.
How do you feel about Bret Hart?
The best part, we're literally doing a show for one person right now.
Yeah, I was at the grocery store and then I remember Goldberg kicked me in my face and that was my career over.
Don't do that to Brett.
Shawn Michaels wouldn't put me over, so I went to WCW and got kicked in the head.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan only goes to work for himself.
What do you have for his Brett impression? You gotta rate it on a one.
It needs work.
Give me more Brett. More Brett.
Yeah, that damn Goldberg. Hold on, you guys are laughing too much.
That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Because Brett does talk really like soft spoken. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Oh man, he's gonna our boy's gonna show up outside the studio the way y'all talking.
He go show up like Unique's brother,
Ronnie. Okay, we knew we had to do this, which is why we were having a little fun here. We have to take another break. We've got to kind of catch up. If I'm not, do we got to take another break at 3:13?
Yeah, we're a bit of a mess. Stay with us.
All right. Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. Don't you dare go anywhere, folks. We got Jay. We'll keep the cameras rolling. If something happens, we'll play it for you. We'll come back. We'll talk Kings basketball
on YouTube.
With D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, that's amazing.
That was pretty good, Brett. That was pretty good, Brett.
I've been working on the bread for a couple of years. That dude always complains.
Yo, I got so much sugar right now. This is ridiculous. I've been doing good.
Man got 2 pieces of cake in
That
here.
cake is bomb. That cake is bomb. I've been doing good with my sugar intake the last month or so. This is not one of those days. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Is that Joe Torre? That is Joe Torre. I don't know what happened there. Baby, we did talk about Marcus Smart getting ejected from a game he was inactive for. Good stuff.
Every time I think of Joe Torre, I think of like those old Yankees teams or whatever, and then I think my mind goes back to Don Zimmer, right, when Pedro tossed him. I've never seen anything like that. Still, I think
Crazy. Don Zimmer shouldn't have crossed him though.
like that's one of those things where I remember like exactly like where I was and stuff like that. That was insane.
I remember that too. That was, I mean, that the heat with that rivalry is one of the best in my lifetime. That was some real heat.
It's it'll probably never be that again.
That was some real heat. What was I about to say? Oh, the whole crew was there from Memphis though. They had everybody on the trip. Ja was in the building. Marcus Smart was in the building. All these guys that are pretty much out for the season, they made the road trip. Did they go to LA? No, actually, this is the start of the road trip. Let me see. Let me see where this road trip is going, because that'll tell me why those guys were there. Let's see. I remember looking at this the other day. The road trip started in Sacramento. I mean, it's not like a super sexy road trip. It's Golden State, ESPN. Oh my gosh. On Wednesday. Then San Antonio, then Denver. They just wanted to come to Sacramento. They wanted to see the beam.
Is that red velvet cake?
Mm-hmm. I have chocolate chip in it.
Looks amazing, but I ate like an asshole this past weekend. I'm gonna eat like a bigger asshole this weekend. So green juice and almonds it is. Oh, it's 3. Shit.
Say, well, relax. Okay, oh, just don't do it for me. Just don't do it for me, man. Didn't he lose? It was Roman, right? He lost to Roman at one of the Thunderdome pay-per-views. Was it his first defense or something like that?
Could be. I
remember
that Thunderdome era is a bit of a.
It is a blur.
It is a blur.
But I remember because they really were like hyping up like he might win, and I forgot why. That was a big deal.
Okay. So our last one will be pretty early. Okay, it's fine. Oh, that's right. Punk in Chicago next week.
I'll watch for that.
Yeah.
Wagner and Howard. Jason Jones wrote something about Howard today. Didn't
Hmm.
Didn't we have a meeting about that? They're like,
Yeah.
"How'd you
You got
guys
like
do this?
eight meetings about this.
Can you teach so and so how you did this? Wow."
Mhm.
And then just nothing.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we've noticed some activity. I think we can, we need some of that. Okay, whatever. You did nothing to get this, to be honest with you. All right, it's whatever.
I can't even log into the ESPN Twitter account on my laptop. It doesn't show me that the password's changed and I can access it on.
I can send you the passwords. I have that spreadsheet now.
Okay. Yeah, send it to me. I feel like it's the same. It works on my phone. Is there any way to are there Twitter analytics or anything? Probably have to pay for it. Just fucking hose. Damn, this was a long ass commercial break. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. 15. I think it's every quarter. See, KSCG, KIFM. Yeah, that's the password I had. Oh, wait, that's Instagram. Oh, okay. No wonder I can't log in. That's the wrong password. Wrong password, dog. Try this again. I'm sitting here zoomed in on Harbaugh's garage sale. Trying to see what he's selling. What game is after us?
It's Howard and Wagner.
Okay. That's a good call. All right, bear with us just a little bit. We got basketball following the show, so it creates some sketchy commercial breaks, and as does Trysta Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Jason Jones is going to join us in just a couple of minutes. By a couple of minutes, I mean like 15. So let's hear from you. 916-909-1320. Let's hear from our man Ramsey. Ramsey, what's going on, baby?
Not too much, gentlemen. I can at least say this last night. At least San Francisco Giants did something right on the field last night by signing Blake Snell. That's the only positive I took out of yesterday from that organization.
They did, and I want to hear Ramsey's thought on this when I say this stuff. Somebody alerted me to it. Wasn't somebody. It was Rob Brooks. He was 100% correct with this, and it's dirty work by the Giants. Number one, I like the signing of Snell. It's good stuff or whatever, but dirty work. They knew the Snell signing was coming. That's why they announced Rennell when they did. And Rob Brooks said he knew about this a couple of weeks ago. And they didn't announce it, but they announced it yesterday because they knew the Snell signing was coming. Dirty work by them all the way around.
Yeah, it's basically like, as you're saying, it's lightweight saving face because you threw egg on yourself earlier in the day for not having the voice of the Bay renewed with you. I mean, let's put it like this. Now the Giants on the field, you probably have the two best pitchers together in the National League on the same team, and then you go from there.
Yeah, I mean, you have that. It's a good look. It's a really good look. But, I mean, our guy Charlie was talking about it earlier with our other guy, Joe, and he was just talking about the Giants. It's a 2-year deal for Blake Snell.
Mm-hmm.
They're not – this franchise
there's an
doesn't
option.
believe – yeah, I think there is – I think – can't remember if it's a 2-year deal with the second year as an option or a 2-year deal with a third-year option. I can't remember.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the second year.
No, it might be. Yeah, that might be the case. So essentially a 1-year deal.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. They did that with Carlos Rendon too, and that's how they're moving forward. Which leads to stuff like this, like how I feel right now. I love the Giants. I will watch the Giants probably every night. Right, that's not going to change. But I'm not enthused by anything. I mean, they're not building anything. They're just going to keep getting these little 1-year deals and 2-year deals and get new players here and there. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Why was this such a short deal? And I'll think less for the why didn't he get a bigger deal?
I don't know why. I really don't know why that happened with him and other ball players around Major League Baseball. Cody Bellinger.
Eric Bellinger, hell of a ball player.
Cody Bellinger.
Concerts in the park.
We could only hope.
When KC's worlds collide. Oh, yeah, don't even get me started on concerts in the park. Don't do that. Yeah, don't get me started on that.
We can only hope. But Cody Bellinger, who's a really good ball player in this league, just signed maybe 2-3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Matt Chapman just signed with the Giants like 2 weeks ago. Now Blake Snell, who is, you heard Ramsey say it, he's right, possibly one of the 5 best pitchers in the league, signs 2 weeks before opening day. So there's something funny going on with these teams, agents, players. I don't know what the deal is, and that may lead to answering the question of like why it's only a 2-year deal or something.
The contracts might have gotten a little out of control. And this is their way of trying to control him a little bit. Because Blake Snell, he has, I'm not pretending to be Buster only here, but like
good call.
He gets like he has some injury concerns, injury issues, question mark.
Yeah. I mean, you can't be too sure.
So like signing in baseball, a 7-year deal. Because I just I saw Bryce say, "Oh, you signed a short-term deal to try to cash in." Wasn't he just a Cy Young?
Yeah.
Well, I think you kind of said it.
You're gonna get better than that.
These owners aren't giving out those contracts anymore. They're kind of putting a cap on it. I won't call it collusion, but it's more so. No, we're not paying you guys that.
No, I think that is what you can call it.
Well, then we'll call it collusion then.
Yeah, we need to fall back on the way we.
Because if I'm not mistaken, it was either Blake Snell himself or his agent about a month ago or so was talking about we're not seeing the money we want right now or like the length and stuff. So we're just kind of hanging out and waiting right now.
How old is Blake Snell? Do you know?
I mean, you would think somebody like that.
You still, you got time.
You would think somebody like
that's
that
bizarre
would at
to
least get a 4-year deal.
Yeah, that's strange to me.
So,
that's strange to me.
Baseball, and let me ask you this about baseball. I don't feel like that helps the brand. I don't feel like that helps interest in the league. That you got guys out there. It's already bad enough that the best player in the game switches up, and this may stop with Ohtani, but it switches up like every 2 years. Like, remember when Mookie Betts was hands down the best player in the league? That's gone. Cody Bellinger is a good example. He's the MVP. And 2 years later, this guy was, had a sign, "Will play for food" or something like that. Like, it's
they train this like the UFC
a little bit, and I don't think that's good for the league. And this whole imagine,
at least in Major League Baseball, some guys get paid. UFC, nobody gets paid.
Nobody getting paid. They asking for loans from the homies. Yeah. You know what I mean? But imagine if like NBA free agency, if I don't know, Cam Johnson, an even better player than Cam Johnson, Michael Bridges was unsigned 2 weeks into training camp.
Yeah, it's unheard of. Yeah, it'd be unheard of.
It almost devalues him. Like, well, something got to be wrong with
it. Yeah, absolutely, it does. It absolutely it creates question marks.
I think it all just ties back to the owners. I don't think the owners are in baseball anymore. Like owning a baseball team, like John Henry owning the Boston Red Sox. He's not worried about beating the Yankees or winning a World Series now. It's about making your money now.
Yeah, we can't pretend like that's not a thing. We say it as almost like you said, you don't want to say the word collusion. No, that's exactly what this is. I mean, we saw it in the NFL. Yep. And I'm not talking about Cap. I'm talking about Lamar Jackson.
Facts.
We saw it with Lamar Jackson.
Played out on Twitter.
I think the agents were involved in that one.
May very well have been. And I think that's what Scott Boras is fighting about right now is his clients aren't getting money. And he's blaming everybody except himself. He's saying everybody's at fault right now.
There's a whole lot of people around this bigger than Nino Brown.
But let's also be clear, and this is my opinion and my opinion only, and I've had it since the beginning of time. These 12-year, 10-year, 9-year deals are ridiculous.
Those are ridiculous.
And that's the standard in the in Major League Baseball that you ask for if you're a player of a certain caliber or you believe you're a player of a certain caliber. And I don't know what Blake Snell was asking for. I'm not pretending to be in on that process. But even if Blake Snell's asking for 7 years, or I'm probably saying 4, I'm perfectly comfortable with that. And I'm surprised we're signing what essentially amounts to a 1-1. That's crazy to me.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I think Jesse's on point though when he talks about these owners just not the owners in baseball, maybe in any more than any other sport. They're not really invested in the game. They're not really invested in the team. They're invested in the money aspect of it. But Charles Johnson, I'll speak for he's a perfect example. He don't really care whether or not the Giants win or lose. He's a businessman first and foremost and only. And I think you don't see that necessarily in the NBA or in the NFL, even in the NFL. Like we get our jokes off about Jerry, and Jerry's a businessman too, but Jerry cares about the Cowboys. He cares if they win or lose.
Yeah.
He cares if they have a successful season or not. You can say that from Jerry all the way down. In the NBA, you obviously see it. Vivek right here at every game cares about the Giants or the Kings win or losing. I think more than any other sport, these owners in Major League Baseball, it's not like in the past. It's not Steinbrenner. It's like it's whatever. Like we went. What's the money looking like? And that's the first, second, and third interest in a lot of these owners, and it's hurting the game.
We're going to do nothing because Jesse told me not to, so we're just going to keep going. We got an update for those just tuning in. Kevin Huerter will miss tomorrow's game against Toronto. That is the extent of the update we have. And it looked like I saw Jason and our man J.A. and a handful of other people tweet about this. It looked like it just came from the injury report. So we don't have any like extensive details on what's going on with Kevin Huerter. We don't know because my guess is, and I'm not going to speak for Jason's tweet looked a little bit different than other people's tweets did. But like, we don't know if Kevin Huerter's on the road or like what imaging was done, what the results of the imaging were. We haven't gotten a medical update from Sacramento, and I don't think it's been scooped anywhere by any of the great reporters here in Sacramento either. So I think there's a couple of interesting things to follow. Nothing ultra negative and concerning has come out yet. And there was no, we haven't been able to get a follow-up on if he's even on this road trip or not. So I think a lot of us were probably bracing for some bad news regarding Kevin Huerter. And while it's not the best, I think a lot of us, especially the way we started the show, thought it could be much worse. I will say this. I hope Kevin Huerter is back, and I hope he's back sooner rather than later. We know he's not playing tomorrow. I'm going to go just my own assumption that he's not going to play on Thursday against Washington. I maintain what we talked about at the top of this show. I don't think Kevin Huerter starts for the Sacramento Kings again this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree.
I think, and I hope he's back and he's healthy and he's contributing. But I think this is a moment now where you can make that transition without any uncomfortableness, awkwardness. You can make a comfortable transition here. Now it's up to Keon to play well. It's probably different, but the same. It's up to Trysta Krick to play well. Like it's up to the Sacramento Kings to play well. They got to continue to play well. They got to continue to execute. They got to continue to win games. Because if you drop a couple, especially something to like Washington, I don't know what the argument you make to not make change. Like, oh, Kevin's back. He's going back in the lineup. We just dropped to Toronto and Washington. Like, we've got to put him back in the lineup.
Speaking of Toronto, terrible news. According to J.A. in the injury report, Toronto Raptors have Scotty Barnes, R.J. Barrett, Chris Boucher, DJ Carton, Jakob Poeltl, Emmanuel Quickly, all out.
Come on, man.
Tomorrow against the Kings.
Are you serious? Well, it'll be a triple overtime.
Okay.
It'll be a triple overtime thriller in Canada tomorrow.
Another playoff atmosphere for the Kings, I guess.
that is not okay.
The Toronto screw job coming up tomorrow night. Oh man, no good.
Oh, jeez.
No good.
Yeah, I'm with David Jenkins. Bruce Brown, 23 points, 12 rebounds on deck.
Is that Joe's favorite player playing?
Well, they might need to settle down too.
Oh, there's no might.
Your boy needs.
There's no
Your
might.
boy needs to settle down.
Like, calm down with the stage jersey switch.
Used to be honor in the game, huh?
Come on, man.
Stuff used to happen naturally.
Everybody saw through that. Come on, man. Be funny. Let's do it. All right, man.
Oh, brother.
Hey, he's not hurting anybody.
He's not. It's okay.
I guess when you have that, I guess after Fat Joe made you famous on draft night, you gotta.
And he's probably been dealing with it
forever.
So he finds a way to deal with it in laughter. It's fine. If he's okay with it, that's all that matters.
You're gonna get a call from Adam Silver.
Definitely.
Hey, look, man.
Y'all chill.
You do.
Y'all chill. But yeah, all those guys are out tomorrow against the Kings. Nobody feels good about it.
No one.
Marcus Jones has it in the chat. League knows what the Kings' weakness is.
Dude, hey,
round one. Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards out. Towns out. Gobert out. Nas Reed out. We're cooked.
This is their version of Ty Lue in the playoffs. They play the Kings. Yeah, Ant, Rudy, Cat, Daniels. This ain't the series for you. I'm gonna be going more towards I don't know,
Gigi and yeah, no good.
This ain't the series for you.
The whole Toronto Raptors team is out tomorrow. Goodness gracious.
Right there for the Kings, though.
Okay, stop it.
Yes.
I don't want to talk about
Stop
this.
trying to cheer me up.
Yes.
I'm just saying, it's right there, bro. There's no excuses.
Stop saying crazy stuff.
Like, you want to be sixth. It's right there, like James said yesterday.
Stop saying crazy stuff. We are going to take our last commercial break. I'm sorry these have been so crammed together. This is the last one. I promise we're going to come back and we're going to hang out with our man Jason Jones here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Book is written on the Kings. The hell was that?
Somebody ran just saw out the corner of my eye.
What? Hey, lock the door. Who the hell just ran behind you?
No clue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I heard him or paid attention, I guess.
Jason Jones.
Hey, chill with that LA hat.
Oh,
Chill.
Jason.
Man, you got the same hat. I don't know why you tripping.
That's the one.
We're in commercial, Jason. Just give you a heads up.
Yeah, figured
so
that.
I can say I definitely don't have that shit.
You got a whole family photo in front of the Dodger store, though. I mean, that may be more damning than having a hat. I mean, just smiling. You're just like, look.
I was on City Walk. I was not smiling.
You were so excited. You were so excited. It was like, like, man, you were just.
My wife just thinks that stuff is so funny. She says, "I'll take the picture. I'm gonna send it to Damien."
She's the real MVP.
He's not wrong.
She's the real MVP.
Not wrong.
What's the story about Sports Illustrated probably coming back, staying alive? I mean, I love to see it.
I don't know. It's not Sports Illustrated. I don't know what it is now. It has the name, but it's not Sports Illustrated. It's.
I think the headline I saw was Sports Illustrated maybe back without the swimsuit issue. It's like, okay.
I didn't know that was even still a thing anymore.
Dude, I didn't either.
I mean, I haven't cared about that issue since Tyra Banks was on it.
I was about to say that was the first time it got on my radar. Tyra Banks got on there. I said, "Oh, you mean they do this every year?"
I think. Yeah, I had to double check. Martha Stewart was on the last one.
She was.
Yeah.
When was that?
I think it was this past year. Yeah, Martha Stewart was on it.
I mean, that publication ceased being great so long ago. I don't even know. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. I just remember when that edition would come out and I was in high school. Oh, I was the most popular dude in school because everyone knew I had a subscription to Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, that Martha Stewart made me Google her age. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Take a look here.
She did her time, came out, start posing, see?
Friends with every black celebrity alive. That connection with Snoop Dogg changed her life.
Got more street cred than Rick Ross now.
Well.
Rose.
We really need that biopic about Rick Ross so we can get behind the scenes of his other life. Like BMF or whatever. I don't know what you would call it.
He might end up being on BMF. I mean,
Well, at the rate they're going, it'll just be a big black dude named Rick Ross. Have you watched BMF?
Yeah.
That shit is terrible, right?
I find it highly entertaining.
It is entertaining. It's just not good, but it is.
I don't watch it for.
I'm watching all the way through.
I don't watch it for great. I just like when they broke out. I'm like, was Tupac even around? He didn't dress like that yet. I'm like, he wasn't.
Had the bandana. You had to put the bandana on backwards so you knew it was Tupac.
Because I'm sitting there going, I know that ain't Pac. I know that ain't Pac.
Well, and it's lovely how every movie and TV show just thinks that's how Pac went around every day with the bandana.
I'm like, wasn't Pac probably still in Digital Underground? I'm like, what is this?
Well, my favorite is when Tupac is still alive and he's wearing the bandana backwards with the bald head, like he's still dressing like it's 1996. Like, nah, Tupac is alive. Look, and it's some guy who looks like Tupac, like in 1996.
Like it's 2024 and Tupac never upgraded his attire at all. He's like, I'm gonna keep the bandana.
How long seriously do you guys remember the Tupac is alive things going on? What was it, about 5 years later?
It was
more than that.
96, 7. I say a solid 2-3 years.
Yeah. He was in Cuba.
Yeah, he was in Cuba. But well, that's because records kept coming out.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. This was before AI. It was like, why? How Pac got a new song?
Talking about
Pac just dropped a double disc.
Talking about rest in peace 9/11 or never forget. Like, wait, what?
Yeah. Like, how did he have so much music? Like,
Pac wrote a record. Hey, if the Twin Towers ever fall, release this record.
He's like, there's gonna be this dude named Kobe that comes along, man. You know, make sure this drops. You know, when he wins the championship, drop this. Yeah, it's
around the world, same song.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Digital Underground, Pac being around for BMF is classic. They're just trolling us. I swear, they're trolling.
Can't wait till Eminem shows up in 91 or something.
See, when they did the episode that Jack, I said Jack the Rapper, they're gonna show like the Ice Cube like above the law fight. They're like, no, we're just gonna drop Pac off. Just
they got me hooked though.
They showed someone that made, what was the white dude's name in Detroit?
White Boy Rick.
Right Boy Rick, that's what it was. That's what Eminem was. Eminem,
yeah,
he
was.
Eminem was on that episode. He was White Mike. That's right, Right Boy Rick. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're gonna have like Kendrick Lamar next week.
Kendrick was on. Was it Snowfall?
It was. I forget which one. He was on one.
Yeah, Kendrick was on something.
He was like, I remember. I can't remember which show it was. Yeah, Kendrick was on something.
Hey, Jesse.
That's gonna bother me.
Canelo said he didn't want to fight another Mexican fighter, but since Munguia is respectful and worked his way into position, he changed his mind.
Earn it. Earn the fight.
That's very nice.
Right, here we go, Jay. Here we go. All right, we back here. This show has been a mess.
An absolute, but it's been great.
An absolute mess from the moment we walked through the door.
Kendrick was on Power.
Power, okay. I knew he was on one of them shows. He was like a homeless guy.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
little crackhead on 50.
Yeah, Kendrick
remember that.
killed the crackhead role. Nice job. Nice job. We're here with our man Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jay, we just got the injury report for the Toronto Raptors tomorrow. The whole roster is out against the Sacramento Kings, and now Kings fans are scared to death.
They should be.
Do not feel good about this.
Yeah, you hear you got 4, 5, 7, 8 guys injured. Yeah, that's the recipe for disaster. That's a 15-point loss.
Have you? You're a busy man. You've been watching some stuff. I want to hear more about the piece you did on Howard going into the tournament. But have you paid attention to Keon Ellis specifically with the Kings? I always thought he was pretty good, as of the last month. This last time around, he started to play. But last night, I saw what he did to Desmond Bane, had him in hell. And I think Keon Ellis, you'll enjoy this. I feel like Keon Ellis could be like Caruso was. Like,
hey.
I'm saying,
hey, let's not get carried away now. Let's not get carried away.
The way Keon out there playing
defense,
I'm like, he could be an all-defense guy.
That's the point, guy. Let's dial it back a little now. Let's dial it back a lot, as a matter of fact. See, I was with you. Then you said, Caruso. Come on now. If you'd have said, I don't know, not Caruso. No, we can't. He's got to earn that. He ain't done enough to be in the Caruso class.
Mr. 4 first-round picks to acquire Alex Caruso from Chicago.
Right. You're not going. Monty McNair is not going to can't get 4 first-round picks for Keon Ellis. Come on now, let's be real.
But yeah, he's been, for me at least, he's been a revelation on the defensive end. I was a little worried about whether he'd be able to guard bigger shooting guards, and it's still a concern. It's not like he's gone up against Paul George a whole lot or anything, so you still want to see those type of things. But man, I love the way he plays on the defensive end. And last night, like I said, he put Desmond Bane in hell last night. He was pinning shots against the backboard, like 5 blocks on the night. Mm-hmm. Do you think it's? I'm not saying all-star, nothing like that, but do you think it's real? Like, is he a real player, a real rotational guy in this league to you?
I mean, he's starting to look like one. I mean, you probably need a larger sample size, but I think what he brings is such a glaring thing that the Kings have missed. It probably, it probably looks even like 20 times better because it's just so different from what we've seen from that position defensively for so many years. So it wasn't just the last couple of years. That's been a hole defensively for a long time.
Yeah.
So, and I've always said you can sacrifice a little bit of offense from that position if you get a guy who's going to be a plus defender, just because you got enough guys who can score. So, I mean, especially on this team, he's definitely a rotation guy for sure. It's because of what he brings. It's not just the defense. I mean, that I don't want to say shade, like Davion wasn't playing defense, but you need length on the wings. You can't be, you need length, you need, athleticism out there, and he's giving them that. So yeah, you can't, you got to love those guys who kind of, get it out the mud, second round undrafted type guys. Work your way up from a 2-way. You gotta like the story, and he plays like a guy who's trying to stay in the league still.
He feels like the exact player that Mike Brown has been looking for.
Yeah,
like he has all the attributes that Mike Brown wants in a player.
Yeah, I mean, and it's been sorely missed. It's been sorely needed. And then if you can, and that can be infectious. You get one guy doing that. Then maybe you get another, you hope that just kind of just, builds on it, because I mean, over the last, recent games, I like the way the Kings have Jalen Brunson aside, they've had some very, I feel like some real solid defensive efforts.
Yeah. You saw this for a year with Malik Monk. Has he gotten better? Is he better than you even remember him with the Lakers? Is it just, more of an opportunity? Or did you see this coming if he was just given a little bit more of an opportunity?
He showed it with the Lakers. I mean, there were games, he won games for the Lakers. And the Lakers, from everything I read, I understood, they would have loved to have kept him. if it went, the CBA, the way the rules are, it just didn't, make it possible for him to keep him. But yeah, he showed. I mean, there were games where Malik Monk would go out there, he'd dunk on people, he did all these things. My question became, man, what in the world happened in Charlotte? Because what we're seeing from Malik in Sacramento, he showed in LA. And if I remember he had the game in Sacramento where he had the game winner. But if you a lot of times in Charlotte, you would have sworn Malik Monk wasn't even an NBA player the way they talked about him. I mean, and you look at it, he was on his, the Lakers got him for nothing. Like nobody wanted him, it seemed like a couple of years ago. Now that won't be the problem this offseason. So, but yeah, it's I mean, sometimes he's an example of what happens when you go to a bad situation. You get drafted by a bad situation. Sometimes it's not about your talent, it's where you end up. And sometimes you end up in a terrible spot. And I think as we look back, you look at Charlotte even now, I don't know anybody who you say you get drafted there and you'd be like, oh yeah, good for him. They just haven't shown they can develop or have the consistency around these young guys because they've been in the lottery for the last 20 years. It almost feels like with Charlotte.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned it. This is every Kings fan's greatest nightmare. What do you think the offseason looks like for Malik Monk? Like he is playing, like we had the numbers just for the month of March right now. He's at like 21.4 or something like that. It's like 20. I think it was like 21-5, like 21 points, 5 assists in the month of March.
I think the biggest fear is that you get that team that jumps out and kind of I remember going in the free agency a couple of years ago. I remember The Athletic had a whole story about Malik talking about I'll take less money because I like it here. And then the Kings were like, well, we got way more money than they can offer you. And then he was gone. I think you could definitely run into that. You find the right team with some cap space that says, you know what, Malik, how you feel about $20 million a year? It could very well happen, and he will have earned it. And someone's going to pay him. If it's not Sacramento, someone's going to pay him very well. People forget Malik's not even old. It just feels like he's old because we've especially like we've always said, these guys become stars so young in high school. You hear we've been hearing that name for almost a decade, but it's not like he's 32 years old.
Isn't he just 25 or 26? I mean, De'Aaron's 25 or 26, right? So
yeah, he's yeah. So someone is going to pay him very well.
Malik's 26 years old.
Yeah, if you're Sacramento, you want it to be you, but the question then becomes just how much do you pay? Because De'Aaron's going to have that super max coming up. I forget the rules. I mean, he'll get whatever it is. He'll get a lot of money. You got the bonus locked up.
Well, he could get a lot of money if he makes one more NBA.
If
he makes an All NBA team this year.
Yeah, and then you still, you still got Keegan on a rookie deal, so you probably have some flexibility to do some things. But even still, all you need is one team to give, not to say that they're the same player, but remember that what Bruce Brown got last offseason. What was it, 2 years, $45 million or something like that? If Bruce Brown can get 2 years, remember Jalen Brunson at the time he got the deal, it looked crazy to a lot of people. We got 4 years and 100. Malik's going to get a nice contract from somebody.
Yeah.
You just don't know, who it's going to be. He's going to get paid. He will not be that guy searching for a minimum deal ever again.
No, that's 22.5 per for those 2 years that Bruce Brown had. That's 4 more than Sacramento can offer.
Wow.
4 more million than Sacramento can offer.
Yeah,
yeah, right.
Earlier that they could start at 17, the contract can start. So can it go like 17 to 19 to 20?
It goes 17.5, and then I think with the raises in the cap, I think the increase is 8%. And so that's whatever 8% of 17, that's the raise, and then the next raise and the next raise if it's a 4-year contract.
And like I said, the problem you run into is that what if that one team with a bunch of cap space says, okay, 3 years, 70.
Yeah, and then there the number starts at 22.5, right, and then goes up 8%, and then goes up 8%, and then it becomes okay, it's 4 million. So and then all of a sudden it's a $19 million difference between the two teams, and I don't know how if you're Malik Monk, you don't take that money.
especially as a guy. Like I said,
needs to take the money.
Like I said, 2-3 years ago, he was on a minimum deal.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, he may love Sacramento, love playing with De'Aaron, but if someone jumps out there and offers that, how do you say no? Because I'm a big believer in you get your money when you can, because you know it's not like the team is going to be like, you know what, you turned down $10 million. We can, you know, you can't get that money back. I forgot what podcast maybe it was Gilbert Arenas talking about it. He took less money so they could re-sign someone, and the team didn't even re-sign the guy.
Jesus.
He was like, what the hell? It was either him or a teammate took less money and they still didn't go do what they were going to do. So you get your money when you can get it.
Think about what Jason just said. You want to put this into perspective? This is a guest edition here with Jason Jones here with us. Career earnings for Malik Monk. So, Jason, I'm going to tell you, Malik Monk has been in the league 7 years. The most money he's made was actually, it's this year.
This year, yeah.
$9,945,000 is the most Malik has made in his career. 7 seasons for the former number 11 overall pick. Jason Jones, for your first edition of Pocket Watching, you have any guesses on career earnings for Malik Monk?
18. Probably about, let me see, I'm trying to do the rookie deal. I'd guess 28-30.
Jason Jones is going 28-30.
Wait, no, you can't go 28-30.
I'll say 30. I'll say 30 then.
Yeah.
Oh, I wrote that as 28, like 300. Like that's what I wrote the number.
Okay, I'll say 30 now.
30. Okay, we're going 30. Okay, we're going 30. We're going 30. I took that as a specific number. I didn't take.
Oh no, I was trying to go.
Okay, so we're going 30 million. Jason Jones, 30 million.
I'm gonna go.
Kenny Caraway in desperate need of a victory, by the way. 3-6 right now in Pocket Watching.
I'm gonna go 31 million.
Oh, that is such a trash move. Such a trash move.
Yeah.
The number is $36.6 million.
Let's go. I'm up in here. Let's go.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
No, you're literally
You
Mark
should be
McGuire this
ashamed
whole
of
season.
yourself.
No integrity
That
at
was
all.
trash.
Rafael Palmeiro on the stand in front of the judge. I did not take steroids. That's you.
That
right
was trash. You'll
Let's
get the
go.
victory.
Let's go. 500. Here I come.
Jason Jones in his first fight put up an effort in
Francis Ngannou.
trash underhanded tactics here. Get
Now,
Kenny on the board.
To be fair,
but
I was gonna say 34 anyway. What was the number?
it was 36.6. But think about what Jason just said, and think about what we're talking about. In 7 seasons, Malik has made $36.6 million. His next contract is going to eclipse that.
Yeah.
Like he's going to eclipse his career earnings in his next contract.
Yeah, I mean, off the top of my head, like I'm looking at like the Kings' perspective, and I think somebody may offer him more, but it's like I don't know if this is exactly what it is, but it is like 17 million over 4 years. That's $70 million in that one contract.
Yeah.
And that's probably the lowest contract he's gonna get offered. He's gonna eclipse.
Yeah, likely.
Everything's already done.
Yeah, he'll double his net worth in one contract. That's why, obviously I don't want Malik to go anywhere, but I don't blame him.
I don't blame him.
This is the deal.
I don't blame him. I'm be selfish.
Oh yeah, you got to get your money. You got to get your money.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was just trying to figure out who had cap space. I'm not sure who, but
we always center around Orlando.
Yeah.
They've got cap space. It's Florida. They got guys out there like Cole Anthony and Jalen Suggs, and they got the front court players already. It feels like with Banchero and Wagner. maybe they're looking for, a dynamic guard to go with those guys.
Or maybe
But it really ends there, though. It's like them, San Antonio. And as far as somebody that might give like $20 million, it kind of ends there. It's not a lot of cap space.
Did you just name 2 states with no income tax?
Yeah, you did.
Versus California,
right,
who at minimum is going to take like 50% of what you make.
Yeah. That's a real thing.
Yeah, man.
And then you never know who a team decides in the offseason. Let's clear some space out to make something happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like that Bruce Brown contract. I don't know if it's an option or not for him, but teams can create a trade. Maybe it ends up being a sign and trade. You create a trade exception. I mean, who knows what happens? But yeah, Malik's going to be paid. He's going to more than double that. He's going to double that salary from this year.
Yeah, that's a good call from Jason Jones right there. Team option in 24-25 for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, if you so I could see a team. The team keeps him. Now you've got a big trade number.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen between now and then.
That's why I said they got to do something illegal. Jason Jones is offering to mow Malik's lawn, so
I don't think that's illegal.
Well, all right, then everybody.
The Kings need the Niners accountant. The Kings need the Niners accountant to make.
That's definitely what we need.
Well,
yeah, they need that accountant.
What they want to take a second round pick?
Go ahead. Lose the draft pick later.
Losing a second round pick. I mean, cool. I got the player I wanted, and I don't have to have a guy on my cap that I don't really want anyway. Fine, cool.
Can we defer Malik's money like a Tani, like sign him to $100 million contract? And then defer 80 million of it for like 2 years.
I don't think they'll let you do that. I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Only the
make them say you can't.
Give that a try. Yeah, give that one a try. Be like, so Adam Silver, here's our structure of this deal. It's a 4-year deal, but he's only going to make $2 million this year, $2 million next year, $2 million, and then all of a sudden we'll be paying Malik 40, 30 million in like year 5. That's not.
There we go. We figured it out.
We did it. We did it.
We did it, Joe.
We call it the Dodger clause. We're implementing the Shohei clause here, and we're deferring Malik's money till 2030.
Till further notice.
A lump payment with interest. He's going to wind up making $190 million.
Make it some NFL stuff. So can you convert part of the money to a signing bonus?
Yep. Yep. It checks out. It's legal in every other sport.
The most creative contract in NBA history will be from Malik Monk.
We'll do everything we can to keep Malik Monk here.
NCAA tournament getting underway. Let's transition to what you wrote over at The Athletic. Why is it such a big deal that Howard's back in the tournament?
Well, they hadn't been there for 30 years, and then they made it last year. They made it again this year. And like I said, Howard, one of the more well-known HBCUs, it's never been known as a sports team, but their football team had a good season. Now they're back in the tournament. They're coached by a former Duke player, Kenny Blankney, so they're trying to build something, kind of out there. They're in DC. You've got a lot of talent out that way. And from talking to Kenny yesterday, he said that you look at all the programs in the DC area. In the last 3 years, Howard has the most wins out of all of them, more than Georgetown, than Maryland, than George Washington, all those schools. And, especially for a lot of people I know from Howard, a lot of people know Howard from their homecoming. And they get name dropped in songs and whatnot, but they're really trying to really create a basketball, create a program over there. And he's done a good job because, he got that job in 2019. I think he went 4-29 his first year. Then he had the COVID year, and then he had, that whole thing. But then they made the tournament last year, played Kansas. They're probably about to play right now. They got the final, the first 4 game. And if they win, they get North Carolina. Got a lot of good stories on that team. They had a lot of injuries this year. To get to the tourney, they only played basically 6 players, and they finished the game with a walk-on. So They're a real cool story. They got Seth Towns on the team. They got the 8th year senior who started at Harvard, went to Ohio State, had injuries. He's actually in school working on his PhD. So, he's already got a LinkedIn page. Like he's old, it's
it's cool to see, for me to see, a school like Howard and a team like Howard trying to boost their profile and boost their basketball program. I really got hip to what they were doing, which maybe a lot of people feel the same way, and it could really help them moving forward, is that Jordan deal they got, and Jordan seems to really be leaning into, helping build that basketball program up. And I think that's going to be big for them moving forward.
And Steph Curry with the golf team out there.
That's right.
Yeah, so they're starting, they were, like Kenny said, they'd grown up out there. No one thought about Howard as a sports school. Like that was an academic school. They had sports teams, but no one really thought they cared about sports. So now you're starting to see, and like I said, you're in DC. You got a chance to get players.
Mm-hmm.
You can really recruit nationally. And a lot of HBCUs are experiencing that now, just the way the landscape has changed. They've had, Chris Paul does the HBCU showcase, and you had what Dion did at Jackson State, where they've seen their recruiting base expand. When I was in high school back in the day, the only HBCU I'd ever heard of was I'd heard of Howard, Grambling, and Morehouse.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I knew, and all I knew was that as a kid from California, I was not trying to live in Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I knew. I'm like, I'm not living out there. So they've all found, I think Howard was able to. They had, he's hurt right now, but they had a player from Sierra Canyon on their team. So they've been able to kind of really expand kind of their recruiting base. And a lot of the HBCUs are doing that now. And then depending on what state you're in, like, Florida, some of those places aren't exactly welcoming to different people anymore. And so now those schools are, saying, hey, you can, come here. There's NIL money all over the place now.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to ask you that HBCUs, are they in on the NIL game?
They are, but they're not at they're not going to be like Alabama level. But I know there's a few companies I've written about it that are actively working to get NIL deals with HBCU players. So they're that could help them as well. But historically, a lot of the HBCUs have been underfunded by the states they're in anyway as well. So there's some historical things that they've had to battle in terms of when people talk about their facilities or this, they don't have this, they don't have that. A lot of this stuff is going to be real systemic racism that has held them back in terms of getting what they should be getting financially. And all you ever hear people say, well, the alums should donate. It's like, come on now. You're going to blame the alums because the state, because Brett Favre can take their money and give it to his school and get his daughter's school a gym. Come on.
Well, apparently he can, because there have been absolutely zero ramifications for it.
Yeah. But that's okay. They got Ted DiBiase's son.
Well, you got him.
They got to get somebody. Let's get the son. Yeah.
He was the weak link in legacy anyway. So
they were like, yeah, we got to get some. We got to say we punish somebody. Who are we gonna get? We're gonna get Ted DiBiase Jr. Yeah, that whatever. Yeah,
the son of the $1 million man.
We're gonna get him because we can't do anything to Brett Favre.
Howard is my adopted HBCU. Howard and Morgan State. My adopted HBCU.
Mine's Hillman.
Shout out Hillman.
How old were you when you realized Hillman wasn't a real place?
Oh, goodness gracious. I'm not sure.
Same age I was when I realized Bayside wasn't a real high school.
Well, that's okay. That was about the week before last.
I'm just glad to know that back in the 80s, I was not the only kid who thought Georgetown was an HBCU.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I was like, if I'm going to go to HB, I'll go to Georgetown. And I'm like, Bill Clinton went to Georgetown. Wow.
He really is the first black president. Man, that's crazy.
Like, no, I'm like, it's not. I'm like, but look at yeah. They had Iverson. They had those jerseys during Iverson's time. I'm like, oh, the best jerseys.
I absolutely thought Georgetown was an HBCU.
And a lot of people did, which is looking back, it was crazy. See, hey, young kids, we didn't have internet like that back then.
No. No, when you were dumb, you just had to deal with it.
Yeah,
you
you're just like, hey, I
you were
don't know.
just
any
stuck
better.
with it.
You got in your 20s. This was, just bad information.
That's it.
We're ending early because we're off to a basketball
It's a
game.
Howard's
So
game.
that's it. We're throwing it out to Howard's game. So Jay, we appreciate you as always. Great
All
work
right.
over there at the Athletic, and we'll talk to you next week.
Talk to you next week.
That's our man Jason Jones right there of the Athletic. We didn't even get to talk WrestleMania this week with Jay. Yeah, thank you for an amazing day. I'm sorry we're cutting it a bit short, but we do got to head out. We got NCAA tournament action on the way. We will see you here tomorrow at noon to prepare the first night of a doubleheader, the Sacramento Kings against the Toronto Raptors. Doubleheader, a back-to-back, for goodness sakes. It's Steeler with KC here on ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Howard.
Oh, man.
That's a radio show.
Yeah, here in here, we'll put a cap on all of this. It's March 19th, 2.9 million. 2.9 million impressions.
That's our YouTube already?
Yep. Y'all go out there
crazy,
and
bro.
sell impressions.
That's
I got
crazy.
2.9, and y'all don't have nothing to say about it.
Well, the thing is, too, is like the whatever you call the stats we're using for like Twitter engagements and all that. We posted a clip yesterday, 3.3 thousand views or whatever. Like that stuff matters too.
Yeah.
And we post videos.
That's a trip. That is a trip.
I'm gonna go find someone to cuss out. I saw Stacy leave, so it can't be her. But I'm gonna go find somebody. Thanks for a fun day. Y'all can change your names back if you want to. That was some funny stuff. Though. That was
great.
That was such a great surprise.
That was great. Miss Yahoo was in here. That was Miss P. Miss Yahoo.
Oh, that's awesome. Absolutely awesome. You guys are the best, man. All right, Manny. God damn it.
What did Manny do now?
Manny just being weird.
At least he didn't breathe on the call today.
No, that's true. Rather coherent call. All right, y'all. We appreciate you, man. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. Huerter's out tomorrow. That's what we know, Scuba. Nothing past that. Just that he's out tomorrow. But I'm sure we'll have an update tomorrow. At least I hope we'll have an update tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Appreciate you.
Holla.